Yo, this is a yo. What's going on, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Coliseum. Hope everybody's doing all right today. For those of you just coming in, hit the like button, share, subscribe, and if you're so inclined, support the channel. Now we're gonna have a little fun here. I hope Dr. Gigi doesn't mind, but I gotta borrow something from him. He has this hilarious song he made, and I think folks just need to hear it. It's hilarious. Give me just a second. All right, share screen. Fair use. I hope you don't mind, Dr. GG. Shout out to Dr. Green Gorilla. Support his channel, but let's see, where is it at? Here it is. Now we're not going to play his whole video most certainly because it's over an hour long, but we just need to play. Just listen to this intro.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Sing it with me. Come on, come on, come on. SBE, SBE. I've been in the manosphere for a long, long time, but nobody watches me. SBE, SBE. My content's are born, my pussy is sore, so I created SBE. Sit right back, let me tell you a tale about a group of weak men going straight to hell. I'm talking about them PhDs, make the ghost of Booker T go weak at the knees. And you all know who I hate the best. It goes by the name of BGS. They're making me sick, it's plain to see. Now come on everybody, won't you sing with me? SBE, SBE. I've been in the manosphere for a long, long time, but nobody watches me. SBE, SBE. My content's are born, my pussy is sore, so I created SBE.
Shout out to Green Gorilla for that. That was hilarious. I'm sorry, I had to share that. That's one. He played that at the end of his stream, and I was cracking up. What's going on, Lavarius? I just played Dr. Gigi's song SBE. I hope he doesn't mind, but that song was hilarious. SBE, SBE. That song was hilarious. But hope everybody's doing all right. Y'all buckle up because this economy is oh dear. If you haven't heard, if you they just passed this patches so they can raise the debt ceiling, right? Well, one of the things they put in there is they're going to start back people forcing people to pay off their student loans, and people are already struggling. Evictions are at an all-time high. So around August, when the end of August, when they're gonna start payments back, I'm gonna tell you before BGS probably tell you the same thing. Be prepared for a clusterfuck. But yeah, I had to play that SBE, SBE. That was some fun. That was some funny shit. Oh, speaking of SBE, notice I haven't talked about somebody. Hmm. Notice I haven't mentioned somebody's name at all. Hmm. Oh well. Anyway, but hey, this is your guys' show. Let me get the link here. But yeah, I had to play that. That was funny. And by the way, hit the Cash App and support the show. There's a link if you want to come up. It's man, it's the Coliseum. Let's see. Yeah. Oh man, that wow. We hard on the sisters, but that's desperation right there. Her and her daughter, yeah, that's ooh man, wild of art, man. Yeah, these chicks are desperate, man. Why is it? BTS has put out a bit of video. The supply of pussy is not low at all, and that's the ugly truth. Because why is it kept? I got chicks in my DM I just don't talk about. I've had chicks DM me, "What you doing? Are you single?" And will actually send me a video of themselves. So yeah, things are getting desperate, and it's probably going to get worse once some student loans start back. Oh boy, I imagine because you know what black women love to say, they ain't the most educated. Translation, they got the most college debt. What y'all think? What y'all think the price of pussy is going to be when they when they have to start paying them loans back? It's already at a cup of coffee. So oh boy, we're in. Just buckle up, folks, and pray to your God of your understand that we can get through this. But it's not looking good. But in other news, it's Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Let me say that again for the Negroes that didn't hear that in the back. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, not single mothers, the fathers. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Single mothers don't count. I'm just saying, single mothers don't count. Happy Father's Day, all the fathers, and it's allegedly Juneteenth weekend too. Hope everybody has a good Juneteenth. Oh, by the way, we didn't need Biden to celebrate Juneteenth. We would celebrate it anyway, so whatever. Biden called himself having a Juneteenth celebration. No one cares. We're still not voting for you. Damn. Oh, $1.85. Yeah. What's that BGS said? Get your coffee money ready. Good Lord. Father's grandfather. Yeah. And father figures too. Yeah. Yeah, but it goes back to BGS' argument that you know, black women are used to not being able to compete, not having to compete. But in this day and age, you have to compete. Man, we gotta compete by default. Men have to compete by default, so it's nothing to us. But black women are not used to competing, and they're gonna have to learn how to compete because we're not giving sausage away for free anymore. I'm just saying. SPE. That's not some funny shit. Uh, I'll just wait a little bit for some people to show up. But what else has happened? Oh, Dr. Cornell West is running for president, and now he's being backed by the Green Party. And I wish him all. I honestly wish him all the luck in the world. I hope he makes it in. I personally don't think he's going to win, but I do think he's going to take away some votes from Joe Biden. And my response to that is good. I actually think Dr. Cornell West has a chance to take some black folks away from a significant amount of black votes away from Joe Biden. And my response to that is good. Good. What's going on, Namer? What's going on, Namer?
Hey, what's going on, AV? How you been?
All right, I'm hearing an echo.
Hang on, let me check. Testing, testing.
Testing. Okay, good. Oh, wait a minute.
All right.
I'm still hearing that
What about
echo.
now?
I'm still hearing that echo. Um.
Hang on a second. Let me try this. Let me
Oh
plug
dear.
it. Plug it back in.
May have to come out and come back in.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me
because
now?
I'm still. Yeah, but I'm still hearing that echo.
All right. Let me
And
get
my
out.
stuff, and I know it's not coming from me. Yeah, so sometimes that happens with our equipment. It is what it is. But yeah, I had to play that SBE track that he made. That was hilarious. Uh, Also, watch out for AI. Oh, daggone it! I can still hear that echo.
I think it's on your end. I don't hear an echo. Did you make sure that whatchamacallit, do you have the volume on your YouTube down?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
Maybe I gotta switch to.
I can always check that.
All right. I don't
Because
know.
I'm not hearing an
I don't
echo
hear.
when you come out when you go out.
I don't hear an echo at all. Unless it's like the connection because of delay or some shit. You know how
I
like
don't know.
the signal. You know how like signals have to be realigned because the satellites that satellites have to be realigned to pass the signal from here and there.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, that could be it.
What are your thoughts on what I've been talking about?
I didn't really follow most of the stuff you got. I just got in just a bit, just a few moments ago. But as far
Oh, okay.
Biden losing and votes, here's what I say: doesn't make much of a difference to me because either way, black folks, you're collectively fucked.
Most likely.
Just like Mr. Nancy, just like Mr. Nancy explained to all those Africans on the boat. You're fucked. Your kids are fucked. Your grandkids are fucked. Your descendants, generations from now, are collectively fucked. Just like your relatives you left back home, fucked. Their descendants, fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's not looking good for the black community.
Look at this way. I remember was it like Mr. Z's hangout last week. Oh shit! I was supposed to talk to 18th letter. Where's Bo? Because he got to talk to 18th letter this sometime today because he wanted me on his shit, but on his show I think. But I'll talk to him about that later. Um, what I can say is, like we said on Mr. Z's hangout, like black conservatives they get compromised, black liberals you get murked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know, Lavaris, if there'll be another.
Well,
I don't think.
actually,
I don't know.
to Lavarius's point,
Mm-hmm.
um, my fear is somebody worse than Trump's going to come the way that the Democrats are playing around.
Do I have to
Number
mention this name or should I write it in the back?
Sanchez.
No. This individual is a white supremacist.
Right in the back.
Imagine. Yeah. Now this individual, whose name I'm mentioning, he cannot run for office. He's been, he has a conviction for fraud, but he did serve in. Imagine if
Yeah,
this
I don't see
individual.
him getting. I don't see him getting elected.
No. It's not. It's not that. He can't be elected because he's been convicted of fraud. Although he did
Uh,
serve, like he did serve a term in the Louisiana legislative as a
mm-hmm.
representative. But the point I'm trying to make is there is always going to be a carbon copy of him. That's the worst case scenario. Somebody who is articulate, intelligent, and not as brash like Trump. But someone, I mean, like like, hang on, like a certain little weasel we got to deal with. Let me mention his name in the back. That little weasel.
Yeah, hold on just a minute.
Hmm.
Yeah, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, and support the show. Yeah, there's an echo.
Maybe if I switch to Bluetooth, maybe that'll fix it.
All right.
Hang on. All right, bear with me. But in the meantime, just let me get my.
There we go.
But then again, DeSantis with his the way he flops and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you could. And plus, let's not
Still
forget
hearing the echo.
this guy. Yeah, no, still no. I haven't put it in the Bluetooth yet.
Oh.
Hang on a second. So let me just mute for a minute.
Having a good week. Oh, he's on me.
Yo, how about now?
All right. Good. No echo.
All right,
We're
that's
good.
it. Yeah, I gotta get some headsets.
Yeah, volume might need to turn your volume down just a little bit.
Come again?
Never mind. But yeah, the black community's done pretty much. We
I was done.
I
I'm just saying this is like it's
look.
it's been scattered. It's been on life support, and they gotta keep fighting. But it seems like they always have like a pillow just inches above your face.
Yeah, yeah. Just trying to do the best can to survive, man. Pay these
That's
black
what
bills.
anyone could do.
Mm-hmm. Where these knuckleheads get it together. Just heard a rumor Biden wants to. They're still trying to make Ukraine a NATO member, which is going to be a clusterfuck because Russia told you back 30 years ago they don't want you on their border, which is just a
That's
clusterfuck
true.
waiting. That's a clusterfuck waiting to happen, and that could
This
potentially
invasion
start.
is going to further that, and I'm sorry, but that invasion is going to further that resolve when you think about it. Because let's get something straight. Was Russia justified in their invasion?
No,
No, they weren't. Neither were they. Neither were they justified in their invasion in 2014.
yeah, nobody's
So you
defending
understand?
Russia here, but they are a superpower, and you have to be practical.
Yeah. Let me look at it this way. This generations of Russians. This Ukraine is to them what uh, their parents or possibly their grandparents' generation experienced in Afghanistan. That's what they
Hmm.
want to turn that into. But the thing is like the Ukrainians have everything to fight for. Another country that's also you've heard of Moldova, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
yeah, Master Chief.
Moldova is uh,
Do you know why Russia took over Crimea
please
in
tell me,
2014? In 2014?
please tell me,
Not
sir.
necess- Not necessarily.
No, and I'm asking and
I know
naming
Oh,
you're
okay.
why do you think Russia took over you're from that area. Why do you think Russia took over Crimea? Guess who guess whose port had guess who Sevastopol? It's been in Russia's hands since 1750 under Catherine the Great. Where is it located?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Hmm? And guess who tried to abscond with the
yes,
port? Hmm?
yes. Well, the only one water port is there.
Yeah. So guess what? So would you think Russia's going to allow NATO and,
No,
and Ukraine to actually take over Sebastopol?
absolutely not.
And guess who actually wanted to convert back over into Russia? Did they come in and blow up anything Crimea?
Nope.
Nope. They just came in and said, "Okay, Crimea is back with us." Guess what Crimea said? We're on board.
On board.
You got to go. You got to go. It's complicated. I don't really want to, I don't even like going into this stuff in open air, right? This whole Ukraine thing has nothing to do with Russia or Europe. Got everything to do with China. If you understand how this thing rolls,
Geopolitics, huh?
geopolitics.
They're both at
So
a high level.
why would basically hopefully that these knuckleheads don't turn in Ukraine into Vietnam. That's where it's headed.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
Uh,
we're
hey,
up against it, sir.
did you catch the song? Gigi song that he plays at his intro.
No, I still haven't caught it.
Okay, I need to. You guys see this? It's hilarious.
Go ahead and play it.
It has you in it.
Go ahead and play it. You got the time. Go ahead and play it.
Let's see.
Before we continue, BGS,
Mm-hmm.
happy Father's Day. Thank you for
Thank
whooping
you.
my ass like a child, like a redheaded stepchild.
Yeah, yeah. You see, the thing is, one of my thing is, man, is NATO and Europe willing to take this kind of financial beating, you
Yeah,
know, over this? That's what I'm wondering. Because NATO,
but
because
My
Europe
fault.
is suffering. Europe is
mm-hmm.
suffering.
Come on. Sing it with me. Come on. Come on. SBE. SBE. I've been in the manosphere for a long time, but nobody watches me. SBE. SBE. My content's a bore. My pussy is sore. So I created SBE.
Oh man,
Sit right back, let me tell you a tale about a group of weak men going straight to hell. I'm talking about them PhDs, make the ghost of Booker T go weak at the knees. And you all know who I hate the best. It goes by the name of BGS. They're making me sick, it's plain to see. Now come on, everybody, won't you sing with me? SBE. I've been in the manosphere for a long, long time, but nobody watches me.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
I'm turning it into a short.
My content's a bore, my pussy is sore, so I created SVE.
Oh, man. Everybody's got a stick and everything. That's what I like this. This is well, speaking of which, what's his name? Jimmy Butler. He's working on a country album. Good job doing that.
Shoot, that makes me want to go listen to some country music. I'm for real.
I grew up listening to country when I was a kid.
Hold on, wait a minute. Thank you, Aquatech, for the $5 cash app. Since BGS is here, BGS tax is in effect.
Well, let's wait till more people get in the house, okay?
Okay. Well, 15 people. Get a little.
Wait till people get in the house, okay?
Okay. Fair enough.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I had to share that, man. That when he played at the end of the stream. I was actually on it at the end of the stream, and he played that song. I almost fell out my chair, rope.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make it a short. I hadn't heard it before, so. But they'll catch that. I don't understand that, man. And they still, I mean, why you trying to tear down a space that you're trying to take over? It doesn't make sense, And thing is, if you do say you do get rid of me, do get rid of whoever, right?
Yeah.
Why would anybody trust you after that?
As Cole Johnson would say.
Some people you can't get rid of. Like I've been trying to get rid of Big J Triple X for 8 years, man. He's still around. It's like, goddamn, dude, why don't you move on? We broke up 5 years ago, man. Move on, okay? Find a new partner. A lot of these cats,
I don't know if you want to say it like that.
They have closure anxiety.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it, closure anxiety.
They have closure anxiety. I'm going to do a video on that, man, about all the people that have closure anxiety.
Me, it's like getting rid. I mean, there's some.
So you had Denver all along to win the NBA championship, huh?
Because basically, if you look at the way the game is played, right? Basically, you have a wide open lane, and if as long as you have a small center, you can push them out. They can't back you down, stuff like that. Then okay, you could it's a fair game, right? If you have a 7-foot center, man, it's like 310 pounds. Okay, you're not gonna handle him without. You're not gonna handle him without help. And so, as slow as he is, you should be able to keep him from scoring, right? As slow as he is, but thing is, if everybody's around the 3-point line and the lane is wide open, he can just back you down and take his time and just toss the ball over your head. That's what he's been doing. It's easy, So either and the thing is the way the game is set up. If you crowd him, okay, then you're gonna leave your shooters open. So it's like pick your poison.
Pick one, huh?
Oh, if Shaq was in the league, man, Shaq would be having a field day. Shaq would score 50 a night.
Shaq, what's it? Talked about it as well. Basically, like when there's a concept we have in soccer called the dummy runner.
Mm-hmm.
He's that guy who's supposed to who's supposed to draw defenders out of position and play open and give his open shot and everything.
Yeah,
that's what Nico is. But Nico also has he's got good offensive awareness. He reads the room, he reads the court, everything. There's a couple questions he's on the free throw line. He notices after second shot, knows everybody, throws up a signal, let everybody know what to do.
Well, he shoots a 3-pointer and plus There's nobody out there that's his size and weight. So with his 3 pointer, yeah, this guy's gonna shoot, shoot three can shoot 3 pointers,
Sorry.
but he's so big and methodical that you can't handle him. Like there should be more guys out there that can actually handle him, but there isn't because they haven't worked on their skills. Okay,
Yeah.
uh, they haven't.
He's
So
got the fundamentals down because a lot of people forget he made his bones in Serbia first and foremost. I mean,
yeah,
Giannis, he played a couple seasons in Greece before he came to the NBA. What's
yeah,
his
but
name?
yeah,
Luka
but
Doncic.
the thing is when Dwight Howard was still with the Lakers, he had no trouble with Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
Had no problems with him. But now the big centers like Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard was the last of the big centers to be in the league, and so now you got all these like converted power forwards, and they can't handle him.
Yeah.
What was it, like 6'10"?
Who?
Dwight Howard? I thought
He's six. He's
Dwight
six
Howard.
eleven. He's 6'11". But thing is, Dwight Howard is very strong. He's a real honest to God power back to the back center. So
Yeah.
and Jokic is not tall enough or athletic enough or strong enough to actually get him off the block. So Jokic cannot back him down like he did Bam Adebayo in
Adebayo.
yeah Adebayo in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew
Mm-hmm.
you know nobody can really handle him. So I knew that was it's just going to be a walkthrough.
Yeah. Watch your last video, BGS. What did you say? Get your coffee money ready because pussy's in big supplies going
Man, they're dumping
to,
chicks on the street left and right. Man,
and, and you know it's going to get worse after August 29th. That's when they have to start paying those student debts back.
oh, that's part of it. The thing is, right now you have your foreclosures up 50% already.
Damn.
They're gonna put people off the block.
Really? Damn.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yeah. And
that's not a good sign,
foreclosures and evictions are up 50%.
man.
And then
Wait a minute.
we're not even talking about
Need
what's
some
going to happen
numbers for that.
with AI giving people pink slips.
Right. I know the Fed finally stopped raising interest rates.
The interest rates are less about people and more about the banks. Okay, they didn't
Hmm.
stop. They didn't stop because people are getting dumped on the street. They stopped it
Of
because
course not.
it's gonna ruin the bank. There's already banks out there that are on life support with their balance sheet, and the Fed paused it
Oh
to give the
wow.
banks a chance to actually
Yeah.
address some of this stuff, right? But thing is, they said in the next meeting they're going to raise rates. They're going to start raising them again.
Ouch.
Well, we'll see.
We're already
We'll
seeing it,
see.
man. We're already seeing it. The thing is that I'm already hearing reports about chicks already with their 4 kids living in these budget motels and stuff like that, man. Trying to
Yeah.
get up money by going on OnlyFans, not OnlyFans, but on Plenty of Fish, trying to stall a date.
Yeah. Read Lavaria's comment here because
Well,
that's
okay,
desperate.
go ahead and put it up on screen,
Things
man.
are bad. Someone asked me
Mhm.
to
No, he
see my
did.
daughter to stay at
Okay,
my storage. She said she'll
yeah, this
be
woman
in before
asked
night.
me if her daughter could stay in my storage. She said she'd be in before 9 p.m.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's bad. What I'm saying is it's only going to get worse, man. And basically, if it hadn't been for COVID actually putting a pause on everything, it'd already be worse.
Hmm. Yeah.
And in some sense, COVID actually bailed some people out.
I'll give him a respite.
Yeah, because it's suspended all the foreclosures and evictions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
And pay.
it kind of slowed down. One thing it did do is it increased remote work. And
Yes,
so
it did.
Yeah. Oh, Brooke, increase remote work because you can be like a wanderer. You can be like a digital
digital
nomad and
nomad.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's on the passport bulls that
So
has
long as you got
exploded.
good connection.
Has exploded. Go ahead.
Yeah,
but now you
so
got
long
the
as you have good
wait a minute, they were. Oh, now, but now you got that other black swan that what do you call it? Downtown real estate. I kept trying to think of the name of it. You know the
Manhattan, down in New York.
yeah the well because of remote work they have all that real estate that's not
Yeah.
being used.
Oh yeah, it's been that way for New York City, especially Manhattan, has been that way If you go back and look at Louis Rossman, he's been talking about that for the last for 5-6 years, even before the pandemic. And
Okay.
now they're trying to
Wow.
really what they're trying to do is force people back into the office because of that.
Yeah, I shared that video. Apparently, Adams is trying to, make a tax for going downtown. Like, okay, you want people to come back to work, and you're going to charge them a tax? Good luck with that.
What the thing is that you have high rent, okay, and you got
Hmm.
increasing crime because you got people that don't have jobs and stuff like that.
Right.
People that want to go back into, I'm in New Jersey, out in the middle of nowhere, right, where everything's safe in a smaller town.
Hmm.
And if I need to come back into the city, I can take the little 4-hour drive to come back into the city. Okay, I don't need to be downtown. I don't need to be in the office, right? And basically, I mean, look at what you do, right? I mean, you could do your work in a cubicle or at home. It doesn't matter, right, to you, right? If
Right.
I'm not mistaken, right? It doesn't matter. You could be in office, or you could in your little cubicle for 8 hours, or be at home at the same. You're gonna do the same work, right?
Hmm.
And that's what's happening. Most people that sit at a desk, sit in a cubicle, right, and looking in front of a screen. It doesn't matter where the screen is, whether it's at home or it's in the office. And in fact, companies actually save money by you not being in office.
Yeah, flexible hours and whatnot. Um, I remember prime examples I can think of, like people working from home was like
Mm-hmm.
it was in the Middle East. It was U.S. contractors, U.S. military personnel. Most of them because after 9/11, because safety was on a hot was the big concern. Most of them had to work from home.
Hmm.
However, I have a bunch of uncles who were like working in places like that. Um, they could work at the office, but the American colleagues usually have to work from home for safety reasons because driving in and around. And this is 2000. So yeah, I
Why
can
do you,
understand
why
why
do these
people feel like,
characters follow us around, man? Like
I
they
don't
why do
know,
you follow us
man.
around? You don't like
oh,
us.
we
Why
got
don't you
trolls
guys
now.
go? Yeah, why don't you guys go away?
Who's got a wrench?
No, no, they didn't block him. They just hit him for a minute. Thing is, I'm
Okay.
I'm just yeah, you guys weren't here before I put the link in, so I don't know why you guys are following us around. Okay, we're not here to argue with you. If you guys have been outed, on Bernard Riley's. Okay, so basically, you're on a list. So why don't you guys just go? You guys have channels. You got tons of channels. You got other places to be. Go be there. Open up your own stream. Gather your own people. Anyway, go ahead.
Hey, good brother.
There he is. What's up,
Assalamu
brother?
Hey, what's
alaikum.
going on, you
Hey,
guys?
hey.
Everything all right?
I appreciate the birthday gift. All right. What happened last night? What happened to your stream?
Verizon said that there was a lot of areas in California that couldn't even get their phone service or internet. Everything fell down by the wayside. So
Oh, okay.
I was complaining so much. I told them, I said, I have a program I do, and I lost $200. They
Oh,
said,
really?
hey, we're so I didn't lose one, but I just
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that.
You probably did
And,
lose probably more than that.
Yeah,
yeah,
Potentially more than
that's
and
that.
it
about
was
right. Yeah.
and they were apologizing. Okay, I tell you what, we'll give you $250 credit.
Okay. I mean that's
Okay.
fair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
yeah.
fair. It's supposed to be. Did you have the Verizon 5G box?
Yeah, I had the 5G. It's the 5G Q.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah.
box. Same
I
thing.
man, that I started to get that, and it's probably fine most of the time. But thing is, anything wireless, I'm always leery
Oh
about.
boy.
Yeah. So I love my hard
How
lines, but I
many?
always have.
Um. All right.
Yeah.
All right. BGS, bear with me. If you want to leave, I understand for a little bit. I understand, but
Who is it? Okay.
Whoa.
what do you want?
What's the problem, man? I, I thought we could just have conversation. What's wrong with just having conversation?
Nothing wrong with it as long as you converse.
I definitely disagree, but
What, I don't.
Disagree
is
with what?
What do you
disagreeing
disagree about?
contentious to you?
We disagree about what?
With your points about going back into the office, also about the foreclosure affecting Black women. I think some
Well,
of that is out.
okay. Actually, it will. Okay. It's already in the news, man. What are you talking about?
Going back into the office? You said that
Them trying to push people back into the office has been a thing. It has been a subject for the past 2 years. Because what are you going to do with all the real estate? And what are the banks going to do with all the real estate on their balance sheet if they don't get rent?
Right. So going back into the office is the standard now. You were saying that people were going to be working from home more.
No,
and
no,
then
no.
you brought up passport bros.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said the passport bros are taking advantage of that.
No, okay. The thing is, if you're going to say what I said, quote me directly. What did I say about?
Okay, quote yourself because I know what I heard. But
no, I want to know what you heard because that's the problem with this thing. You hear stuff that are not accurate. What did I say? What do you think I said?
You said that there would be a proliferation of remote work, and you gave multiple examples, including the passport bros. You also said that with AB, he can work at home, and all he needs is a computer for productivity. Okay, but that's against what's currently happening.
Well, you have a mismatch. What I said is because of COVID-19. Remember I said that, AB?
Yes, you did.
You have a proliferation, an increase in remote work, right? And I said the increase in remote work is causing an increase in passport bros or digital nomads. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, but it's not current.
And I didn't say it was current. Okay. The thing is, the remote work is still current. They're trying to push people back into the workplace, right? They're trying to push. Even Elon Musk was saying the same thing. They're trying to push people back into the workplace. A lot of millennials, especially, are actually balking at it. Okay. So the current idea is to get people back into the workplace, and that's still iffy right now. And that's just really started like a month ago.
Okay. It's definitely not iffy.
Why
when the CEOs, so Amazon just came out with a mandate to bring all of their remote workers back into the office. They actually had a protest, but nothing changed. They said that they would stick with the return to office. Google is similar. With Elon Musk, who owns Tesla.
In other words, this just started. This has just started.
No, when the CEOs say come back to the office, that's it.
Listen. Okay.
Game over.
In other words, you have to listen to what I'm saying, okay? Instead of responding to what you think I'm saying.
No, I'm responding with facts.
No. Okay. That's the whole problem. Listen to what I'm saying. Respond to what I'm saying and not what you think I'm saying. Okay. This just started. It still remains to be seen.
When a company says you have to return back to the office, that's not just starting. That is done. It's finished.
So
just look at this.
So what if millennial said, forget it, I'm gonna be a barista or I'm gonna take another job at a lower pay and work from home because I don't want to come back to the office.
You walk away from a six-figure tech job for a barista role.
People are doing it. Go look. Don't believe me. Look at the news. Follow the news.
It's all over the news.
It's all over the news.
So people are leaving tech jobs because they have to return to the office for an in-person barista job.
You're not going to believe me because they don't want to be in a big city. You're not going to believe me. Go look for yourself.
No, I'm just asking for the proof.
No.
You said it.
No. Go look for yourself.
Wait, you said something.
You're not going to believe me. You're not going to believe me. Go look for yourself.
I quoted actual mandates from organizations.
That doesn't matter. Go read the news about the pushback. Go read
Nobody's doing that.
No, go look at it. It's in the news. Go look at it.
No, provide the proof is what I'm saying.
No, go. You're an internet guy. You're computer savvy. Go on Google and look and put in news. Look for yourself.
No, you're a guy that's making claims. No. I don't
have to provide shit. Go look for yourself.
Well, you don't have to then. Sure. Well,
Thank you.
So that means that it's unsubstantiated.
Well, then it's fine. Go look for yourself.
Got it.
Go look for yourself, bro.
Go look for yourself.
I'm just not going to make claims that.
Then that's you. That is you. Go look for yourself. I'm not you.
Okay. I just don't put out unsubstantiated.
Well, then
claims.
That's you. That's you. Go look.
That should be everybody, right?
Well, then
we want to say things that's backed up with proof.
The world does not run on should.
Yep.
No, but it is ran on logic, specifically the things that you all put forth in this space, right?
The world does not run on should. Okay.
What? Okay. So that's one thing that I disagree with.
I'm here to kick back and talk to my bros and have a conversation and not an argument. Okay.
Oh, is this a kickback? Oh, hey, listen, I'm not the bros. I thought that this is like y'all are having a conversation about certain subjects.
We're having conversation, not arguments.
Is this an argument?
Yes.
You're making this an argument.
Because I disagree with a point. Does that mean that I'm like?
Go look for yourself, man. Pull it up.
I heard you say go look for yourself. I'm just asking about what's happening here right now.
Okay, why don't you just go look for yourself right now?
Go look for myself that people are leaving tech jobs for barista jobs? What? Come on, that's not happening. That's not.
Oh, prove it's not. Go ahead.
So people are leaving. No, you prove it because you make the claim.
Look.
Why would I prove something that you make a claim about?
Look, man. I'm not here to argue with you. Okay.
I'm not here to argue with you either. But if you don't want to provide this,
no. I don't.
We can move on to something else. That's okay.
Provide it. Now, yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Okay. Listen, hey, it's all good. Can I bring up the next one about the foreclosures, or do you all want to kick back? It's up to you. AB, it's your panel.
Go ahead, man. Get it out.
Get it out. Go on and get it out.
Get out and get out.
Well, so about the foreclosures, I think you made a direct correlation with that. That's the thing that's happening with Black women. When foreclosures happen.
All people.
No, that's not. That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Okay, you just trying to put words. Yeah. He's clearly just trying to put words in your mouth now.
That's all right.
If we go, wait, AB, you brought up the whole thing about Black women being affected by the things coming down the pipe, and BGS brought up foreclosures and evictions as proof. I just heard it. Like, I wouldn't say that.
Do Black women have apartments and homes?
Yes.
So you're trying to say that there's no Black women or even a good portion of Black women that will get evicted or get their house foreclosed on?
No. My point is that it affects everyone. And I put it in the chat. Like, I literally had a comment there still in the chat.
So are Black women included in everyone?
Yes. But it's also Black men. So to make the argument that it will affect Black women is leaving out a large context.
I can isolate Black women in that group if I want to.
So Black men and Black women are currently on the streets, and that somehow is going to bring Black women back to the table or something, or cause them to be.
Black women are already coming back to the table. LeVar's just gave you anecdotal evidence of that. Okay, and I've heard that from other people. So basically, yes, that's going to happen. Under economic stress, Black women will come back to the table. Yes, they will.
What about these AI pink slips that you're talking about?
Okay. Under Char Willie, right? When this is like 2018 when I started my women's channel. Okay. And Char Willie actually works for medical billing, right? And she's been, as a contractor, and she works for different offices under medical billing, right? And medical billing is done on the computer with a computer screen, right? They were already replacing people with AI back in 2018 in medical billing. So,
do you know the difference between AI and automation?
Can I finish my goddamn statement? Yes, AI is automation, sir.
No, it's not. Those are not the same thing.
Yes, AI does not.
Yes,
it is.
Gosh.
If you automate
AI does not equal automation.
If you automate a process, sir, that is automation. Okay.
No, it is not.
Okay,
AI is artificial intelligence.
I'm not.
Automation is repeating. See, because you don't know and you don't want to hear what the truth is.
I don't want to argue the guy.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just picking up the facts.
All right, I'll be back.
Have a good day. Have a good day, gay babe.
Okay, bye.
What's going on, Z?
I just want to know if tonight was Smoke Show.
No.
No.
Okay, okay.
No, we gave him
but wait. BGS, you got a son, right? You got a son, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. AB, you got a dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too. I don't need those. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I don't got daddy issues. I'm just,
I got 5 freaking grandsons.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Z, you're right. I forgot about that. You know what that was, BGS.
Oh, and I pull women off of wait. I pull women off of my intellect and my looks too, not just my money. That part too.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I mean, let me. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too sensitive, man. Did that sound like a conversation or a debate?
Debate.
Hey, bro. Hey, I don't know about
Focus
hunting
on
dudes to argue with them. I don't know, but like that sounds a bit homoerotic to me. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Oh, well,
oh,
AI,
that is fine.
artificial intelligence is not automation. Okay, yes, it is, sir. Okay. In fact, it said. In fact, in fact, your what you
Mhm.
call it say it right. Automating the process is automation, even if it's digital. It's
Mhm.
automation, sir.
Hey, bro. Hey. I don't know, BGS. You think it's really about the topic? I think people need daddies out here. That's all. You
Yeah.
know. I,
I don't. I
I
Well,
don't
you,
pay any attention.
Father's Day is tomorrow,
hey, you see
so
what I'm saying, Art? You see what I'm saying?
it's
Shout out to
gonna be
you,
a
Art. By
lot.
the way, shout out to Art.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Hey,
just
Hey,
wish
bro.
it.
Hey, talking about. I gotta call my dad. He's in Haiti right now. I gotta
uh,
tell him Happy Father's Day.
evictions and foreclosures. You just said it was about black women. I said it does affect black women.
yeah.
You didn't talk about everybody. I did say
And
it's going to affect everybody, but I can actually
that's
isolate
kind of a
one
given.
entity.
I don't know
Yeah,
BGS. Why are you still talking? It wasn't about that.
I know it wasn't. I
Mhm.
know. I know.
Just
It's
give
it's
them the right.
Oh man.
it's like
Hey,
arguing
bro.
with it's like
When
arguing with my girlfriend.
Hey, look, when a bro,
See,
when look, sometimes men
eh,
need brotherly love too. They just don't know how to say it. They need a
I
hug.
know. I need a
They need
hug.
a hug
Okay,
from a
need a
brother.
hug.
They just
Okay.
don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
It might come off a little,
Oh,
rainbow. So they just don't know how to say it. Like Art said, it's Father's Day. So
yeah.
you know.
I try not to
Just say
go
you
there,
need
uh,
a
but
please
hug,
give
yeah,
bro.
me the
yeah,
hand.
yeah. That's what it sounds like.
BGS will send you a hug through the internet. Just say you need a hug, bro. Jeez.
Get a digital
Uh,
hug.
Look, man. BGS, go to Walgreens when you get a chance, or CVS, get you a Hallmark
Okay.
card, right? Brotherly love, and just send them the card. That's all it is.
Okay. Just a minute. There's 48 watching. I only got 18 likes. Get my likes up.
Mhm.
oh,
Hey,
did I do anything
why
like that?
AB talking to me? I ain't hit that like button yet. Wait a minute, let me get that. Wait a minute, wait a
I
minute.
just I
I'm
just
driving. I can't
wish
do it yet. I can't do it yet because I'm gonna
Go ahead,
crash.
Art.
it's a lot of brilliant brothers here,
Mm-hmm.
and I just sit back and just shake my head on why these antics are always necessary. When you can just say your point and move on. I
Yeah.
never understood the whole going back and forth, and you're supposed to be very professional. A lot of professional brothers that in different spaces. It's like, why?
But Art, are you supposed to be professional with black people?
Mm. So that's
You
what it
see where I'm
is.
going? You see where
So
I'm
this
going?
this this is the cookout.
No,
Lord.
it's the. I'll do one better, Art. Anti-blackness knows no bounds. Are you supposed that's why I asked the question. Yeah, professional, but not with black people, especially
Yeah,
black men. Hell
because
no.
I pay attention to background. Some of these people with
Mhm.
like their backgrounds are
Mm-hmm.
good as far as
Yeah.
like the industry,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
you coming in here like you're not professional. I mean, don't get me wrong. You don't have to come in like with a stick up your ass. But man, even in the barbershop, it's not like this. Most
Well,
barbershops.
in the
Yeah.
barbershop, it couldn't be like this, Art,
There'll be a fight.
because
It'll be a
the
fight.
hands,
It'll be a
some
fight.
hands will start
Yeah,
flying.
exactly.
Exactly,
Yeah.
the hands might start
Exactly.
flying.
There'd be a fight. There'd be a fight.
No, no.
Somebody can get
This
a
is
clipper in the
It's
face.
got
this is trying to re-indoctrinate. I know what's best, even though I haven't
Mhm.
been on this plane long enough.
But I prefer, I know people ain't listening to me, but I prefer that if you are coming from a professional background, bring some of that into conversation with your disagreement. That's what we're looking for. Me personally, I'm looking for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mhm.
when like I make this joke, when people going back and forth, I put the phone down and go make a sandwich and come back if the argument's still standing.
So that's
I
why
don't
you be
have
so
time. I'm past 50, man. I don't feel like hearing that stuff.
So that's why you be
I
so
got a
silent when
wife.
people go back and forth. That makes sense.
Now,
I got
now
a
I know
son.
why sometimes Art, I'll be like, damn, I've been sitting in the back for like 10 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
Makes a
people
lot of
spend a
sense.
lot of time like disrespecting, BGS past 60. and it's like over some small stuff.
Just some background noise,
Small
Judge.
stuff. Oh man, I should have sent you his intro, AB.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
actually had the TV on for a change. Sorry.
hey, do y'all hear something from somewhere where nobody lives?
Oh man, here we go.
I think I hear something from a state with the population of 3.
Oh Lord.
actually, what's so bad? It's actually a lot of people moving to Cleveland, which is surprisingly.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What's this place you call Cleveland? I've never heard of it.
The place where the lake caught on
I'm
fire.
missing you.
Michael Jordan made the shot.
Michael Jordan lived in Neverland?
Oh, wow.
No, where Michael Jordan made the shot. One of his most famous shots was here in Cleveland.
Word?
Wait, he's low key hating you because he knows his hometown is eventually going to submerge.
Yeah. Since I got my lefty here,
I got my paddles ready.
Yeah, since I got my lefty.
Well,
I have to ask him.
Wait, AB lucky I'm not flaming his ass too. AB lives in Indiana. How many people live in Indiana but AB and PK? That's it.
Oh, don't forget Snowman.
The Jackson's relatives.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And that's it. You're right, Art.
And Larry Bird's people too. Yeah.
I gotta ask Mr. Z your thoughts on the lefty bootlegs got their panties in a bunch because Cornel West is running for president.
I haven't followed what everyone is saying about it. Outside of some of the white left, it looks like they like it because of the disruption. They don't expect him to win, but you could tell like they want him to be part of debates. They want him to.
They're that tired too. Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The white left is loving this.
It's going to be a 1-2 punch because you got Cornel West, and you got what's his name, Kennedy. That made hard.
RFK Jr. Yep.
With them two.
Yeah.
Maybe one might shake up things, but 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then you got Kamala in the mix as far as she could be surfacing as one that's taking over Biden if something bad happens. They gotta figure out this story quick.
Geriatrics in this story.
Yeah, if the white folk go to left are supporting Cornel West, that's not a good sign for Biden.
Well, the thing is, like I say, Biden is probably standing in for Bernie Sanders. Okay, because Biden has a lot of. I mean, not the Biden, but the West has a lot of pull with white folks, with liberal white folks.
Yeah, in academia.
Especially. He always has.
Yeah. Brother.
He has.
I said brother for Art. Art know why I said brother because that's all Cornell say.
Yeah, he calls everybody brother, even his frog. What's up, brother?
When they rebooted the Progressive back in 1994, he was one of the original members. So him and Amy, what's in there with Democracy Now? Yeah.
Amy Goodman.
That word.
Amy Goodman, yes.
Yeah.
Amy Goodman, him. What's his name? What's his name? Not our. No, the guy that does health. White boy that does health. White guy that does health.
Not Oz.
No. Bigger than that. Natural health.
Wheeler? Something Wheeler, I think
it's definitely not Richard Simmons.
No. I'll find it. Forget it. I'll find it.
Let me get
you know who I wanted to mention also that I think was doing the Lord's work.
Gary Null is the other
guy.
Okay. I don't know if I ever heard of it. Okay, I got some more to do.
Progressive Network. You're progressive. Never heard of Gary Null.
Yeah. I'm gonna look him up. I'm almost certain that I know who you're talking about.
I'm pulling your lefty card, man.
Wait a minute. Let's see.
I'm pulling your
because
lefty
I
have natural health. Gary Null is like the godfather of natural health. And he's had a progressive network for like maybe 25 years.
Did he do Back to Eden? Or that's somebody else?
Now that was Back to Eden. Wasn't that Sabi? No, that was
I think
Back to Eden.
So I watched this
a
lecture.
little
Damn, I
small
wish I could.
book.
I'll put it in the back chat. So this is how I know who you're talking about, but I didn't know. Okay, this lecture that let me know. I'm putting it in the back chat.
Yeah, yeah.
But Glenn Ford is who I was thinking. Who I wanted
Oh,
to mention earlier.
Glenn
Go ahead.
Ford is an old fashioned civil rights guy.
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually wanted to
He's a
mention him when he passed. When he passed, I was like, God damn, like,
but Glenn
yeah,
Ford has had a blog, has a podcast on Gary Knows Progressive Network for like God since it started until he died.
yeah,
Wow.
with the Black Agenda report. That, yeah,
Black Agenda
Also, since I
Report. Yep,
got
yep,
CFP,
yep, yep.
yep.
yeah, so
So if you look at the Progressive Network,
Hmm.
that's Gary Know.
Okay,
Mm.
okay.
so
All right.
Rebecca's going
Go ahead.
divester on us, huh?
Oh
I
boy.
don't really
No,
care. I don't really
what
care. I know how strong the sister is. I don't really care.
the
It is
thing
what
is,
it is.
what option does she have, man? Because
Yeah, when the
like
sisterhood comes down on you, it's
no,
hard.
basically, basically the brothers that are abandoning ship. What options does she have?
Yeah, that's true.
This black women doing better than black men thing
Hmm.
is so, it's like a yawn fest. First of all, and Obsidian goddamn got to the punch before me, because he's, once I saw the clip he played, I was like, why it sound like she fell out the 90s? And he was like, ain't this some 90s stuff? And I was like, goddamn, he said it. He said, like, I thought it was straight 90s talking points. I'm like, what year are we in? 97? What the hell?
Yeah.
They're secretly gay. When you take out the gay ones, and then the ones that are in jail, and the ones that don't have an education, and the ones that's this, I'm like, who
Oh,
just
really?
turned on Waiting to Excel? like what the hell just happened? What year are we in? Right? So I'm waiting for
Oh,
No
that's
Scrubs to get on the radio. Like,
Z.
go ahead.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
go ahead. Mhm.
Sorry, but to update that, there was a song by Light Jennings that talked about something like that. It's called Statistics. It sounds more like that, maybe, than Waiting
Yeah.
to
It,
Exhale.
yeah, she was doing way too much. But I get it. Look, I get it. I get it. I get
Oh, by
Mm.
the way,
it.
Oh,
we keep forgetting doing that shit. Well, I said you just got halfway on it.
Nah,
Go on.
Toya does it better.
yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Toyota stole
You
my
ever
ish,
heard
bro. It's
you ever
gone.
heard a woman act like Bill Cosby doing the Jello pudding thing? It's funny as hell.
And I have never heard that one.
A woman
Let's
doing the
talk
Bill
about
Cosby
that.
voice.
Who did it?
Oh my! No, some of my students.
Oh, your
They
students.
they
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about two. Apparently, 9 more accusers came out.
Oh, against
They
who?
must really want. They must really want to put Cosby.
I
Uh,
think
Red
I,
Warner.
and you know what? If Cosby was smart, man, he'd take his wealth and he'd just move out of the country. Forget it.
Yeah,
What I would do.
and this is in Vegas too now, right?
yeah,
Is he?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's in
they
Nevada.
9 people. So yeah, I don't think
But it's getting crazy.
it like we just said.
Well,
Say what?
how old is
No,
Dr. Cosby?
I said
You
BJ, like B just said, he needs to leave the country. He needs to.
yeah. I mean, that's what he should have done, man, years ago. But thing is, people are hard headed.
Yeah,
Instead of fighting it, man, instead of
his wife might not want to leave.
well, let her stay.
Mm.
If you want to stay, let her stay.
85 years
But
old.
I didn't pay attention for 2 seconds. What we talking about? Who we talking about?
Bill
Bill
Cosby.
Cosby.
Oh
Nine,
yeah,
allegedly,
yeah.
9 more women have come out and said that
Yeah,
he
bro. It's time to take
raped
a
them.
flight, bro.
Yeah,
Russell Simmons, anyone? Go ahead.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Time
Now,
to
also,
vacate, Mr. Cosby.
doesn't help that Conor McGregor just got accused of sexual assault too. So they have to, they have
Wait,
to
the
pull out
boxer?
a black. No, yeah, the MMA guy.
Oh, I said the boxer. I'm sorry. Yeah, the MMA. What?
Yeah.
Well,
This not the first time. This not the first time,
So
though.
they got to find a black man to accuse of something.
hey, everybody, keep your head down.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see him, that means somebody coming after him.
Right?
It's gonna be a big.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, I had a quick question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your thoughts on Kennedy trying to run for office? And
Uh,
to the panel as well.
I think Kennedy is. I'm starting to believe Kennedy is just in case, but you need an alternative because the Democrats are not. With this economy, the Democrats are not faring too well as far as in the polls.
Yeah.
So I think 2024 is a toss-up. And if Biden, I was hearing by who I can't remember who it was, one guy campaign strategist say that Biden can't campaign. Right? He was lucky because of COVID because he didn't have to go on the road. He's got to go on the
Yeah.
road
Oh,
if he's
yeah.
going to campaign. Okay,
That's gonna take a
And
toll on
he's
your body.
82 years old. He's
can
82. That'll take a toll on him.
yeah
But
can he get by with remote campaigning
No.
bro.
without pressing the flesh because his body can't take that
He's
travel.
falling all over the place, literally. So yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I don't know. That was the thing. That's the thing I heard.
Plus, they see the writing on the
And
wall. So they starting to attack Kamala more. Because they know that
well,
she's probably about to
actually,
step up.
yeah, actually, that's kind of my point. Art,
and that's easy.
it's not necessarily his age that's bothering me. Is that Kamala? Ugh,
Yeah, she's going to have to step
I
up. So, and
Now,
they don't have nothing on.
all you trolls that come over here, man, y'all hit the like button, okay?
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
and
they don't.
I got hold on wait a minute. I got 56 watching. Hit the like button. BGS
Yeah,
tax in effect. Support the channel.
yeah.
Go ahead.
If you guys want to troll, man, pay the troll tax, the troll toll.
Hysterical troll test. Yeah,
Troll
seriously.
tax. I got to use that one.
She Kamala
Troll
Harris.
fee.
Kamala Harris is a loose shoelace away from being president. She
Yeah.
is. She is a. What, didn't George W. Bush choke on a pretzel? She is a choke on a pretzel away
I don't
from
think Kamala.
being president.
I don't think Kamala Harris really wants to be president. I really don't.
I don't think so either. Not anymore.
I think she's
I
had
think
her
she
taste.
did when she ran initially, but not
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah. When she's had a taste of what it's really like to be president, I don't think she likes it very much.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. She got that. She got. They showed her at the Juneteenth event. She got that nervous laugh. I was like, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, basically, man, the presidential office, if you've never been in it, is the depths of the black pill, right?
Yeah.
Good point.
Depths
The
of the black.
Mariana Trench. It's the Mariana Trench.
It is a Mariana Trench. Literally, every decision can actually be life or death for somebody.
I
Literally.
actually have to shout out Barack Obama because when he was at the correspondence dinner,
Uh,
I think it was during his last term, he pointed out how Michelle looked young, and he showed a picture of himself. It was an entire skeleton.
yeah.
I was like, that's pretty funny, but it's true because his hair had turned almost completely gray.
It's almost fully white in 8 years, man.
But I have to give credit for it. He told the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, and he
That-
started smoking more. They don't talk about that. He was smoking. Remember, he stopped for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he started smoking again before he.
I can believe that.
Stress.
blame him? Can we blame him? No. We
No,
can't blame
not
him for that.
really.
You know, as stressful as that shit is, you'd be wanting to pick up a cigarette or grab a drink or something. I mean, what's his
Yeah.
face? He had a good stress reliever, but you know that got him into some scandal back in '96.
Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
being the leader of this nation right
Oh
now,
boy.
especially.
hmm
Ugh.
And you're
I
in
mean,
the thick of a whole lot of mess, man, right now.
Yeah.
Hey, boy, you got to be built different right now. Right now.
But here's the thing on that, y'all. Him being in that position, he's probably even near death. I hate to say it.
hmm
How much does he really care?
Good question.
And the-
Hey, Art, you still think Newsom is going to try to run?
I just saw an article today
What did he say?
about that.
I don't think he
They're saying
I don't
he
think-
doesn't act like he wants to run.
No.
of course, he's not supposed to because you can tell that DeSantis is egging him on that. But that was an article a few days ago. But I just saw one today. They were talking about addressing him getting into the race. I forgot the name of the art. Matter of fact,
I don't think he's well liked amongst
he's not supposed to. He got Nancy Pelosi. I always say that. That's just ace in the hole. Let me see what it says. It says Newsom's media blitz fuse presidential talk. That's the matter of fact. Let me put that in. I don't know if I can do it from here though. But that's the article because I saved it. So I have a feeling is I mean the way it may play out. Of course, you got Cornell and Kennedy in there, but I think you're going to get a couple of other people that's going to be right there, already ready to step in when it's time to run. I think he's one of them, and probably somebody else. that's already like deep in the party. And the reason why I keep saying it's Newsom because of his auntie. That is the only reason. Because, like you guys said, he's not really likable.
He's definitely not
But
like
but I
Uh,
think that his
yeah. I mean, he's like meh. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah
really mostly
he's not
indifferent about it.
he's not a household name.
No.
But I'm quite sure he's like a liberal, darling,
He
as you
he is
will.
the mirror image of DeSantis on the other side because DeSantis is not likable either.
Yeah,
He's meh also. He's as charismatic as a cardboard box.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So their mirror that debate would be a snooze fest.
he would.
because if you
Wait.
think
Hold on.
about
Wait a minute. Mr. Z, don't talk about him and Charlie Chris's debate like that. Oops, did I say that
Yawn.
out
That was a snooze fest.
because if you got
Unfortunately, I watched that shit. Yeah, you're right. It was a snooze fest. Oh.
yeah, because Pelosi is to me that's the only reason why I think he may be running because of Pelosi, what she does
Hmm.
behind the scenes. That is the
Mm.
only reason. I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah. Thank you,
And
F.
plus, the lady is
Holiday,
what
and
83 right now, 82, something
yeah,
like that. She's supposed to been got out of that office.
yeah. Thank you, F.
She
Holiday, and thank you, Julian, for the cash apps. Go ahead, continue, Art.
yeah yeah she's supposed to have been out, but I think she's holding on for her nephew.
Is
And
she still the
I'm
money
thinking
of
that
the Democratic Party, Art? I think she's still the money.
yeah, because we got to remember, Mike V said that you got to have time to campaign and get
Mm-hmm.
money, or whatever. I think they don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Him in particular, I don't think so. Because you got most these campaigns are media based now, so you don't have to. I don't see that many mailers these days. I don't
Okay.
get that many phone calls. I don't get people knocking on my doors. That kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they have a whole new way of campaigning. I think the raising the money is when you start doing like the big trips, like Iowa and all those other places.
Hmm.
So that's just my humble opinion. I'm not
Oh,
an expert or anything.
speaking of that, hey, Z, your thoughts on Biden might actually lose the first two states because of some bullshit they're doing with the order of things, like usually was it Iowa and New Hampshire go first, right? Well, this year apparently the DNC has made it so South Carolina goes first,
Mm.
and the Democrats in Iowa and New Hampshire are not having it. Oh, Z dropped off,
Okay.
and and but
They got him.
Iowa, yeah,
He might have to go back to work.
yeah, that's true because he said he's been working like that.
Yeah.
Oh, there
He
he
took
is.
okay there. He took them days off, man. He might have to be you know, got to hide the
No, I
phone from the
think bro,
boss.
we got
M- My, my,
drive everything, go train tracks.
my bad. Can you
Yeah,
guys hear me right now?
we got you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I lost connection to AB's question. I remember that was up for debate a few years ago. North Carolina beating the first up. Was it North or South Carolina being the first? It was whichever one Clyburn's from. I remember.
South Carolina. South
Yeah,
Carolina.
so I remember that was up for debate, but I didn't know they actually went through with it.
They went through with it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
New Hampshire and Iowa are not happy about it. They, in fact,
Yeah, because
they're gonna,
that's the prestige.
yeah, and they're gonna run. Here's what's going on. Here's what I'm hearing. They're gonna run their primaries anyway, and Biden's not gonna be on the ballot,
Mm.
so it automatically goes to RFK. So
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
a strange. It's gonna be a very strange election.
yeah.
Divide and conquer. Divide
Yeah.
and conquer.
No, you in the Romans bread and circus
Now
now.
they're talking about how the media is gonna try to sweep that under the rug. You can't sweep something like that under the rug. I'm sorry. That's
No,
gonna
because it's been Iowa for how long?
ever since I've been in politics.
I don't ever remember it not
Okay,
being
okay.
Iowa.
Let me ask the master teacher because he would probably know. Is there a time it didn't start in Iowa?
The what?
Is there a time the primaries didn't start in Iowa? You would know because
I think Iowa has always been like the one of the either the first primary, the Iowa caucus has
yeah,
always been one of the
Yeah.
first ones. Yeah.
Ever since I've been following politics.
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I'm asking because you've been in politics longer than any of us. That's what I was like. Well, let me ask.
Yeah,
That's it.
as far as long as I've been there in the Iowa, that's why they get their they'll get their
Art, do
press and
you
their
know any different?
publication. Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't heard
uh,
anything different.
yeah. Iowa
But
caucus has always been first.
but the thing is, Democrats are really screwing up because they want to make it South Carolina all of a sudden, which is a state they're not going to win anyway. I'm like, okay.
Well, maybe they know something we don't.
Um,
Maybe the Republicans are doing so badly that they want to take advantage of it as early as possible. I don't know.
yeah,
I don't
I don't
know,
know.
BGS, because I remember this being a conversation years before, any of this. This
Hmm.
this has been up in the works for a few years. I just didn't know they went through with it. I thought it was just kind
Oh,
of,
really? I didn't know that.
yeah. No, they've been. I remember hearing about this. I want to say at least 3-4 years ago. At least three
Okay.
to four years ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Iowa's always been South Carolina's always been an early swing state to give you the direction of how the rest of the campaign, the primaries are
Exactly.
going to go. Because Hillary Clinton, that's where she came in. She actually uh, shedded some tears, some white female tears when Barack Obama was kicking her ass. She went to South
Mm.
Carolina and started crying.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, remember we got Jim Crow Clyburn down there to help him out.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Let me share this real quick, man, because I know he's still
Oh,
watching.
okay.
It's just a real headline. That's all. If you
Oh,
can,
there it
I
is.
don't know if you can.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. See that? A small group of Amazon employees are rallying behind Andy Jassy's return to work office ultimatum while their co-workers protest. Okay, so it's still a thing. It's still a thing. So we'll have to see how it turns out. But the real reason is that the office. The real reason is that I mean, I said this a long time ago, and they've been worried about this about the empty office space is because
Hmm.
these buildings are still on the bank's balance sheets, right? And
Right.
banks are losing money behind this, and they don't want to cause a banking crisis. So that's how you have this big rush to uh, actually put people
Keep
back
prices
into the
up.
office. Yeah,
Oh, we have that too.
so that's why it's so coordinated.
BGS, just to
Uh-huh.
add on that, um, I read some articles that even there's proposals on trying to rezone some of those commercial spaces um, for just for provide tenancy because, like you said, the amount of money they're losing is just crazy, especially with those adjustable rates that are about to
Oh
hit
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah. They could, but thing is, when you convert, commercial real estate into or rezone it into living spaces, right? Guess what you also do on the other side? You also bring down the prices of
Yeah,
residential real estate. So
yeah,
it's a
it's
fine
true.
balance. Yeah. So basically, they're in a no win situation as far as the banks are
Yeah,
concerned because
they do.
they man, they just put themselves in the middle of a Kobayashi Maru. Okay, so basically, Biden is facing his own, just like Trump faced his own back in 2020. What do you do? It's really a no-win situation.
I sent you an article too, BJ. So I don't know if you got a chance, but it was in London. They're going to do like I think foreclosures are up 50% due to adjustable rates as well. So a lot of people are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's yeah, basically this is austerity, okay, and this is austerity measures, and when you have high interest rates, just like they did in the '70s, you have reduction of jobs, and you got inflation, you know,
Hmm.
all at the same time. So you got basically that's why I call it stagflation. You got two forces pulling against each other, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
and that's what happens. And who's in the middle, which is your population. So it's got to bear it. Essentially
By the way,
austerity. Go
What
ahead.
was
BGS and Art, when y'all send me stuff, I really do check them out. When you put an article up in the group chat on the emails, I do check it out. BGS, I checked out the latest email you sent me with the lady speaking about the history of austerity and neoliberalism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I did a whole stream on that because I was
yeah,
like, I've been vindicated. I've been saying it. I've said it on all of our streams, but I didn't know how right I was.
yeah,
I thought I was right, but like now I know I'm right. Like
Yeah,
it was. Yes. Go ahead.
and everything we're going through now is something she just said. She said in that stream, right? In that lecture, right?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to the book yet, but I actually have the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a second, BGS.
But
Sweetheart, if you don't care, why are you here?
I think they already canned her. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
I'm just in case she's still watching. I'm like, why are you here?
That might be a dude trolling like he's a woman,
It,
bro.
it,
There's
or,
no
or
way.
Yeah,
it could be
yeah,
or
sound like
sexy red. Yeah, you got a lot of
Yeah.
oh
trolls, man, from that camp.
messy. Oh, you mean
Yeah.
messy red? Never mind.
Messy red. Yeah.
It's like hysterical.
That's what I call her,
But
messy red. And I don't
you
care
know,
if you listen. Yeah, I called you messy red. Get over it. Anyway, next
you
topic.
Oh
know,
well,
that
yeah,
was that was
they
go ahead.
want to discredit me and take me down and debunk me. That's what they want to
Yawn.
do.
Yeah.
Yawn.
BGS straight up. I know.
Bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. BGS straight up. I know I shared her content, but the truth is, I can't listen to her for 5 minutes. My brain will start to hurt. I'm like, no.
Who is that?
Messy
Which
red.
content?
I can't listen to her for 5 minutes.
I don't listen to her. I don't listen to her at all.
I can't
No.
listen for more than 2 minutes. My brain starts to hurt.
Like I said,
I
I
was sharing it
started.
just to be because I thought it was funny. But go ahead, Z.
Yeah, well, I
No,
mean,
I was.
I know you didn't know. I was just telling you that you already have her blocked because,
Yeah.
in fact, she had to go through Big J just to get a mention to me. So I said, okay, Big J, you blocked too. He said, it's getting ridiculous.
Oh wow.
Uh, so
Yeah, she has
all the Rose galleries coming together.
to her credit, she does have her
Mhm.
simps. It is what it is. But what were you? Yeah.
I just realized this. Here's a WWE reference regarding BTS. He's like
Yes,
Chris
sir.
Jericho. Because, he's like Chris Jericho. BTS like Chris Jericho. Because, you know what's going to be bad? You fuck my list. Remember?
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I'm talking AD. I'm referring to AD here. Go ahead.
I don't get her. I don't get them. So
There's some people you're never going to get. You just leave it be. There's some
Yeah,
things in life I don't get.
I'm at the point I don't try to understand them. I just leave them where I found them and keep it moving. That's all right.
I mean,
That's
it's
how I
like
am
what
with BW. I'm like, don't yell at them, don't scream at them, don't do none of that. Leave them to themselves. They'll figure it out. Go ahead.
I had to really sit back and look at the age of the people that are on these panels. I'm like, I'm too old for these guys. I just can't.
Yeah.
They're saying a lot. I mean, and I know, and that's the thing too. They get along together, or they do a little jousting or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I just leave them to their own devices and go on about their business. But because I try to support people, whatever, regardless of the age or whatever. But it just seems like they have more of a camaraderie with their own age group. That's why I have to really look at that. I mean, there's a few variation of like older folks, but for the most part, it's usually that pocket of 33 and 36 or something like that.
Oh, like I think it's like 30, like 33 to 40. I think that's the
30 to 40.
Yes,
Okay.
can you take over for a minute, please? Can you take over for a minute, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he's gonna do his natural run. I hear you, fam.
He got a candy gram, man. He got a
No, man, he about to blow up the bathroom. Y'all being nice. Stop it.
Let the man
You hear him through the mute button.
Right.
Don't slip up and hit that unmute button, man.
You over here eating veggies and stuff like that. Following
Lord July.
Wait. You following Art and eating veggies and stuff, and Art ain't tell you about the mud butt. That's what he didn't tell you.
He's got the Chipotle drum roll.
Right.
Because he's shuffling cards.
Right.
So he's shuffling cards. That's not what that is, man.
That's a semi-auto Art.
The Thunderbolt
That's what it is. It's a rail gun.
I don't think.
He's getting
I think 911 hit 911. Oh hell no!
He's a legend,
right?
I
never heard that.
And on tonight's news, restroom.
He's got the annoying neighbor who wants to come over and try and show her her cleavage. That's it.
That's
That's
the
what it
new.
is.
That's the new Foley. Oh
Hey,
man.
let me ask you this, man. I want to ask you this. What is it about uh, black women and men coming back to negotiate at a metaphorical table that bothers people so much?
I think they're just used to the things the way they are.
Uh
Probably.
huh.
I'm
Uh huh.
guessing. You know, the whole. It kind of reminds me of the No Man's Club on
Married with children.
Married with Children.
Married
Exactly.
children.
It
Okay.
Yeah.
it just seems like, you know, if it sounds like you get your stuff together, you ain't a part of us no more.
Mm.
If you sound like you came up with some solution that'll possibly work, it you know, I can't believe that, I was your homeboy, that kind of thing. And
So
then
they
one
want.
last thing too, I think is that the ideal of having a family is scary now.
Is it okay?
I think so. I think the fact that you gotta, okay, at first we complained about women not
Hmm.
coming to the table, not knowing how
Okay.
to act, not knowing how to
I,
cooperate.
yeah. Yeah. I thought that was.
Now
I
all
thought
of
that
a
was the
sudden,
case. Yeah.
they want to come back and you used to have the conversation about it and
Yeah.
may have the possibilities of, cooperating and doing something. Guess what?
Hmm.
You gotta get your paper together. You gotta get your act together, your responsibilities and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Why should I do all that when I can just complain? Do all the stuff that I normally do, and or I could just pretend like I don't need them.
Because man, I'll add. I've seen a lot of these dating shows. Usually the clips, because I try to do like Ed and look at the black men who are snapping the clips and then
Yeah.
just putting it on their platforms, right?
Yeah.
Like the Black Light Thon, right?
Don Leckie. Yeah.
Yeah, like those guys, and they'll put their spin on it. I appreciate it. But a lot of those women went from like, oh, he's got to be making 500,000, 300,000. Like, hey man, he's got to make 60K,
Hmm.
70K. Like
Yeah.
the price has been dropping,
Yeah.
and
Real.
they
Real.
know it
Yeah. Yeah. Reality setting in.
exactly. And meanwhile, like I don't want to get into like the skills and resources thing, but like, look, I'm in Theo's group. I know some of those guys. I'm in workshop with those guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting jobs. They're getting the certifications. They're getting interviews. They are months away from being like 60K. Man, they're months away from being like multiply that.
Yeah.
And they're willing to do that work. And they're like, I'm done. Not like I'm done with black people because I love black people. I'll go to Brazil. I'll meet a black woman there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and they're and like this is they're not mean. They'll make jokes about some shit like, man, look at
Yeah.
Keisha again.
Nothing.
Let
But
me
they're
ask you
like,
this: since you're on and you're one of those guys, Jules. Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After COVID and remote work, did that make you look at being a passport bro, or an expat,
I,
or
uh no. I wouldn't
was
say
more
I'm
attracted?
unfair to say
Mm,
like I've been to multiple countries before this, but the
mm-hmm.
idea of like having a family in America, that is the thing that really turned me off.
Okay.
That's the thing because I've been to 30 countries before even this passport bro shit really
Okay.
popped off,
I
right?
mean, I
Okay.
But
mean, I
like
mean,
the idea,
being but like being a remote worker, not just visiting, but
oh,
living.
remote workers, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys are like, look, I'd say the guy, it's three categories, and it mostly swings in the middle. And
Yeah.
on the high end, it is guys who are in a remote work capable, software development, and they're just looking for a different vertical, right? That's what I'm in, and
Yeah.
I'm looking for a different vertical. There's the
Yeah.
middle end where there's guys who are in the professional class. Like I'd say they would be the 89s to like low 92s,
Okay.
making 70 to 90,000, right?
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
but they've got a divorce, but they're like, man, I don't want to do this shit. And there's a good chunk of those guys. I think those are the guys in the middle. And then there's the
Okay.
guys who are in the lower end who are like, I'm in the blue collar, but it's not like real, like skilled trade.
Yeah.
And they want to get a shift out of that. They want to
Yeah.
reinvent themselves. And those are the guys who are working hardest. And those are the
Mm.
guys who are doing like the shit in the Python fields. And they are learning this stuff. And
Yeah.
they're good. And I mean, Theo's been doing this shit for like 10 years. And he's like, oh, I liked how you organized that. I liked how you marked. Like they have a different
Yeah,
mind
I
that
I
looks at it.
actually recommend. I actually recommend Python as your first programming language because it although C# is my preferred language, Python teaches forces you to indent properly, and it'll get you used to it, and it has all the basic types you need to know.
I'm dated, man, because I remember they used to shit on C#.
Well, I mean, you could still do.
Well,
I mean, a lot of shit.
yeah,
That was like almost.
to
That was
be
like 20 some
fair,
odd years ago.
I have to be fair. The first couple versions of C# was a straight up rip off of Java. That's
Okay.
one. I know that's one of the reasons they hated on it because it was a rip off of Java. But after C#3, it started deviating, become better. Go ahead, Jules.
No, I was saying, I know a lot of people who like women coders who know how to code because they bring their aesthetic look to the way they code, and so they set off like that indentation so that people know where to start, where to finish.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of
Okay.
women coders. There's just not.
Yeah,
No,
it's a
no.
rare that's a rare feat for women. It's not
Yeah.
really a
I
women
mean,
thing. Some women can do it, but
Yeah.
they have to be
I learned
really
SQL from my mother, so I know what they're talking about.
yeah.
But there's like 2 to 5% of coders are women.
Wow. I got a
Yeah,
question
it's heavy. It's heavy left brain and heavy
Yeah,
math. So
SQL.
women are not don't like that. Even if they can actually do it, they don't like it. Like trying to teach my daughter's math is like pulling teeth.
Yeah, but she liked it. My mother liked it because
Yeah.
it gave her that chance to put something like very physical into an abstract place. She saw it as like kind of art more than like code.
But she was willing to actually
She's willing to do
grind
Yep.
her teeth and not give
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Sugo
Oh,
cake.
no. She'll say it all the time. She's like, I'm the dumbest one in the family, but I just worked hard.
No. The thing is, the thing is, she's probably left. She's probably
She's very right brained.
She's right
She's
brain,
very
but thing
yeah.
so math and logic is actually a struggle for her, but she was willing to work
Yeah.
through it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
make no mistakes. Structured query language is an art form to a degree.
Because they bring her into the room to sell it because she
Mhm.
was such a personable person, but she could do it, and so she could sell what they could do, and then she could prove how it could be done. And so she had that like magical thing where she was willing to put in the work. Like, I mean, she used to like tape record like physics lessons and listen to them over and over and over again to
she
understand
brute
it.
force.
She wanted to learn it, and then when she got, I mean, she was like she was born at high 92, but she stayed there from her work. She didn't marry, but she married a guy who was like blue collar. She married a blue collar. My dad's a blue collar guy.
Yeah, she's a climber. So
yeah.
Jules, I got a question for you, NAB.
Sure.
So I recently went to a cyber security conference, and maybe you guys can elaborate. It was like, man, I could count how many Black people attended, like in the space outside of like.
Congratulations, you've been initiated. Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead. I'm just saying.
On one hand.
Man.
Yeah.
The only.
You've been initiated. Congratulations.
Try going to the user groups of these spaces,
Lord,
SQL and Microsoft and all these languages, man. The user group and see how many are in there.
I think they blackballed me in Indiana because when I would get emails for stuff, then I would drive and show up. And nobody be there. I was like, okay, I see what's going on. After 3 or 4 times, I was like, okay, I'm like, okay, yeah, I see what's going on.
That's high school bullshit too.
Yeah, I know, but I can't prove it. But it happened.
It was. I was just baffled, and it was crazy. There was a brother who, for I think for a particular company, and it was strange too. And maybe you guys can speak on this. It just felt like me being a millennial, right? Walking in there, and I'm saying to myself, I'm like, we're the millennials. All I saw was Gen Xers trying to push the envelope, learn, and I'm sitting here like, what is going on? And fortunately, it was a brother for a company.
The Gen X, the boomers, the Gen Xers actually came from the civil rights movement where you actually were forced integration. We're actually used to it. Millennials didn't have to do that. It was actually
I say for tech stuff, I've seen like those guys who are in the hard tech in the actual industries. Those guys will be the boomers, and they'll be those guys who are World War II. Well, not they'll be Vietnam veterans who just like went through GI Bill, like they got set up. They're hard workers. The Gen X and below, they get into different verticals, but they'll do the tech stuff in those verticals.
Yeah.
Like they'll be in healthcare. Like I've been to South by
Yep.
Southwest. They don't have just a tech week. They have like health week, they have education week, and a lot of that stuff requires tech. But it's like it's a different portal to get into it. And so a lot of them I'll see
Right.
there.
And they probably would replace with the millennials. They probably replace you guys, the black guys, with women.
Or
Open up those
Indians.
spaces for
Indians, man.
well, Indians actually are a different story. But if you go back and look at I think the book is called The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman. If you ever read it, I don't know if you read it. Okay. Basically, they knew that the Y2K book was actually going to be critical, right? So they started opening up IT schools and programs in India. Okay, in the from the mid '90s on, right? So a lot of these kids started with the Y2K program, actually learning all the old languages and worked their way up, right?
Yep.
So they have a flood of them. What are you going to do with them after the Y2K problem is over with? Import them. H-1B visas. Yeah.
H-1B visas.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At cheaper prices. But that's where the program actually started.
Yeah.
And they
If you
they
go,
were
go
flooding.
back and read the book by Thomas Friedman. I think it was printed in 2000, 2001.
Yeah,
The
it's
World
early 2000s. I remember that
yeah,
one.
yeah. Go back and read the book. The World is Flat by
But
Thomas
yeah,
Friedman.
James, welcome to the club, brother. I
Wow.
still remember my first Microsoft conference in I think it was 05 or 06, and
Wow.
I think I was the only black dude in there.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I only know one black man who works for Microsoft. I know two others who contract for Microsoft, but the one guy I know who's like W-2 employee. I mean, he's like the smartest guy you met, and
Yeah,
as far as
has to be.
IT, like
Has
he's
to be.
that guy.
Has
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah,
Has to be. Yeah.
Wow.
And
Okay.
plus, the other factor too to think about is that this machine in the background is a elliptical machine. So I'm working out and listening.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the factor is too, if we can, I know it was only Kamala that we talked about as far as 2010 her incarceration rate or
Right.
what have you. But I think there was similar circumstances around the country with black men in that age range.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another factor as far as missing millennials.
The biggest factor, and this has been going on for a very long time, man. Okay. If you can't, if you have really low reading scores, man, trying to do this kind of work is almost impossible. Okay.
Yeah.
fuck.
Because if you can't really read well, math is going to be extremely difficult to you for the vast majority of people. And if you
Because
don't
you're
pour,
reading abstract stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't pour into the boys and actually start them early like they should, instead of trying to put them into special education programs, you're going to lose them. So basically, because China starts at 3, they start training these kids at 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, they do.
I believe it.
I'll say I was in a number of tech protocol programs at
Mhm.
HBCUs when I was like 8, 9, 10. And there were a
Mhm.
number of black boys who were in there, but to keep them coming back became harder. And then when they would go out into the community to get the boys, the parents wouldn't drop them off. Like a lot of
Yeah.
these HBCUs will have them there. It's
Mhm.
like, but it's voluntary, it's not mandatory.
And
And
it's
so
because
that's a
the
big,
women do not believe in it in
Yeah.
educating their boys. They
bro.
don't.
I still know stuff from there that I use to this day.
Mhm.
And like it preps you for the next generation. That's the
Yeah.
saddest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I was actually teasing people about Napster, right? And my daughter was, I got my daughter a computer actually burn CDs and actually sell CDs at school, right? Because you're in middle school, right? The
Mhm.
biggest impediment to that was her mother. Her mother did
Wow.
not want her doing it. Her
I
mother
went
didn't
to
want her exploring this kind of stuff.
I went through
Every
the
day
same
I'm
thing as a
hustling.
child. I would be just saying, yeah. My mother really impeded me from.
You can barely hear you, James.
I'm
I don't know
sorry.
where
I
you
said,
are. You got to go in the other room, go in the bathroom, man. If
nah,
she's
I'm
next to you.
good.
Just you and me.
You whispering like I don't want to wake her up.
I don't want her to
Man,
hear the manosphere stuff.
Unless you're in the bathroom at work.
Nah, man, I'm good. I was just saying, I went through the same thing as a child. My mother really impeded me from furthering education, from scholarships that were offered to me, even through basketball. Like, it's just crazy, man. The effects.
I haven't figured it out because I'm still dealing with that with my daughters, and and their sons. I can't put my finger on it because I can't get an explanation from why are you trying to hold them back.
And I sat in a meeting this week,
Mm-hmm.
and these opportunities are still there for black boys, specifically black boys.
Mm-hmm.
They do have reading programs. I mean, I'm talking about, people think it's only for like all kids. No, this is for black boys.
Right.
So they still have them. They have them on weekends after school. But like you guys
Mm.
said, they don't put
Yeah.
them in,
The mothers don't care, unfortunately.
It's very few mothers that get it and want to invest that time. And it's not
Ain't
even like crazy time. It's like, look, drop them off, go get breakfast
get
at Starbucks for like
yeah
45 minutes to 2 hours, and then
yeah
come
Now
pick them
go
up.
get that morning exercise in.
Oh, yeah,
And I
yeah.
mean
Go
that in
get
both
breakfast.
ways,
Yeah.
by the way.
Go
yeah
get breakfast, take a walk around the park, come and pick them up.
yeah.
And
It's, it's
then,
like
boom.
it's like pulling teeth to get them to just sit there and listen to a kid read for 30 minutes a day.
Yeah.
It's like
I
pulling
mean,
teeth.
my
30
mother was the
minutes versus
primary one who
nothing.
did it.
You say what? Your mother did what?
Yeah, my mother was the primary one who was like, "Yeah, this is a good idea," because she would get all those journals and stuff from the local HBCU, and she
Yeah.
would like, I mean, she's an immigrant. She loved the idea of HBCUs, and
Yeah.
she was like, she loved it, and she put me in because she saw all these programs, like, oh my god, this and this and this, and she would just put me in all this stuff, and I was like, yes, yes. And my grandfather worked at one too,
Mm-hmm.
so like it
Okay.
helped that he had that connection and she had that connection.
Hmm.
They are a good resource if you just stay informed and take use of it. But a lot of
Yeah.
people don't want to sacrifice that time.
But they'll put their girls in it all day long.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yes. But the saddest part is when they don't put their girls in it, and then they want the girls to get the benefit after the fact. I mean, there's a bunch of different dynamics that go on in this too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, some of them don't care about the girls even nowadays. They're too busy trying to compete with their own daughters, which is crazy.
Or just want their girls to get the benefit, but don't have the result. Like they don't have the capability. I mean, it's just like, look. I mean, I think it's not as bad as people say, but I think it's worse than people say too.
Hmm.
I have to.
It's somewhat,
Go ahead.
go ahead, please. No, please.
I have to give some of the girls credit for the most part. It's to the point to a lot of the girls are stepping up on their own to get
Hmm.
these opportunities, and I don't think it's from the mom. I think it's from the counselors that are picking and choosing on these girls. And I noticed that the guys, usually the programs that they give these guys, stuff like LGBT stuff,
Mm.
things that are not really that they can't use. They're just something that just supposed to satisfy their social needs instead of their future. So I've been noticing that lately. So now they taking it out since they took it out the mother's hands.
Mm-hmm.
You got these counselors that are on agendas, and I'm a teacher, so I'm looking at this. They're on agendas, making sure the BS continue, but on a different scale. So hopefully somebody can come around and say something, because even when black administrators say something,
Uh-huh.
the teachers come together to make sure that they get rid of that administrator because
Yeah.
they in on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. But the thing is, when the money starts to shift it, then the policies will start to shift. That's where you have to get to the policy at the top first. The money will actually force them to actually do right by the boys.
Hmm.
Oh, and it's another thing that like on what B just was saying,
Mm-hmm.
you got to look at your state, your federal and your state.
Yeah.
Anything
Hmm.
comes from federal, that's going to help the boys
Yeah.
because you can't mess with federal money.
Yes.
If the boys got high test scores and all that kind of stuff, it goes straight to whoever earned those scores. If it's
Yeah.
a state, for the most part, I'm not saying all the time, but for the most part, people can come in and say no to drugs, stay in school, get a little money on the side, and go away. So, and
Mississippi,
what I mean by
anybody?
state, usually the state steps in when there are low test scores.
Right.
So they need to bring in somebody to help motivate them and do some some carnival rides or something. I mean, you should see the stuff that they try to do to remedy these bad situations. But believe me, you guys can check it out for yourselves on some of these budgets. Like the annual budgets on some of these schools. They're public.
Yeah.
You can see the money coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually based on either high test scores from the federal, federal, because federal is giving you that money to make sure you continue. That's why it's coming from federal. And I've seen several cases where people think they can mess with that money.
Mm-hmm.
They get taken away easy, handcuffs, all kinds of. They do not play. So, like BJ was saying, when you get these black boys coming up with all kinds of good results,
yeah,
federal will step in, but we got to get them there first.
Yeah, good to know.
That's the issue, man. How do you get to the boys without going through the women? And that's the problem.
Yeah, I got to start reading, going through Boys and Men. I've been going through Tragedy and Hope, which is it's a long ass book.
It is a long ass book, but thing is, it really that's what your whole geopolitical structure is actually based on. His book, believe it or not, how to either accepting what it says or disproving it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what really helps. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What really helps is black male administration, because that's the thing is that people always think that just because a person's black in administration, they got our back. But no, no, it got to be somebody that believe in the process and believe in the progress of black boys.
Exactly.
Like if go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, do you remember do you know how people talk about the GI Bill being refused to black veterans?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Like the federal funds were allocated to all veterans, but when it was administered in the localities, like on the state and local levels, it was administered by white veterans who held the positions to administer them. And they decided on the local level who they would administer them to. And they were not to black people, unless it was, someone who had a mixed race son or a mixed race, you know what I mean? Like a daughter in the very few cases that the women got those veterans funds. And so that's where it's like, it comes to play, where like you have to be at the place of funding and administration.
So let me tell you how cold the game is. Say if you're a black administrator and you already know what the direction you're going into as far as bringing in, the good results for black boys, whether it be academic or whatever, you got to contend with some of those teachers that have been called in by the district to keep an eye on you. And you got to hope that your VPs or your counselors don't go rogue on you. You gotta figure out if those people are on your team.
Wow.
Because basically, there was one. No, I'm not even gonna talk about that. I'm just gonna speak in general.
How do you think I wound up in boarding school? How do you think I wound up in boarding school? One black counselor said. One black counselor told my mother, "Look, they are not treating this boy well. They're holding him back. You need to find an alternative." And then she started looking at alternatives, and she looked at.
So let me give this example before I forget.
Oh, hold on.
Please.
Before I forget, the issue is that you got a lot of non-black teachers that think they got all the answers for black children's problems. And when we talk about all these agendas, they're all for it. They're all for it. One of the meetings I sat in 3 weeks ago, we had to vote on if every class should have an Elizabeth flag in their room. Not the test scores, not absentee rates, not suspensions. We had to vote on every class have a flag in their room. Now, the thing that I'm saying is that when you do have somebody coming in to address these issues that we're talking about on the panel, a lot of these non-black teachers take it personal as though they are the problem, which they are. And the thing is, if they really care about the children like they claim they do, all they got to do is step aside, let the experts come in, clean up the mess, Get your stuff together so you know how to teach black boys and keep it pushing. Nobody wants to do that. So that's why I don't really have that much faith in the profession I'm in as far as having it work by itself. You got to have a black male administrator with some people around him that he can trust. If you can have that, you get all the results that we're talking about on this panel.
Art, can I ask you a question on in regards to teaching?
I'm listening.
Hold on.
Use the machine.
1 second. Hold on.
Oh, we got to get in this other room.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so that's so
Yeah, can't wake up to Candy Graham. Man.
Yeah.
he's talking about another baby.
Oh Lord. Here we go.
I thought he was the only one. No, and the reason why people in the chat thinking that how come you can't have a female black administrator? It is possible to get these results, but for the most part, again, when they're in a place of power, there's always most of the time, black men are always their competition. And if black men is their competition, how do you think they're going to treat black boys? And the thing is, they do well with black boys when black boys are coddled and treated like, little babies and cute and adorable. Because mommy knows what to say to get you in line. But these boys, when they are around like male authority where they can be an example of and they know certain things to say and keep your head up high when you go back to class.
Yeah.
A lot of these women don't have that with these boys. That's the problem. I'm looking at this in real time.
And then, Art, have you ever seen The Wire?
I never did watch The Wire. I mean, I watched the first part of the first season, but never got into it because I canceled my cable subscription during that time. But go ahead.
The third season, there's this portion where I guess he's like the under chief of police, right? He's like second and third in the command, and he makes this place called Amsterdam, where it's like basically drugs are illegal, and it's a black cop, and he decides like, look, I want to stop the violence. The violence is caused by the dealing. What if I made the dealing decriminalized? And he runs a test, and it winds up lowering the crime rates because these people who are using these substances are not robbing houses, not robbing people, and it winds up happening. Like it winds up working out, but it's technically illegal, but it winds up in a better result. I think a lot of black men
when you remove the trafficking part of it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And you move to someplace else. Mexico used to be fairly peaceful. What happened when they moved trafficking and the cartels down to Mexico? What happened?
Got way more
They
violent.
start taking heads down.
It's not. Before that was Colombia, right? And Nicaragua, right?
Yeah.
And then Panama, when there's actually traffic through there. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah. The men are looking for a practical solution to a problem.
And it used to be. Remember the gangsters, back in the 1920s over moonshine and shooting each other up.
Yeah.
It's
Bumpy
competition.
Johnson, Kennedy's.
It's competition for. No, I'm talking about the 1920s. I'm talking about Al Capone and people like that, and including
Marciano.
Yeah, well, including guess who?
Kennedy, Joseph.
Yeah. Joe, and Bush's father too. I mean, not Bush, Trump's father too, right?
It's a competition for illegal resources, man.
Yeah, because there's a premium on the prices.
And the only reason you don't see it with what you call fentanyl is because fentanyl's too cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only thing with fentanyl, you have to worry about keeping your users alive.
Yeah. Well, then that
now we're in a better position than you think as far as getting to the black boys because for the most part, they do have a lot of funded programs for black boys. Now the problem is we don't have anyone to take those positions honestly. They keep getting these BLM people to take the positions.
Good Lord.
That's the problem. They do have a lot of funding. They do have for example, anybody can look up Black Student Achievement or Black Student Success programs. They're all over the country.
Yeah, but
millions of dollars.
the thing is that there are people that will take those positions, but who they actually pick to actually run them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. That's the problem. So, yeah, you can hire people all you want,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still up to the leadership to decide how it's administered
Mm-hmm.
and where the funds go.
Yeah.
So, all those people with these agendas, they still getting paid.
Yeah.
You know, because
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say nobody, but not enough people are just stepping up and making sure these black boys get what they need. And the reason why I say the other part, reason why I say it's a blessing in disguise
Mm-hmm.
that we're not taking advantage of, because you get to deal with these children away from mama.
Yeah.
Mm.
You got time to really put something in young minds as far as stuff they can use without her interference.
Mm-hmm.
Because she don't care about him. I mean, let's keep it real. And BGS talked about Dr. Joanna Kunjufu about study habits. They're not studying at home. You
No,
know,
they're
they're
not.
not doing homework.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So you got enough money to buy pizza, buy games or whatever to keep them in school for an hour or two to get their academics up with an incentive. You
Yeah.
have that.
Just a minute, Art. Let's see. There is 54 watching. Hit the like button. Hit the cash app because this is some powerful information. Go continue, Art.
Yeah, so people heard me like a year or two ago about the program, which I'm still pursuing, but I want to be able to do it in the arts. So I'm working on that right now. But the key thing is, while you got the resources, some people think that these resources are going to last a while. Me personally, I always say that these things have a time limit.
They
Mm-hmm.
do.
Yeah.
So when that stuff dry up, then it's really it's going back to the stuff that we complain about, and it
Yeah.
might be on steroids next time.
So what's stopping men from taking over these programs? They just don't want them, or they're not interested, or what's going on with them?
Okay,
No, no.
I think I gave y'all an example before.
Okay.
Remember when I said I called a parent that happens to be a father?
Okay.
When I was telling him about how the stuff that his daughter was doing wrong,
Mm-hmm.
can you guys tell me what came to my mind when I was talking to him when he was giving me his answers and his responses?
Like is it
It's
talking to his mother?
exactly.
Okay.
That's the problem. So
Okay.
now we got the product of the single mom that
Mama
happens to be
bear.
a dad. So not only he's a dad, but those are the guys that are out there that we have to choose from to get these programs. So some of these guys do get the programs, but they don't have the man or the thinking man mindset. It's
Mm-hmm.
mainly they partly on some agenda too. Oh, I
Okay.
did the best I could with what I have. How many men say that? When it comes to being dads.
I mean, well,
Now we're hearing that now.
part of it is that the best work is done early when it's easier to do it because kids are way more malleable to understand. Kids get things earlier much quicker than you think. Like my mother used to
Mm-hmm.
pay me a penny for each element on the periodic table I could remember, and I got to remember all of them. And my father would reinforce it because he was the guy who would provide the fun. Mom's fun is different than dad's fun, but
Mm-hmm.
mom's fun. Mom started it, dad continued it, and this was what 4 or 5 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and I could do that well into my teens.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I didn't become a chemistry person, but I'm pretty good with my memory is pretty solid. But like that's the thing is like kids are sponges for this type of stuff, and if you don't feed them good stuff as a sponge, they're just gonna take
And
all the bad stuff that
you
goes with
set
it.
up habits at 3 and 4.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And that,
Um.
Now, I hate this. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I hate to beat this on like a dead horse,
Mm-hmm.
but we the parent. The school, we are the parent.
Yep.
Them kids, you know, we got more influence than the parent.
You do.
The
Yeah.
parent these days are there to enable the bullshit. We're
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
ones
hearing.
that sort of push the morals and the wagging the finger and you shouldn't do this and you should do that kind of thing. The problem is, since these districts know this, instead of putting in the stuff that they're supposed to know, they're giving these children things that they can't even use when they get out of school. That's the problem. That's one of the problems. And the thing too is that another blessing in disguise. I hate to say it. I don't know if that's black pill or not, but these. I mean, the fact that these mothers or parents don't care,
Mm-hmm.
we got the upper hand to put some right information on these children.
Yeah.
Because if they did care, then yeah, they'd be dismantling. But
Black
all we have
children
to
are
do
very
now, I
intelligent.
hate to say it, since all the children are depending on is a place to stay, some
Yeah.
electricity, some food,
Yeah. Yeah.
we should
Yeah,
be there to put that education in the right mind at like brother said, at a young age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everybody else is doing it but us.
Yeah. That's where the Prussian school system is actually set up. Just like the in the military during basic training, right? You get a lot of people. Um, a lot of people, a lot of peers in the same place at the same time doing the same thing, right? So if you actually do something different, you actually stand out. Nobody actually wants to be the outcast or the sore thumb
right.
that sticks out. There's a lot of
I
peers like
think
that.
Dr. Steve Perry did something like that, in my
Huh?
opinion. I don't know all his inner workings, but I think he accomplished something like that in Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's very basic. It goes all the way back to Rome and Greece about
Mm,
peer pressure.
real quick, it's midnight here, so happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Let me repeat that.
Yep.
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. I ain't talking to you single
Absolutely.
mothers.
Happy Father's
You
Day.
ain't missing nothing. No, I'm joking.
You
What's
know
going
what's
on,
up,
Dad
brother
Set?
Fred?
Uh,
What's going on, Dad Set?
Hey, what's up?
It's
Yeah,
said in the
it's
building.
My black pill brethren, what's going on?
well, not only is it Father's Day, it's my daughter's birthday. Go
Oh, okay.
figure.
Oh,
Is,
oh,
is
wow.
she
happy birthday
Dang.
to you.
is she in
How
town
old is she?
with you?
She a gym.
Yeah, she's a gym.
Oh, she's Jim now. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Before
Oh
19,
yeah,
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 that's
yeah,
right.
yeah. It's
How
small
old is
whip.
she? How old is she today?
She's 9.
No, oh my goodness. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she
There
about
you
to hit
go.
puberty.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Yeah.
yeah.
The naughty
You know, really.
nines. No, I'm joking.
You really have your mic is really bad, Nema.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
you,
away
you
from.
sound like you ordering fast food,
Yeah.
neighbor.
Yeah, yeah. It sound like the old Jack in the Box clown.
Well, we tried this
Ran
other
through.
mic, but we
Hey,
tried this
neighbors,
other.
say, is that all
They
right?
say
I can do the please get your
wasted.
order.
We tried this other
Okay,
mic, but it kept getting the echo.
yeah, I switched to.
Could you speak into the nose, please? I'm just
Mm.
I love you too, New South.
Mhm.
Okay, what are you
And
oh
what are you
man,
Dead
that's
what are
funny.
you saying now?
Go ahead, neighbor.
I said to Dead said, your presence is the most important thing to your daughter, or in more than one way than you think. Because your presence determines how she progresses through puberty and whatnot, or absence for that matter. You know that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know that. The problem is, well, my problem is legal. So,
Does the judge
Yeah.
see it that way?
Oh,
That's the problem.
mhm.
yeah, that's an,
Yeah.
we had this discussion with I think it was either on AB or on This Is Eve panel, and Toya mentioned when her childhood at one point because we were talking about how, and this is based on a research I remember seeing from a documentary from the University of Durham by a woman named Dr. Sarah Dunham. They said the presence or absence of father determines at what age the young woman is going through puberty begins her cycles. And they found out that those who grew up without a father usually start prematurely, like 6 months to a year before those who still have their fathers. But
Yeah.
the side effect about that is if you kickstart the maturation prematurely, you also kickstart the aging process. So those who have started prematurely, by the time they hit 30, they look like they're in their mid 30s, while the latter group still look useful. But you can still mess it up with all kinds of alcohol, substance abuse, whatnot. Anything can happen along the way.
It'll be
Yeah.
nice, but they don't care about that.
No, they don't.
Yeah. All right.
I mean,
I gotta ask you a question. Art.
He can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. I just don't want my machine to make noise in the background. Go ahead.
I noticed you had an article about Kamala's old fling. What was that about?
Well, usually I read the articles for the first time. That's how I do it. So, I read it for the first time live so we can all discover it together.
React to it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I read it. I was like, okay, this is not new news. It was basically talking about she slept with Willie Brown. It's like, okay, that's not news.
No, she didn't just sleep with Willie Brown. She was
Willie Brown's
side.
There's two things that I gathered from that article, according to the title.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's probably trying to get in front of what may come up. Because if you read towards the end, it looked like they were trying to say that it was a myth, it's a lie. It's the right coming up with these things.
No.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the Root article that said that, yeah, she did it. And yeah, Willie Brown bragged on it, but he was just bragging on his dick.
They had pictures of them together.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep. I showed it.
Yeah.
Man, I have a friend who she's pretty decent in her legal career. She fucked a federal judge when we were roommates. Okay. This guy was like, he looked like the typical old white dude. Mm-hmm. This guy was like circuit judge. She would fuck him, and it was like her and I. I mean, when I say, like, I'll say this: when CGA says that like Eastern European women are cold-blooded, they are, and she was letting him clap, and he would take her out, and then sometimes he would take her and I out. Because he liked me, because I was like, look, man, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. You like her, she's cool. I clapped a couple times.
He needed cover. So
yeah. I mean, he was that's it. I mean, he was like
cover. But on the Kamala,
he was old dude. She was a pretty young thing. She was looking to get a lift above everyone else.
Yeah, yes.
And she just said, look, let's do it. And whatever. That's just what happens.
On the Kamala
these
thing,
women are not dumb.
On the Kamala thing, go ahead, BJ.
No, go ahead, Art. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Art.
I said on the Kamala thing, I see it on both ends because obviously, I think a lot of things are kind of out there when it comes to the sitting president, and they know that she's pretty much, like they say, a heartbeat away from being a president before the term is over. And she may be running. So they're going to start stacking up information on, some of her skeletons that we already knew. But now they're going to have to come up with some kind of story to at least put the fire out. And good luck with that.
Too many fires.
Yeah.
Willie Brown ain't the only one. Okay.
And maybe, and Willie Brown is up there in age too, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be pretty interesting on how that comes about. But at the same time, Donald Trump's wife was a centerfold for Bride Order magazine.
Yeah.
And he still won.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but he had a personality though.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah.
Why she got a big name lawyer of Big Pharma as her husband.
Yeah, Willie Brown is 89, man.
Dang.
Oh, any day he's gonna keep that up.
He still got pull in the Bay Area, right?
What?
Willie Brown still got pull in the Bay Area, right?
He's
as far as his name,
he got pull in all of California still.
Yeah.
Black politics, right?
Yeah, he knows in all politics. He knows where all the bones are buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an alpha too.
Pelosi is one of his girls. Okay, was one of his.
There you go.
Accolades.
There you go.
Yeah. There's a comedian, Joey Diaz, is like, look, man, I don't talk politics, but Nancy Pelosi got a hell of a rack.
Damn.
She was like 20.
Yeah. She bought them, so yeah, they still up.
Until Charles mentioned that, I didn't know how fine she was when she was younger. I was like, damn, really?
Yeah. There's a picture of her when she was like, when she was dancing with like John F. Kennedy. When she was like,
She didn't look too bad. Like, okay.
and she was a good looking
Hey,
little Baltimore Italian chick. You know, not. She was like a solid 5.5, 6. But those are her boulders. She probably got them filled in though.
She
She probably did get them filled in.
Jules,
What's up?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? You guys hear me?
You hear you.
Yeah. First of all, let me get something straight here. That Nancy Pelosi, I don't know about y'all, but she's got quarterback, you know? But that's how it is, you know what I'm saying, Jules? Don't play with it. And remember, I'm trying to do Joey Diaz.
I can hear you, but I can't understand you.
Like
do
the preacher from Coming to America, Namer. Do that'd be better.
I can't do the preacher. I can't do the preacher because first of all, I gotta get real graphic for that. But I tried to but I don't know, trying to do a Cuban is kind of weird. That's Joey Diaz's thing. He's Cuban. His middle name is Coco. But he's not joking about that. You know. What was it he likes to say? He's like, he always talks about like blue cheese. He has this thing about blue cheese.
Oh, you're doing the Joey Diaz impersonation.
Yeah, she was cute back in the day. Yeah. Ooh, she was kind of cute.
Yeah, she was a cute little Italian American girl. She was not bad looking back in the day. All right, throw it up on the stream.
Bill, what is the question? Actually, a serious question here. Like when your parents were, you know, trying to get you really into science and everything, into education and stuff like that, were they also making sure that you were watching like educational TV as well?
Who are you asking?
I was asking Jules this question.
What? Repeat it one more time, please. Yeah.
I asked when you were a child, you know, like, you know, your mom was giving you like a penny for the time you could master all the elements in the periodic table. And also trying to get you to read stuff. Were they also encouraging you to watch educational TV or not?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you have to have a resource-rich environment.
Yeah. I mean, any shows in particular can you recall? As a kid?
Yeah. Art, be careful how far you scroll, because there's a lot of people who have like a fetish with her. You got to find like Nancy Pelosi 1965 or some shit like that. But
no, actually,
yeah,
that's me.
Got it right next to John.
Or AB, I'm sorry. Yeah. Put Nancy Pelosi, JFK.
JFK, yeah. They'll pull it right up.
She was a good looking lady, like not like wonderful, but she was like.
Is she who?
No, I said didn't they die in '63?
Yeah, he died in '63, but they'll always geotag it to being in the '60s.
Yeah.
And she reminds me of that actress, Audrey something. It's not
Audrey Hepburn.
No, it's not Hepburn.
It
might be Hepburn. It might be Hepburn.
Yeah, I think
she's a good looking like. She's like generic Southern European good looking lady.
Yeah.
Like 5, 6, 7, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, and she about a 7 back then.
Yeah, I'll give her that.
I'd say she's an adjustable 6 at her peak, and then now she's an old lady. Her children look horrible.
She married for money.
I mean, her dad was a senator or a congressman or senator. I mean, she's Baltimore money too. I mean, this is where you want Charles to come in and just like, I know this bitch. Yeah, God, man, that's the downside of white women.
She looked like one of them fine chicks on Bewitched.
Yeah, she ate man. White women
like one of the chicks that try to seduce Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have a type when it comes to white women. Like, look, I got it. I'm not going for a hefty heifer. Like, no hungry hippos over here. Like, they gotta be light.
They gotta be a real white woman, right? They gotta be.
Bruh, I like them like 5'3" to 5'6", 110.
What's your take on Liz Taylor when she did Cleopatra?
She was on the downswing, but she was still good looking, and she also had like very unique eyes,
Yeah,
which
she
always
agreed.
helped her.
She had purple
Mhm.
eyes. Yeah.
She had like the long
Yeah.
eyelashes, didn't she? Like the long eyelids.
The what?
What?
The what?
She had like extra long eyelids or something like that.
No, she had purple eyes. She her,
Yeah.
her pupils like
Oh,
purple.
was it
Yeah.
purple?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, your
okay.
microphone is really muffled. I can like kind of get it,
The
but not
Sound
quite.
like
the
Charlie
one,
Brown's teacher. Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
know,
Mhm.
the one to keep an eye on that people don't talk about is Gina Lollobrigida.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
I
Check
know who
out
you're
Gina
talking about.
Lollobrigida.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I mean,
I
like
guess it's an
I
Italian
mean,
thing
You know,
again.
I mean, I always point to Monica Bellucci as like, look, if you're gonna go Southern European white woman, that's one of the peak of the powers. But the problem is, you can get like one of the top tier, like Bridget Bardot when she was young, fantastic
Mhm.
looking. Bridget Bardot past the age of 40, it looks like a banana in the sun that's past its prime. Like
She had
just
them big lips. That's
horrible.
what
It could go
people
horrible.
with blonde hair, them big old lips.
Yeah. Oh my god, she looks like she's melting.
She
And
brought it
she says
back
some
after. Go
she
ahead.
says some shit that's like kind of red pill every once in a while, but it's like, oh my god, she looks like a one of those deflated Macy's Day Parade balloons. Just like, oh my
Damn.
god, it is horrible to look at her.
The Toys R Us giraffe.
Yeah, but just imagine somebody shot an arrow through it, and it's just like deflating onto
Yuck.
Fifth Avenue. Just melting.
What about Sophie Marceau?
I mean,
Who that?
she got a lot of surgery. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what happens.
French
They got to
actress,
do a lot of
she's a
surgery.
French actress.
I
She's a French actress.
always had a freak with Lindsay Lohan though.
Lindsay,
Really?
yeah,
Finish
Lindsay,
yourself.
Before,
I,
before or after she was
I've had a freak.
wrong.
I always had a freak. Ever since Herbie the Love Bug, I said she can get
Yeah.
it.
her and
Damn.
Mean Girls. Mean Girls she was like at a peak of her powers, but redheads they age the fastest, man.
Yeah, she could
Ah,
get it. When she was young, hey, you white girl, you can get it. I don't like white girls, but you can get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there's
how I
there's
feel
a
about.
handful of them that hit the spot, but
Mm.
that window that it's like Icarus, fly too close to the sun, literally.
Yeah,
for
but
them.
yeah, that's how I feel about Dr. Crusher in her younger days. Gates McFadden.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Dr. Crusher, the redheads, like there's something
Oh
about
yeah,
that
yeah.
redhead.
I didn't. She was too skinny for me.
Yeah, yeah.
She's really
No.
skinny.
I won't fill
mean-
in her or the counselor.
Well,
Uh,
the chick that played that played Worf's wife. What's her
Second
name?
wife,
Well,
you talking about the second wife?
Yeah, second wife. Yeah.
Oh,
you
Yeah.
know, Worf
Oh
was
my
always. I
God.
think
They
Worf always was feeling her.
yeah, she was cute.
yeah.
Yeah.
I seen Worf.
She was. I
Michael
found out
Dorn.
she was a
Okay.
model. They did an episode. They did an episode where they were on the beach and she showed her. Showed her swimming suit. I was like, what the?
Yeah,
It turns out she was a model. I was like, damn.
and she's 6 feet tall. So
Yeah, she's tall.
yeah.
What's your thoughts on
Yeah.
Wonder Woman, the actress? I forget the name.
Linda Carter.
Linda Carter.
Flawless.
She's Hispanic, but she's gorgeous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's like
Flawless.
that.
Wow.
Gail could get
She
it.
is.
Gail, the current actor, can get it too.
Yeah, Gal Gadot can get it.
Yeah.
She's
Gal
what,
Gadot.
she's
Gal
Who's
Israeli?
the other one? Who's the other? Wait. Who's the other one that's like half Hispanic? Raquel Welch.
Raquel Welch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
She was good looking.
Yeah. Ask Jim Brown.
Yeah. Yeah. 100 bullets. Yeah. Jim Brown fired 100 bullets up in that.
Give it the ball.
Talk about taking one for the team.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Lonnie Anderson, the actress that went with what's his name? It's not bad.
Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
He
a
did.
couple of them that really just like hit the spot, and then there's some of them that just don't.
Yeah.
Like I always think there's women that look good, and then there's women who have like screen charisma. Like what's her name? Scarlett Johansson. She
can get it.
Yeah,
She
she
can
can
get it.
she
She got a
can
body.
get it.
She can get it.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly think she looked okay, but her screen charisma really hit when I saw her in Match Point, and I was like, oh, I get why she has.
If you
desire.
ever see that ass, boy, in a tight,
Mhm.
Boy.
you get it.
She got body for days.
No,
She
what?
got a-
No.
She got a
There's
black woman's body with the and black woman's lips on
There's a-
top of that.
There's a good scene where they're like, when the Match Point where he was like, I can't help myself, I gotta fuck it, and they were like in the rain in the field, and I was like, oh, I get it why she why she has like this status. And she has good screen charisma. She might win awards or whatever later on, but I was like, now I get why she's that girl, that one.
Yeah, and she's been acting a long time, so she's good at her craft. So she's not
Yeah.
just
She's
a
like,
face.
I want to say she's like since she was like 10.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was
older
in My
than that,
Brother
like
the Pig.
yeah, and she like
Yeah,
4,
she's
5
like,
or 6. Yeah,
yeah, she's been in that industry.
Yeah.
and but she happened to have a bubble butt, boy. Saying, okay, you get it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the issue was her nose. Her face had to grow into her nose.
That's true. It did.
Well,
Like
no, she had to get that
the
nose
Home
chopped
Alone
off.
4,
That's what they do.
yeah,
You think
she
she
even
got?
said that
Is
like she didn't have a great teen career because her nose was so fucking big.
Hmm.
I mean, she's in the
She
tribe,
did that.
man. That's what happens.
Well, that's what happened with
Yeah.
Lonnie Anderson.
So and then she kind of got reintroduced in the island. You want to see her body? That's the movie, the Michael Bay movie. It had
Mhm.
Hewart McGregor in there. This was like after episode 1.
The one
Yeah.
that had the body that nobody talks about is that white chick from Moesha. Not Moesha.
Oh, you talking about from
The
Yeah,
Parkers.
she doesn't have the face though.
Yeah, that face wasn't all that, but the body. Wow,
Mhm.
That's why
redhead
they
chick
put her
too.
in. That's why they put her in the black shows.
Right, that's true.
Mhm.
White
Like,
people
we
want
know
the
what
face.
guys will like you. That's $1,000 around this.
Her agent knew what he was doing, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I mean,
just
what?
do gender diversity. It's gotta we get the white market.
The
Yeah.
cat is
Well,
Lonnie Anderson
yeah,
has a
'cause
problem too. She had kept getting put into black photo shoots and ethnic parts because she had that
her
Wow.
nose.
darker skin.
Her nose. Yeah.
No, he's a darker skin too. On top of that,
Lonnie Anderson with the
Lonnie
blonde hair.
Anderson. Yeah,
Yeah, she got turned down a lot because they thought she had black in her.
yeah, they did.
She was
What?
complaining
Well,
about that. I read the article about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know who
Yeah.
had? Well, she had a wider nostril, but you know who is actually part black is Heather Locklear, because she's what's it called? What's that Indian tribe in southern North Carolina? God, they're around
Lumbee?
Fayetteville.
What, Sioux
Lumbee.
Nation?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, she's a Lumbee. She's a Lumbee. Because when I saw that, when you see that name, there's a couple of last names, that Locklear last name, and then you look at a couple of pictures of her dad. Her dad looks like a super Southern Italian. He looks like he could be from like
Very
Morocco.
Like Sicily, yeah, that'd be messing them up, man. Cause some of them be having more like white genetics than normal white people, but it's just they got more of the Spanish. They got the ones that got more melanin, and white people don't. Because white. Actually, there was a TikTok of a chick that was saying that like even his wife, his daughter did the TikTok, and she was talking about her dad got like a genetic thing, and they were excited because that was like a running joke that that he wasn't like white like that, because she was like sweet, she was like Nordic, and then when they got the genetic test, it's like she's technically more whiter than him as far as all the things that he had. Like these are all things that are considered white. It's just he had the ones that had more melanin. So
yeah, I mean, look, I'm technically whiter and blacker than Kamala Harris. Because her dad wrote that article. Her dad, I mean, he's a PhD economics, and he was like, when she came out with that interview in the Breakfast Club talking about Jamaicans like smoking weed, she was like, hey, hold up, I'm Indo-Jamaican. He was pissed. Yeah, he was pissed because he's Indo-Jamaican. He's like, look, we got this, and this. He was like, we got this black ancestor here, this white ancestor there, and I was like, oh, well, I can see this from 4 generations on you. I got this on this generation. And I was like, oh, I'm blacker and whiter than her. She's like Indian with a black and white heritage on different ends.
Well, you gotta remember too, them Trinidadians got Indian in them too, like from India. So it ain't like how she comes out is like really, yeah. So but them Indians wouldn't let her say that bullshit. Because you gotta remember, you got a lot of them Republicans. Like what was Nikki Haley and all of them? They changed their name and shit. There's a couple of them. Yeah.
Ted Cruz. What's his name? Raphael.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like Indians will be some of the most polite and kind people in the world, but once some race shit comes up, they will throw flamethrowers worse than the KKK. I mean, they will start dropping the M-bombs and like, we gonna string you up and get your women fucked. I mean, they will start getting into it. You got to be
What
careful.
Indians are you talking to? I wish they would try to pull that shit down here. We got a lot of Indians over here, and I talk
Oh,
to
I
them.
know. Oh, I know.
You know,
I know some Patels, man. I know some Patels.
There's a lot of in
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
yeah, they got to be real comfortable with you to be doing that shit.
No, you
I
got
ain't
you
talking about
basically
you in
got to like.
particular, but I mean whatever zone they're in, because they won't say that shit out here. Not like openly. They may do it like when it's just them.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like if you really start flaming them up and then they get real hot, then they'll start throwing the bombs.
Oh,
Well,
You
okay.
got to
Well,
because normally
yeah, I
they're
haven't
really good
seen.
about.
Yeah, well, I haven't
They're
seen
really
that. I
good
haven't
about the
seen like them
manners.
be that mad. Yeah,
they're
I've
good
seen
about the
them be that mad.
manners and shit. But like when you start pissing them off, and it's not even like you insulted my woman. It's like you insulted the family, because it'll be like the family of X or the tribe or like the ethnic group. Like the Gujaratis are different than the God, but I can't remember the other ethnic groups. But there's like ethnic groups that are really good about doing what they need to do. But when you insult a group in a bad way, bro, they start horns of Gondor. Just
But it's kind of like, those, I'm thinking like, how do those conversations even happen? Like, I could kind of see those conversations maybe happening with white dudes, because white dudes get perplexed by certain Indians. Like, let's say they're getting like a Priyanka Chopra looking chick. Now, obviously, she's with who she's with, and he's white, but they don't necessarily have the white worship as deep as the folks.
no,
And
no,
I've
no,
even
no. It's
literally,
deeper than you think, bro. It's deeper.
well, I'm not saying that they don't have it, but what I'm saying is the thirst isn't there as intensely. So that
Bruh, it
literally is
is no. They hide it publicly better, and it gets covered up by the East Asians and the Northeast
what
Asians.
I'm trying, I
I know all that.
understand that. But what I am trying to communicate to you is they must hide it so good that I've literally seen white dudes call Tariq Nasheed asking what's up with these Indian bitches, like
Exactly,
compared to
because
other women. So they hide it real. I'm not saying they don't exist. What I'm saying is white
focus on the
dudes
East Asians,
don't.
not the South Asians.
It's a billion. I'm not.
The South Asians,
It's a billion of them.
tough,
I'm
but
just
they
going
hide
on
it.
what
They do hide it better. You know.
that's how
I
I
don't
ain't
even think
saying it exist.
They don't get caught. That's all that is. They
I
better
get what
hide
you're
it.
saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
And they keep to
like y'all
themselves
really
most
cut
of the
me off
time.
on the point I was even trying to make.
Hey,
My overall point is white dudes tend to have a harder time. And this is what I've literally heard that. So my point is they tend to ask more dumbass questions when they get perplexed like that. So that my point is that's where I may be able to see some of those arguments coming out. But really, when it comes to black people, it's kind of like you got to interact with them real deep in order for a conversation like that even come up to even get that heated. Because most black people are indifferent when it comes to shit like that. Oh, there's light ones, there's dark ones. It is what it is. As long as you ain't saying nothing stupid to me, I'm fine. And generally, Indians are not aggressive like that. Even like coy, playing the jokey joke bullshit. So to get them that high, and I grew up with some of them. So to get them that mad, you got to really go real out of your way. Almost like we're gonna play a game. Let's piss them off and see what they do, type shit. That's all I'm saying. And white dudes are more likely to pull that than black dudes are.
Well, that depends if they're first or second generation. Especially first generation, they get really sensitive about certain things. Especially if you call them the wrong thing.
Yeah, most of the time you're not even talking to them. Unless you're in their house.
No, I mean, I've been around plenty of South Asians growing up, so I'm always asking, mother tongue and everything, what's your home state and everything. That just goes to endear myself to them. That opens them up a little bit easier for me to converse with. But pissing them off and everything, you got to say some really messed up shit. Or some cases they can be really contemptuous towards you, or they're in some cases like because we had plenty of South Asians in Eritrea at one time, especially as high school and college professors and whatnot. And when I remember going to a lecture hall, and I was at a lecture hall, I went to one professor's office, and it was just that day to get fucked with. Because when I came in, I just came in cordially, but he was just in a foul mood and took it out on me. I was like, all right, here's what it is. Oh, This Nikki Haley character you guys talking about? She's a Sikh actually. Her first name is Nikita, and her maiden name is
Nimrata.
No,
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of South Asians over here, like especially in the South. Like, there's a bunch of them from, I'd say, from DC down to Houston and then over to Orlando. There's a bunch of them, especially in the major cities like Atlanta, Raleigh, New Orleans. There's a bunch of them around there,
and they're all interconnected. I've been to parties with 150 of them motherfuckers. They park a car an inch apart. And, they're like, oh, yeah, we're celebrating our grandfather. They're flying in from Ellison, New Jersey, going through 3 fucking gates. Like, how the fuck, gate 1, gate 2, and each house has a gate.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Me, I'm not the type of person to ask too deep of questions unless people are asking me shit. But yeah, like I said, I went to school with a lot of them. So you got to really go out of your way.
And family ties are not just confined to within the United States. You also have them have extensions over in Canada as well.
They have them everywhere.
They are Indians in every country you can think of.
Yeah, that's part. They were in Africa before the Chinese. That's part of why they like hotels and motels so much. Because it allows you to move money. That's a unique piece of real estate where you can move money in and out you can do a lot of interesting things with motels and hotels. Like
the licensing fees and stuff like that, and the royalty fees are a lot differently structured in hotels. Yeah, because I know,
even when you own the commercial real estate of it, though, that's where they really win. You're talking about more like the Hiltons and them with those licensing fees. No, you're right, but they're like on the more physical side of it, where like the Hiltons
the real
have
estate, and they'll be like, we just want to buy the rights to have the Hilton name. And then they'll have their family buy like a restaurant group, and then have whatever.
So they're more
Italian, French, whatever.
Exactly. So they're more on the physical. Yeah, they control like around 42% of the motel industry, not hotel, but motel in the United States.
They'll do both of them though. They'll do both of them because
they do both, but they tend to do more motels. Like they'll do like the luxury ends, like the extended stays.
Yeah,
they're like, but they tend to do more because if you get too deep in the hotel game, that's when the white people will start to mess with you a little bit.
Yeah.
Versus the motel, they tend to not want to deal with that because that's dealing with more of the lower classes. So they kind of
where they put them at?
They
put them at they put them around military bases.
Yeah. Okay. Before we go too far, let's just stop turning this into the Ed and Jules show. Okay.
Oh boy.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is
black men on Indians.
No, I'm only saying that because, like, from an economic standpoint.
All right, everybody, calm down. Wait a minute, everybody, calm down.
Go ahead, that's it.
Oh no, I didn't have anything to posit because they were changing and over talking each other so much that when I was going to posit something about the Indians, such as our lieutenant governor, who is also Indian. They had gone past that and gone into hotels, and it's just like y'all are, going back and forth, and then y'all overtalk each other, and it's like, damn, nobody can get in edgewise.
In other words, they got their own flow going, huh?
Exactly.
And get a room.
I mean, I ain't nothing.
Indian own room.
I'm just pointing.
By the way, there's 68 watching. Hit the like button. BGS tags us in the fact. Hit the cash app. Support the show.
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you, guys.
I
I appreciate that.
People watching last time. Where's everybody at tonight?
I mean, it's hot. It's height of summer, man. I was last night I was at a beer garden. I mean, it's like I don't even think it's broken 90 in the South now. Like it's barely getting up there, and this is
I think they're trying to suppress the weather, man, because we barely have we broken 80 yet, Art?
Nope. It's been a while. What was 66 today?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the 90. That's unusual for Indiana.
So be careful what you wish for, right?
Yeah,
it's hot as fuck out here. It's been sunny. It's only rained once, in a few weeks. We'll say that.
Yeah, because I think the range is between 62 and as a low and 70 as a high. That's pretty narrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you think that they, I'm just tinfoil a little bit. Do you think that this is supposed to be designed to reduce crime, keep people indoors?
No, I think it has more to do with fires and because
Okay.
under Trump, I don't think he actually modified the weather that much. We had more fires um, under Trump than we had under probably any president in California.
Because nobody's going outside, or I ain't gonna say nobody, but it's not that much activity outside like it was
Nah,
inside.
yeah, that's true. That's part of it.
Shit,
Yeah.
that's. I mean, that wildfire that jammed up New York from Canada.
Yeah,
hmm
they
I
got
think,
like came all the way down here
man,
to
listen, a lot of
DC.
people ain't coming out in New York. Like it just seems like it's just more people are leaving. Maybe it's the movies got to them now.
No, the same reason people they're trying to keep people in Southern California, but the prices are way too high. People can't stay here, man. They can't.
Yep.
I heard a
People
rumor
are
they're
out,
trying to.
but not as much.
I think that's why
I,
they're trying to bring people back into the office, man, because they're trying to get people to stay inside the city.
Commercial real
I heard a
estate,
rumor
man.
they're trying to tax people for leaving California. Have you heard anything about that, BGS?
That I didn't hear about.
Well, I mean, I'll say California and New York are sticklers for getting you for residency. And return to office. I know a couple people at Charles Schwab who are they're talking about forming like professional unions and all this. Like, I mean, they're going crazy because a lot of people have been working there for 2, 5, 10 years, and they're like, I was ready to, I already moved to North Carolina,
Right.
Indiana,
Yeah.
Georgia, whatever,
Yeah.
and now they're being called back to office, and like Schwab does not have office presence in those places like that.
Yeah.
Like, they're not ready for that.
Yeah, they're not ready for it.
CRE.
And a lot of people are willing to chuck it in, man. I'm not moving back.
Yep,
Mhm.
there's a bunch of boomer age people who are like, I'm done. They're just
Yeah.
they're
Oh,
good.
Yeah, a lot of
A lot of the
like
younger people.
the Z's are saying I'm not moving back either with all the high prices and stuff like that. So it's gonna be
The
Yeah,
tough.
high
it's like
prices of the high prices of the Emerald City. You think I'm gonna move back? Nope.
yep. It's like the younger and the older people saying no, and the mid-range people are about the whole be like, I don't know. The Gen X, late millennial are like,
Yeah, most
I
of
don't
us
know. I
are
need this.
retiring ages right now,
Yeah.
Mhm.
especially
Because
me.
if you're like 62, fuck it. You might have enough savings to make it to 3 or 4 years before your Social Security kicks in, and then you could just like cash out your 401k. I don't know.
Shit, please.
Mhm.
I mean, if you're working at Schwab and you're making like serious money and like you're in assets under management type of stuff, you're in that real sales funnel, you would have a decent funnel. You would have a decent fund built up.
That's if the government's not taking all of it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, come on.
Yeah.
Schwab, Morgan Stanley, Citibank. I mean, if you're working there, VP level or above, I mean, you run the government. I mean, you got.
Not really, but yeah.
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 I'm starting to get that echo.
The Fed has a really tight grip on things.
Do I still hear the echo?
Yeah, we hear the echo, Nemo. Yes, sir.
So it
What's your
must not
thoughts?
be me.
I was gonna
As
say, what's
far
your
as
thoughts
that,
on?
I can't even hear you.
I was saying, what's your thoughts?
Mute yourself, Nema.
I was saying, what's your thoughts on the Fed pausing?
Oh yeah, that's simple. Basically, they're pausing because there's pressure on the banks. So they evidently whatever they saw out of the banks, there was going to be another run of collapses. So they paused it. So, but they gave them room to actually raise the rates after this.
So basically, they can shore up some more capital, but I mean, it doesn't sound like.
It's because what you have is a fight, not a fight, but a pressures between protecting the currency from the BRICS and other people who actually want to get off the dollar.
Mhm.
You have to attract if they attract money and resources back into the dollar itself, right? It has to give people reason to hold the dollar. Okay,
Yeah, I just heard the
your
story
whole
out, Kit. Go
your
ahead,
whole
I'm sorry.
economic system actually relies on that, right? In fact, if you email me, I don't want to put it out here in public because they actually had a whole Senate hearing about de-dollarization. They were saying the exact same thing that I'm saying right now.
Ooh.
But if you email me, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I am not going to put that one up in public because I had a dream about that and I said, okay, nigga, do not put that shit out in public. Keep that shit to yourself. So I emailed it to a few people that, and Sauchi actually said it. Said, damn. It said, I didn't realize that. But he actually showed it to a few people around his, in DC, right? He said, okay, this is hot. But if you email, I'll actually send you the link to the video. It's actually on YouTube. But
I bet.
Forums.
Can I ask? Is it something like the CRE, the commercial real estate, is held by, let's say, J.P. Morgan, and who's going to absorb the regional banks that fail that are holding residential? Something along those lines.
Residential is doing okay. It's commercial.
It's commercial.
But what I'm saying is, like, if the downward pressure is on residential and then it comes up on commercial first.
The thing is, commercial's been in the tank for quite a while. Even before commercial was in the tank, right? And the thing is, and that is that I think those holdings are probably even much larger than the residential.
Oh yeah. And they have variable rate interest too.
Yes.
And they've been doing that shuffle on their balance sheets for like the last 10 years as far as commercial real estate. So that will come up first because they've taken out enough houses and the real estate trust have bought enough houses that to keep the prices of residential real estate up. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, BJS, I read in San Francisco that the people that own that mall, they just said, fuck it, excuse my language, but they let that shit fold. They pretty much they're walking away.
You have down with commercial property like department stores and stuff like that.
They've been in trouble even before. Go ahead.
When you have stagflation and basically we have high prices, people can't afford to come and buy and shop like they used to, right? So they're actually gonna have people like Walmart and all these big box stores actually start reducing their footprint.
Yeah. I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond had 1,500 stores in their peak before they folded.
If McDonald's
you just got a lot,
if McDonald's start by reducing their presence and reducing staff, that's what the McDonald's indicated of people's buying power and willingness to actually spend. Okay, so that's an indicator that commercial real estate, as far as retail, is going to get hit. Okay. And that's even above the office building stuff that's been getting hit even before COVID. But
you're talking about retail versus
the retail office space. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because commercial real estate, there's a lot of different forms, but typically, like, if you're gonna do commercial real estate investing, you have office space, retail space, then you have apartments. And then you have storage facilities, which we're not talking about. And then you got fucking trailer parks, which also we're not talking about. So and then so it's
you're gonna have, it's almost like a big old, as they say in the Army, clusterfuck.
Yep.
All at once.
Yep. And then you got people that are trying to get in the market, they can't get in the market because the interest rate and the price. See, out here they can build houses, but you're not getting nothing below 350. Even if it's a townhome. And like 8 years ago, you can pretty much pull out the stops and get like 240 was like mainly the max you spend. Now 350, and that's for like a townhome. So, and really a lot of these townhomes be going for like 400 and 500 depending on what they are.
It makes no sense, man. Especially in a market like this, makes absolutely no sense. But
and so that's why I'm saying that because that's why they'll build here. Because they can still keep those prices up because the people that they're selling to are people that are coming here from other places. So they're looking at the fact that the property taxes are low. And
what happens when those people start getting laid off or reduced hours because of AI and automation and stuff like that?
Well, here's another thing. What about the foreclosures because of the mortgage pauses and people that got used to not paying their mortgage? Because people ain't even talking about that, but that's gonna start coming through the system. But there's a lot of people. There's people that want to buy, and so the foreclosures are pretty much get ate up pretty quick. But it just obviously that just depends on the market.
I've been through this foreclosure shit twice, man. Once in '87 with the savings and loans, and then in 2008, 2009, man. It takes a long time for that. Because of
the paperwork. Yep, you're right.
Not just the paperwork. Before all this real estate actually get absorbed. It's not
Yes.
overnight.
Because I can tell you up here in Mass, man, like it still baffles me. They still got bidding wars. Like even that, I'm a real town here, and it's just like even with the high interest rates, and I'm just looking at, I'm like the numbers don't make sense, and people are just still like, yep, I'll do this or I won't do the inspection, and it's just craziness, man. It
Yeah,
just reminds me of 2008 all over again, or
it is.
2006.
It is. It is. The precursor to it. Yeah. And basically,
Yeah.
it's really what basically what's that? The SVB was a warning signal to everybody
Yeah,
that it's on its
Mhm.
way.
BJS. I was gonna say, I think a bank that might belly up is I was reading PNC.
Ooh, that's a big
PNC.
one.
That's
PNC
big.
has a
Yeah.
lot. They
Ooh,
bought
that's
one
a
of
big one.
those.
That's a big one.
Yeah, they bought a lot of I forget one of the crypto banks. So one of those digital banks, and
Okay.
yeah, I heard those digital banks had a lot of bad commercial. They carried a lot of commercial debt on their balance sheets before this thing all popped off, and PNC's trying to play it off like, oh no, we're good, but I don't think so.
And they're the Fed is helping them hide that shit.
Mm,
They get help. They know what's going on with it. But like with SVB, people a year and a half knew what was going on with that bank. Okay. And then people keep their ear to the ground. The big boys already knew what was going on. That's why the big boys got out before it actually collapsed.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah,
And,
they
and
got the PNC arena around here with like a lot of the big when people come through,
yeah,
as far as Beyonce and stuff. So yeah, they got that name. So yeah, but
yeah,
Charlotte's a strong banking hub. So
yeah. And in France, visiting the BRICS, because I'm gonna be visiting the BRICS in August. That just them saying that alone is gonna send
Oh,
rattles to the
Yeah,
to
that
the
oh
would
yeah,
market.
I
massive.
think they trying to preserve that francophone bullshit.
mm,
That's what
Just
that is.
and that's okay. Yeah, that's where they eat. Okay, I think it's like a quarter to one third of the GDP.
yes,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
said that.
yeah,
comes from the certified franc,
yeah. They
and
get like
and and,
five
and they,
hundred billion or something like that.
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and plus the preferred contracts from the resources that come from the 14 countries.
Mm-hmm.
We never really got a full accounting of how much um, those countries actually contributed to France's GDP because it took years for the Chinese to actually reveal that. So they actually knew what it was. It took them like because we asked for it in like 2008, I think, when it first popped up. We didn't find out till like 2011 about how much of the GDP came from their um,
How
from
much
their
is it?
percentage wise is as low as 25%, as high as like 33%. So which is
Yeah,
which is very
French
significant.
retirement should be like 75. Like they take a lot from those West African nations.
They do,
Yeah, they do.
and all those social programs that they're crying about is because they're taking back some of that money, a lot of that money.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, man, don't even get me started on that.
I mean,
They
you know,
home.
Yeah. I mean, I could talk about it at length, but I'm not.
I mean, could you
Yeah,
imagine if Gaddafi?
go look up at go look up at Bagbo in the Ivory Coast, man, back in 2011. Okay,
You know what's
very
Hmm.
crazy?
interesting.
You know what's crazy? It's amazing if Gaddafi was still alive or was able to bypass that assassination, man. Who knows what Africa would be?
That's true, but thing is this well, there's two one there's too many people that are jealous or hated Gaddafi within Africa. I think I count at least 11
Yeah,
countries, okay,
you're right about that.
including South Africa, who actually wanted the crown.
Yes.
And they had
Yep.
Libyan
I agree.
nationals. There was a good episode of This American Life where they had like Libyan nationals who were stationed in like Ireland and
Hmm.
Scotland who went
Hmm.
back to Libya to help with the overthrow of Gaddafi's empire.
Oh yeah, the outcast is always outcast. Yeah,
Well, it wasn't. They were the What do you call it? They were the people
expat.
who were
They
expats.
were in,
Yeah, yeah.
they were in what they call when you kick people out, they can't come back.
Well, it
Um,
Exile.
wasn't even that, but like there was that. Do you remember the color revolutions that were happening? There were a
hmm
bunch of those Arab nations that were kicking people who were like 18 to like 30, and they were
hmm
saying, "Go learn English over here.
hmm
Go get your bachelor's degree." And a
hmm
lot of those people saw the
Hmm.
wars coming up, and they were like, "We're gonna go come back home." and then a lot of those people came back home for Libya, but not for UAE or Saudi Arabia or whatever. Like there's a ton of those people, and I was living in DC. They were like 15 ESL schools that opened up that I could think of. Like they really want to get those young men out of the country.
Name more.
Yes. Yeah, Echo's still there.
Yeah, Echo's still there.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the automobile crisis as rates go up? Man, it seems like a lot of dealerships about to basically roll over.
Man, yeah, they are, and I think the banks that finance them are about to roll over too, and really it started because of supply chain coming from China that never got fixed. All those chips that need to go in those cars, they never got sold, and now they probably won't. They cost too much. It's also caused the price of used cars to go up.
And then, so I mean, it's either those prices collapse or, yeah, pretty much.
And what it goes up must come down sooner or later.
I need a new little Taurus.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I like stability. I don't like fast rises and extreme falls.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. Dunbar. He had an interesting stream earlier. He talked about the real emission cost of doing electric cars. That there ain't that much difference from that in the cars we use now, as far as emissions go.
No, because the emissions get transferred someplace else. In other words, how do you generate the electricity?
Yeah.
So and instead of it coming out of the tailpipe, it comes out of the stack or wherever we actually burn energy, actually generate the electricity.
Wow.
So you screwed either way, huh? So
yeah, I mean, who said that? I think Ralph Nader said that like 10 years ago.
Like Andrew Tate said, they just want the ability to turn your shit off.
They could turn your shit off now.
Yeah.
They just want to turn it off.
No. I mean, they have the remotely, or they have cops could have tools that you turn your shit off, or it's just turn that chip off.
Yeah, if you got OnStar, they could turn your shit off.
They don't need the boot
or any version of that.
Yeah, they can walk up with there's certain devices.
Oh yeah, well you have OnStar, but
no.
But there's versions of that, and
they have devices that will turn your car off.
When I was managing in Oklahoma, when the owner operators wouldn't pay their bill, we would shut the truck off.
Yeah.
As soon as they stopped to sleep, they couldn't turn that sucker back on, and that was back in 2008.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm talking about while you're driving, like in mid. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I get it that they can do it now. I get it about
like EPMD, electronic.
Let Nema talk because it's out there. Go ahead, Nema.
Oh, the echo's not gone? Okay,
no, it's still there.
It's something like a. Something like a EMP, like an electronic magnetic pulse or something like that. They could shut down easily on any vehicle.
No. Talk about them. There's the chips inside have a shut-off switch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just do it over there.
They can either do it remotely or they can do it locally. But the frequency will actually shut the chip off, the brain off of the car.
Right. Basically a type of override. So yeah, I get what you mean.
I can see hackers right now figuring out a way to get out of there.
But I mean, didn't they do that with that Jeep Cherokee back in the early 2000s?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Where they hacked the Jeep, and I know it was just a demo, but they went so far as making the damn thing speed up on the highway, and the dude just couldn't do anything about it.
You can, yeah.
Yep.
It's something like every recording or digital element you've had since like 2003 is stored somewhere in some facility, like Salt Lake, Ashburn, Virginia, whatever. And then every car made after like 2005 has some remote capability to be manipulated.
I think even before that. I think it's like I think so, like 1998 or 1997, something like that.
I think that's more accurate because that's what I was to say. Like
Mm-hmm.
OnStar came on board like 2001 or so.
Yep,
But like I
2001.
said to say, like if you have a car made after like 2005, you basically need like a master's degree in mechanical engineering to handle it, like or ASE certifications. But like you're not going to be able to dig in that thing.
I think after 1998, you basically you know in California you can't even get your car small without you know
Yeah.
without that chip being right. It won't even small.
Mm-hmm.
Computer
I
won't talk to
mean,
the chip.
but most of that tech you can bypass because cars still work the same way that they.
Ah,
I don't know, man.
No, they
not.
don't.
I mean,
No, that's
They
true.
don't.
I get what you're saying,
It's
but
drive
there's
by
like
wire. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, the drive-by-wire stuff you can't because that's just the steering part. But you know, the like putting a
You
map sensor on like the I mean, because they still modify cars today, and the guys who are not shipping, they're just running them
yeah,
like
but
we ran them back in the 1980s.
I mean, but I know in California, man, they got some strict restrictions on just modifications. Like,
Right.
I've known people to purchase cars from California, and they just have to go through so much.
Yeah.
even the tint is regulated over
I
there
mean,
to a high degree.
you can bypass anything. But the thing is,
Right.
but if you have to bypass it, the ability to actually turn off your car is already there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, what do you need? You need a spark, an ignition spark, and that's it. Bypass all that shit, and then just run it
Yeah,
and
but
roll with it.
But
you don't have stuff like
your timing is also uh, computer controls, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All that stuff's
Right. You
computer controlled.
bypass that with a mechanical distributor. It's, I mean,
what, but
You
we don't have stuff
yeah
like that.
yeah you can if you want to build it that way,
Carburetors.
but you don't have distributors anymore.
oh, yes, you do.
You
Yeah,
I
have
you
mean,
to
no,
have.
the
order
old
it and stuff.
distributors, yeah. I mean, basically what I'm saying is you're right. It's going to take some fabrication, but
Yeah,
it's doable. Yeah.
yeah. But how many people are going to have to go out and fabricate cars
And spend that type of money.
Yeah.
It
and
ain't
that kind of
cheap.
money and engineering to actually do that?
The ones that don't want their cars turned off in the middle of the street. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but yeah, but those people will actually be rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, the do it
Because I remember
yourselfers.
doing that when I was building the engines in my Jeep
Hmm.
back in, yeah. And it was just like, it was a carbureted 5.9 liter.
Hmm.
And I went to the guy down the street and he built a multi-port fuel injector for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, damn, dude, you got this shit on lock.
B-
And then I sold the bitch.
B-
Which I
BG,
regret.
BGS, is that track still what's the one? Laguna Seca? Is that still open in California?
I don't think so. I don't think
Right.
so. I haven't heard about racing Laguna Seca for like eons. That was an old track then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
might have used it.
Laguna Seca goes back to the 60s.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
Is it like is that an F1 track or not?
No, it used to be motor. I guess it was. I think it was a local track, and I know that part of in California, a lot of it's a
Yeah,
road.
they did used to run F1 cars in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
and I
also
know
did the
MotoGP.
yeah, that and the not just the Formula One, the other open wheel one.
Wow, World
Yeah.
Superbike.
No, no.
Indianapolis 500, IndyCar or Formula E.
Indy.
Yeah.
The
Indy
IndyCar.
500. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people with money out there.
Yeah, there's big money over there, and I know that.
Because I know like that's where you get like celebrities where they're like, hey, this guy who used to be on what's his name? He used to be on 90210. He was an IndyCar racer. I'm like, what? And then you see, he ran that race at Laguna Seca, and it was
Yep.
like him and like 5 other people from like Melrose Place, because they were celebrities and they could get eyes out there. Like that track did exist, but I know F1, the Miami track, that is impressive how they cut that city.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a big F1 fan, so I could definitely tell.
Yeah. It goes. It was actually built in 1957. It's still open. They said. I'm looking at
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's built in 1957.
Because I know they stopped the MotoGP races because they were talking. I guess the people in the city were complaining like the noise, and I'm like, it just seems weird, like how things, something that has that much history, and then all of a sudden it's like,
Well, the thing is, people move. The beach used to be rather empty. Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
And then people wanted live near the water. Now it's the most valuable land any place, along the beach,
Wow.
especially Southern California.
Yeah. The
It's
West
actually more
Side
more
in Los
expensive than
Angeles.
Beverly Hills.
Really?
West Side in Los
Mhm.
Angeles is fantastic. Once you get over there, bro, that's where you get the ocean breeze. That's where you get that
Wow.
Mediterranean climate. I mean,
Mhm.
it's nice. It's nice. Once you
Wow.
get a little inland, that's where you get
Mm.
that like real sticky hot heat. It's not as
Mhm.
bad as the Midwest, but it's still hot. But when you get into like Fontana and like Temecula and all that shit, that's
Mhm.
where it's like, oh my god,
Wow.
Oh yeah, Fontana. I've been there. Hated it.
Oh, fine,
yeah,
Tucky. Yeah,
yeah.
Miserable heat.
it is.
I'm
Cold
telling
at night.
anything in the Inland Empire, I just can't,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I was gonna move out there till I saw the swastikas. I said, nope, not for
Ooh,
me.
yeah,
Now you
Wait,
got
yeah,
swastikas
Jeff,
with
I
Jeff,
already knew.
sombreros.
you aren't
Mhm.
you aren't
Them some
you aren't
racist
broadcasting
Mexicans
out of
out there,
Orange
boy.
County. I mean, it's all over the place, man. It's all over the place. Simi Valley, like Fontana, Orange County. Like Orange County has a bunch of South Africans. Like that's
Really?
what
Mhm.
bro. I went there for a couple conferences and I had a supervisor who lived in. It was like maybe Neptune, but it was like one of those like cities that's just outside of Orange County or just on the periphery. And she was a Jewish lady. She was like, there are a bunch of fucking South Africans who are Nazis. She was not scared to say that these
Wow.
people are crazy. But
Now
yeah, that's
say
that's
what
stuff
you want
all
about
over there.
Oh yeah,
Orange County, but
Mhm.
Orange County is probably one of your most family oriented
Yes,
areas that I've ever been to. It's
Really?
it's a
like,
mixed bag. I do know a lot
man,
of people, tribe people who lived out there.
now Anaheim is different,
I heard
Mhm.
but
Anaheim
Old
different.
city. Yeah.
like Irvine and all them areas,
Yeah. Yeah.
dude, damn near everybody got a family.
Yeah. It is.
Wow.
Crazy.
Planned communities down there.
Yep.
Wow. Wow.
Did you hear about what's going on in
Art,
Italy?
what's
Yo,
Oh, the family month.
One time.
Oh, I
Who's
mean,
first?
AB was speaking, so yeah.
Art, what is Walt Disney's connection to Anaheim?
it's in
Disneyland.
Anaheim,
Disneyland.
Disneyland,
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
and Disney parks and
Mhm.
adventure and all that
Mhm.
Because I know
stuff.
all their professional teams are got something to do with Disney,
Because
like
Anaheim was basically almost built by Disney for the most part.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, now they got hood. Anaheim is their version of their hood.
Mhm.
That's what I was
Wow.
told. So I mean, that's not even real. That's not even real hood, but that's the hood to them.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Santa Ana's a barrio.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
Art,
y'all call this the hood? Yeah, this the hood. I'm like, get out of here, man.
BJS and Art, do you? I recently read something
Mhm.
on Bloomberg that San Diego is about to get a massive makeover from some big time developer trying to do like an NBA team city or something like that. I don't know if y'all know.
Yeah, I think the next NBA team will probably be in Las Vegas. I
Yeah.
yeah, I
think it's
did hear
prior.
Send
about
the
the
Clippers.
NBA.
They can take the Clippers.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean, shit, Art.
well, the Clippers are headed down to into Inglewood.
Man,
Mm,
They're building a
I know
stadium
they
there.
built out that area. Yeah.
can't get
Mhm.
rid of them.
I heard that
What?
stadium's crazy though. I heard that stadium's gonna be
Once the
crazy.
Rams decided to build their stadium, it was a wrap.
Like that's one of the lasting Obama legacies is that the NBA is going to expand. And I don't think
Oh,
people realize like how big it's going to expand to, but like the Western European and then like the Asian talent,
Yeah.
I'll put it. I know black men who never played a lick in the NBA, but they played over in like Europe or Asia, and then they went to grad school and they had like
Mhm.
backers from boosters for like their letters of recommendation, and they're like lawyers, doctors, whatever. These are guys who like make Dennis Sperling look small, but
wow.
they played in the league, got their money, got no debt. They got their shit together. Like
Wow.
that's these are high value men type of dudes. But yeah, the league is going to expand. It's definitely going to expand.
Yeah.
How many teams do you
Yeah,
think they'll expand? Question. Because right now, how many? How
yeah,
many? Teams?
we'll
32
see.
is it?
In November.
We'll see.
I didn't understand a word he said.
I know.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Wah wah. Give me a jumbo jack with cheese, some curly fries.
Oh,
Hold
I
the
said
pickles.
something cool. Dr. T got a new laptop
Tartar
that looks
sauce.
dope. He got the
We
I
got
was looking at this one.
Lenovo.
Yep, the 2-in-1. I was looking at that as my travel one because I'm trying to make a test run, and it is. He said it's looking good. I want to get a little feedback. I'm trying to reach out to him in the back channels.
I'm actually ask him to do a demo.
Bro, it's like 12 core. 12 core.
Oh,
Think about that. And it's a 12 to 13. I think it's like a 13-inch laptop. I was like, God damn.
Is the 13?
I'm looking at that thing.
The 13 is dual screen. I think it's
a beast.
But it's also like $2,200 for a laptop.
That sounds about right. 12 core.
Yeah. I mean, I've been stacking. But
yeah,
I'm like, yeah.
He couldn't resist. I said, nah, it's a little rich for my blood for a laptop.
Come on, Jules, say yes.
Well, I mean, like, look, I'm not saying no.
No.
I'm waiting for another contract to come in.
Oh yeah, you're gonna need one. Yeah, I mean, they're nice. They look fun. It's different. You know, if you pull that bad boy out and actually stack the screens, yeah, you're gonna get noticed.
Yeah, because someone like Doc, he can do different things that someone like myself can do. Because he's got the doctorate, he's got the patina at like a top tier region, and so he can do like touring circuit, publishing circuit, and if he gets invited on, because like, look, this thing that's going on with the manosphere, men's content, whatever, is not going away.
No, it's not.
He's going to be invited on. He's going to be paid honorariums. That's going to be paid for itself. And I don't mind paying him whatever. Patreon, if he gets a locals or he wants to go in and just start talking to Dead Set, like, look, let's chop this up. How does this type of stuff? And just go through the mechanics, whatever. I work in IT. That's a little bit different. My money comes in a different manner. So I have different sources of revenue than he does. But I like that he does that. And I want to just know what his experience is, because I know he's got a very he's got like what, two what do you call it? The ultra wide monitors. And so that takes a lot of takes a lot of memory to run that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, he got 12 core machine and 2 double wide monitors, stuff like that. That's his we call it Jarvis. Okay.
Just have a little fun here, fellas. We're a little bit over 3 hours in, and you notice we haven't talked about somebody.
What about it?
My porcelain princess.
The women.
Well, let me pull up her. Let's see if I can find her new studio in Chicago that she just bought. Or she says that she just bought.
Oh, she just bought. So let me guess, it's our fault, right?
Yeah, why not?
We gave her the money to buy this new studio, right? We got money to throw around like that to give her the money to studio, right?
She can lean into her family at this point, man. I mean,
exactly
her first shows that were live in the UK were dog shit. But I was like, I'm glad she's making that effort. Yeah. And then she improved and improved and improved. And like I was like kind of specking out what it would cost. And that $100,000, that's about right. Yeah. It's not the best show, but like she runs it medium tempered. She kind of draws it out. She made a business, you know.
Yeah,
and if I were her, if she got married, she had a kid, I would not let anybody know. I'd be like, well, I'm pregnant. Call me whatever you want. And I think she has that temperament. She could handle it.
Yeah.
I hope she does well.
Just take a look at her new studio.
Now I remember. Now remember when
can you pull it up? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm gonna just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today I'm at my parents' house.
Oh, she is awful.
When I was in college and I came home and there's this big hole in my backyard, and I'm like, Dad, what's going on? He said, I'm building a shed. Normally when you build a shed, like you think that
Hell no,
Shit.
she is
You
a
think
terrorist.
No.
it's like a warehouse where you just have a couple,
Clifford the Big
four-wheelers.
Red Dog.
Blessing, would you say that is
Yeah.
how you would describe
And she
this
was a
shed?
basketball player?
Yeah.
Basketball, volleyball. Yeah, she's 6 feet tall.
So the cool thing about this
Come
shed
on, volleyball
is
players
that
got
we're
better
going to
bodies than
use
that.
it for, ideally, we're going to have events here. So we could do like a live show and host, like, you guys could come buy a ticket
With
come
Nick
to one of these
Fuentes,
events.
Yeah, why not?
Or guys, all the blue
Ben
pill guys,
Shapiro.
we say come to Chicago, all right, and
Look how big
hang
this thing is.
out. Destiny, let's bowl. I think he's been talking a lot of shit on stream recently, so I don't know if we're on good terms. But regardless, look, we have a bowling alley here. Imagine the Red Pill Olympics. Now, on top of that, to scare off any liberals, because like obviously you have to be involved in this, because all the liberals will think they'll say they'll beat the Red Pill people. But here, let me see if there's a light in here. Yeah, here, okay, we can come in.
Look at that. That's white folks, man.
A gun range. So anyone that wants to be creepy or try anything, we have a lot of guns here. That's my one.
Should light that shit up.
But look it. So we can, all the liberals that come compete, they'll be like, oh, this is such a fun day of games. And we'll be like, look it, if you want to win, you got to shoot.
What?
Olympics,
didn't I say she gonna be Candace Owens' replacement?
So it goes all the way back. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
Along with Andrew Tate, like you said, BGS.
You want to shoot?
That's
Yeah,
like
mixed.
100 yards.
How old shoot cameras?
Listen, you're from Africa. I know you shoot.
Just keep watching now. See how big this place is. Actually, really is.
Bro, this is like a 4,000 square foot.
Damn. Oh no, it's bigger than that.
No, it's bigger than 4,000, bro.
Yeah.
Good luck. Here,
Watch
hold
this.
on. I'm gonna show them.
I think she said it was like on 28 plus acres. Like
during this Olympics, right?
Get the fuck out of
Whoa!
here.
Yeah, that's a full gym.
I know the right like fighting. So, are you ready? Boom, boom.
This ain't black money.
Slap contest.
Yeah, this is definitely no
I mean, maybe some like.
Yeah, I can hear it now. The manosphere paid for that.
Yeah.
Good luck proving that.
Okay, here my mother has taken out her frustration with our current administration. Yes.
Oh my Biden.
Oh my
wow.
Bruh.
Can I make
during
this
this
up?
like this red pill boxing, whatever boxing match we do, we can maybe even do like a pull-up contest. You want to see me do a pull-up? I can't. I don't think. Which one is a pull-up? This one?
Her legs are very built. Her upper body.
One question there.
I can't do it. I do squats and shit. So here we can do squat rack, right? Get a little boom, No one make fun of my form. Then
Too late.
Go over here.
Yeah, I'm making fun of your figure.
Yeah.
Lack of
And
it.
the white guys
That's a
don't
thing.
win for her at all.
This,
That's why she got big black guys. Ain't the white guy gonna have her.
Ooh, goodness gracious, she's awful lanky.
You see the visuals?
She played what?
Volleyball.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She runs
So
white.
we bought all this stuff, right, BGS?
Huh?
This is a special.
Yeah, we bought. Yeah, hell yeah. All from black
Then,
real
if
money.
the whales want to come here and do some weight loss challenges,
Boot camp.
boot camp. So any overweight women that want to apply to lose the weight, because we don't just talk about the problem. We offer solutions. Now, I'm addicted
Cobra
to
Kai
sugar, so maybe I
5.
can't help you with nutrition, but I've been training for 10 years. I can help you train.
Yeah, this is more than $10 million.
This is a weight thingy.
Yes. That's
What is
the
this?
power plate. That thing's about like at least 10 bands.
Is this like a stretcher? Keep your arms.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
She says $10 million. I
Yeah,
think she
Daddy
got
bought
that.
all this stuff.
Yeah, well, we supposedly, we don't
Supposedly we
know.
bought all of it, right?
We rich over here. We tripping.
Right, she's friends with Fresh and Fit too. Don't forget about that.
Doing
Did you get that on camera? Cut
Yeah.
that.
She doesn't even know that. Ab machine.
No. Oh shit! Get the fuck
Are
out
you
of here!
fucking serious? We
Get
brought
the
all
fuck.
this, right, BGS?
And this is in
See this?
Chicago.
See this? See how big this thing is?
So as you may or may not know, I did play semi-pro volleyball and basketball. So I was a
Need to
better
hook her up with young
volleyball player.
Grizzly.
You want to see a couple things? Yeah.
I just want you guys to see how big this thing is.
Now look, I didn't have the best hands, all right?
Get the fuck out of here!
This is not black
We
money.
brought all this, right? Yeah.
Oh, she flexing. Oh, she really flexing.
So, you know, we don't have the court but I'll show you a little bit of the good stuff.
Yeah, and she walking through it like, oh yeah, it's just money.
Yeah, she's used to it.
Yeah.
You see.
Can you shoot?
Yes, I can shoot.
She's what do you call it? That movie, My Super Ex-Girlfriend.
You're gonna have to yell because the mic is here.
And let me get this is in Chicago or is it in Europe?
Growing up,
In Chicago.
sports were really important.
I
I
Right.
really felt like I was competing for my parents' love. Yes, based on how we did in our sports season. There we go.
Fine, get
Did you
one.
get that?
3-point.
I know.
Yeah, you tell me that you cut the camera. That's a cool.
You
That's all
didn't
right.
get it?
Nah.
So I used
Watch
to do
it skip
alumni
again.
calls. I used to do alumni calls for my
White
my
girls
undergrad
Missed
and my
that one
university.
too.
What?
So I missed that one too.
You.
There's like 50,000 families that live like this that you call and they cut a $10,000 check.
She must have missed that one. Oh no, she did it. Okay.
I go off.
Then, all right, I'll show you guys some of my post moves. So I would go like this,
Yeah.
and then I'd go like that. Or.
She look like a female Dirk Nowitzki.
Doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or. My
But
favorite
Byrd,
one was just.
More like Jokic, right? Big and slow.
Yeah.
I'll give her a Turkaloo.
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 I was the same. My biggest thing was I would just back it up.
Yeah.
Bill Walton with
Back it up.
7.
You can hide under there if life gets tough.
Look at that shit, man. Look how big this thing is.
Oh, we
This is
brought all
some
this
dishes.
shit, though,
Over
right?
here.
This is just.
Oh, come on, this board.
Get
Oh,
the fuck out of here.
So boom.
racquetball.
BGS.
I've
BGS,
never
this is
played
LA
it, that's why I
Fitness,
imagine
BGS.
it
This is
was
LA
yeah,
Fitness.
really.
Is she gonna take her Africans with her too?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
bring him. That's Blessing is actually filming it right now, so he's one of them.
This is LA Fitness, man.
This is disrespectful. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go on stage.
Disrespectful.
Let's see it.
I ain't mad at
The
her.
racquetball
Stay
club.
with the stairs,
Look at
man.
it twisted. I ain't mad at her, but good lord, we bought all this, really?
Hold on, this gym is so big and it has a balcony. So you
Yeah.
So I can watch you niggas out there
Alright.
fucking at my
So,
court.
Look at this. Look at this, man.
this is my dad's future man cave. It's empty now. But my dad also said he's going to build us, if we want to do a show here, he's going to build us a room over there. It's wall mount, but you could also, it's dark, but you could see the racquetball too. So if I wanted to annoy him, I would do, if I wanted to annoy him and he locked me out, which never happens, ever, I would just go in there and be like, Dad, I'm here.
She's still out of breath, huh?
Yeah, she had to run up all them stairs, man. This is a big
Put
ass.
them Twinkies down,
Yeah,
girl.
it's a big ass
Man,
house,
this-
man.
Man, this is a
also
compound,
room that
man.
doesn't
This is-
exist yet. This you could fall down here, so yeah, don't do that.
No furniture in there yet. Wow.
Yes, this is my dad's man cave.
Yo, that is like a D3 basketball court.
Yeah, it is.
So here, I actually
Nigga, HBCUs don't even be having that shit.
here's the second part of
Yeah, HBCUs you would love to have something like this.
Mm-hmm. boy.
This is disrespectful.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
This is my future bedroom. Yes.
His editing room, huh?
My brother's office currently, but I think that this
Oh.
can be negotiated.
No, there's no space for negotiation.
I see a lot of space for
finally.
This is like a terrorist arrangement. You
I
don't negotiate.
I see a lot of negotiation possibilities. I see a bed right here. Yes, but right now it's my brother's office, so it's one of the sorry.
Did she just turn redder? I mean,
We
damn.
continue.
And she's still out of breath, man.
Yeah, they turn red.
I think this is going to be another
What did she
bedroom.
say?
I guess I could take this one.
We bought all this, right?
I am moving home, you know.
We got money like that to buy
My
a
mom says
bar.
I need an apartment, but I prefer this.
She gonna move back.
Another one.
Yeah.
Empty. Right.
Man, this is like
That's gonna be another topic when she moved back,
The
boy.
cool thing is,
Shit, man.
BJ's, this is a
here's like a
compound for the end
little
of the world.
kitchen area. I think
Yep.
that's where they're gonna put the washer.
And where's the bomb shelter?
And then this.
The kitchen.
Don't jinx it, man. She might show a brown structure.
She didn't show us the Obsidian studio yet.
He's a troll in the basement.
In the basement.
Yeah, he's a gnome in the basement.
That's what's up, man.
Look at this shit, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did have a place there, though.
But yeah.
Got a little plaque said Obsidian's office.
Shit.
This is gonna be like a little
BJ's,
house.
how many niggas gonna be lined up to come to this compound?
It's like little house.
Man.
On the water.
I want my tour. Shit, if I help pay for it, I want my tour.
Hell yeah. I mean, Obsidian probably trying to get out of Philadelphia with the damn
He
95.
said, oh,
fucked up.
shit.
I do really like this room. So this room.
Damn, she can't even cross her legs.
I think I can win
That's
it.
a damn shame.
The guy put the TV on the wall. I win.
That's your TV?
Yes. It's actually
Brittany Griner.
it's our board for whenever Dad comes in here because he can't see our monitors. So
I'm very excited to come home. I think it'll be a great addition to the family.
it'll be an addition or somewhat of a subtraction.
What do you? Well, you know, Eva's gone.
That's gonna be interesting.
Basically, he built this shit for her, huh?
Sometimes the good goes out and the bad comes in.
Okay, that's a bit rude. That's a bit rude. You know, I'm a delight. I'm a delight
Anyway.
to be around.
We had enough.
Yeah, that's
All
enough
right.
looking at
That's
her.
more than enough.
I'm just curious, why is she leaving
Can we
Europe?
play basketball?
I don't
Can we
know.
need to get you?
Let's play a little bit.
She got what she needed from them.
But we pay for all that, right?
Yeah, and this is just like boring boy stuff.
Damn, look at
I
that,
don't.
man.
That's not a.
Ridiculous.
That's like
You
a
should,
soft
Biggie,
thing.
I don't think studio is the right word. I think compound is the right word.
Yeah, probably so, man. Look at this.
This is the orange thing.
Bruh, she's got like a lift that they would have.
Yeah, lift
on
and,
their
and
construction
look at the
site.
bay doors to put shit, bring shit in. Look at this.
Like,
Yeah.
you know.
That's like a 60 by 80
Okay,
garage.
so-
Look at that.
So I'm gonna put my room up there.
Cause I'm really thinking
This is-
about
So ideally,
if she's
I was
gonna do
thinking
those
these would be
studio
boxes.
things.
So if you pay X
Who's gonna
amount
be
of
her
dollars,
guest? They're not gonna be European.
BGS,
let's say we did
pause the
show,
video
since
for
you
a minute,
chose
please.
live from
Okay.
here.
Y'all hit the Cash App and support the show for all this extra content. I'm just saying.
Oh,
saying.
the Pippi
I'm gonna-
Longstocking tax.
Yeah, the Pippi
All right.
Longstocking tax. Because you know they're probably going to yell at me for having this video. So
This
y'all
facility-
hit the Cash App and support the show. Go continue.
But it's Black Manosphere, right?
Yeah.
This thing got to be at least over
What up,
10,000.
Charles? Go ahead.
Do me a favor, blow me up.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish it up real quick.
Okay.
You could then pay to go tickets, or you could,
a
if
minute,
you're in the
Charles.
area, unlimited box seats. We could give a box for you and your family. This could be your box. Show them the box. Yes, look how comfortable this is. We could put a little couch up here, and you can be
Man, she could run a semi-pro league in that motherfucker.
Yeah, she could.
$10,000 a
Every
year.
NBA, probably,
No, a season. These are season tickets.
Unless you're Kanye, you can just show up anytime.
Yeah, unless you're like Kanye or someone really important, then we'll just, accommodate. Yay. He's never going to come because I always call him Kanye.
I mean, we're talking about at
It's
least
tough
what,
to remember,
$25,000 a run this facility.
That's the
the tour.
shed.
Okay, that's the tour. Okay, all right.
I've already done a house tour on my channel, so if you want to know what the house looks like, I would like to bring them to the playground.
Anyway, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
AB, blow me up.
All right.
All right.
Man.
Well, that's what Pippi Longstockings is doing right now.
Hey, more power to her.
Checking in.
I just want to know what kind of guest she's going to have since she's not going to be in Europe.
I don't. That's a good question. That is a damn good question.
They flying. They definitely coming. You know, niggas. I gotta see this.
I gotta do this because I have to. Baltimore to back. From Anaheim to Amsterdam.
She's leaving everybody behind.
To all the fathers, biological and appointed.
Appointed. You ain't shit for that one.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
I've been drafted. You've been drafted, Negro.
Drafted.
We go with Umar Johnson, stepdad father, stepdad army, huh?
The elected monarch of parentage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a president of the Black Manosphere and a president of the black community, huh?
3, 2, 1.
Woo!
You told the
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Joe Jackson.
fathers and fuck the bitches who make it hard to be fathers. I gotta say something about that, but first, hold up. Gotta do my traditional Father's Day salute.
There you go.
You know,
we hope that it's her dad's money, but I mean, you never know at the levels, man. Who paid for it?
What it's like, even if she's just Manosphere and then hitting her dad on the multiplier, like that's enough that she can just show, like, look, if you want to come into town, do an interview with me, I got the place to put you up. I got the place to make this interview look good. I got several content areas that you could do one-on-one stuff. Like she could start multiplying this shit out.
Yeah, she can actually bring in other content creators.
And then the people who were nice to her, like Angry Man, Anton Daniels, you know, those type of folks, they're gonna
Anton's in Chicago. Anton's in Chicago, so
exactly. He'll drive down in the Porsche. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna jump in on something. That's a thought I just had.
Go ahead.
Definitely condolences to MTR and his dad, but I'm saying that because I'm about to mention him real quick. She did mention that he met her family.
Yep.
I can't believe that he knew this.
That he knew what?
He knew she had this. Because he met her family in Chicago. She said that when he was doing that clapback.
I don't think it was built yet. I don't think it was yet.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's just what I wanted to put out there.
She said it was her dad's former office.
No, that's new, man. That is brand new. That's not
That's
completely
brand new.
That's new.
You can't a basketball court with that type of wax, man. That's definitely not old.
That is new, man. You can there's nothing I saw that was old in there.
Right. All that was just brand new equipment.
Go ahead.
Number one, I didn't know they made 6 foot tall jars of mayonnaise.
Yes, they do. I met him. Ask Zendaya's mother.
If any of you niggas find just pearly things attractive, unfriend me. I don't want to be associated with you. As a matter of fact, get your ass on that fucking.
I've talked to a couple of guys that said they would do. Pearly could get it.
You know what, black women,
Alpine mountain.
You said
I'll say this for white women, she is a 5. Maybe a 4.5, but
yeah,
she's
4.5. I think more like 4.5. Yeah.
4.5.
I mean, wasn't Gina
5.5? Yeah.
But wasn't Gina Davis 6 feet, if I recall correctly?
Yeah, she's damn
Gina
good.
Davis has like a
5'10".
nice face.
Yeah.
she's built like fucking anorexic Gumby.
She's not anorexic. She
Nah, she ain't anorexic.
Ain't anorexic.
No, not
She ain't anorexic. God damn. She looked like one of those wrestling figures when you, or like the He-Man figures, you exchange the arms for something else.
What was it? What was the center actually played for Connecticut?
Which one?
I forget. You know,
she was
you
like,
know, I get, you know, one thing, and I get that she's not attractive, but you know, sometimes I think that when people go out of their way to say how ugly she is, sometimes I think it's like niggas got this obligation to say that just because she's white, because there may be somebody listening. Oh, you know, you like that white woman. That's so it kind of gets annoying. Like, clearly, she didn't get to where she is because of her fucking looks. You knew what she looked like up front. It wasn't like, you know, she did. And I'm not just jumping on anybody. I'm just saying in general, because it's not like, you know, I could see if she didn't show her face and then she got to like 200,000, like, hey, it's me. You know what I'm saying? You know, so people knew what they were getting up front. So it's kind of, I just want to put that out there. You know?
Charles Faulkner says that she's not attractive at all. And Jesus Christ, man, it's just, it's bad. That video just makes it worse in my mind.
No,
it's not like I'm just saying, it ain't like she came up in fucking radio and then, you know, she kind of pulled a switcheroo. I mean, people knew what she was from the straight. And the reason why I'm even saying that is because, you know, one thing that I will give her a lot of credit for is in this world where a lot of people are looking, and we get it, she's white, she got a lot of advantage. But a lot of it's kind of the same thing I said about Fresh. Fresh has
Rebecca Lobo.
Yeah, okay. Fresh has a stutter. And you gotta like really understand what it takes. And Fresh is, you know, a nigga that looks like he's got a trick and he's been caught doing it. My point is, I have a certain amount of respect for people that like have to push past those things or don't have those insecurities, because a lot of people do. I mean, you have a lot of people. That's where a lot of people want to hate on her by hating on us, saying, "Oh, we helped her. We're the reason," because they don't want to face the fact that maybe she outworked some of y'all. Like, so when you see somebody like Six the Goddess, who, you know, had to get on the pole, who has looked, who's had the promotion, by the way, because Six was on Cam Newton shit. She'd be all over these podcasts, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, look at Six.
You know,
Six
she
might
looks
be the
at
girl who
somebody
can do
like
it.
that and then gets mad.
Here's the point. Here's the point.
Six could do it, except for that she's not going to do something like I'm sorry, she is too antagonistic to get women on a platform in order to get them to like reveal themselves emotion. No, I mean she's got other issues.
She's not smart enough.
Right. Yeah, and like you could see like Pearl, like her first, let's say the first season was her getting her like teammates on her show and like getting them to talk and then getting the locals and all that shit, and they were talking and they were getting it, and she was, you know, like trying to be a little bit edgy, but not as much.
She's a 4.5. She has to have a personality.
Yeah.
She
She's
has
like, look, I'll put this. She is the if you went to any mid to top, you know, upper tier college, you would meet 1,000 versions of her.
Yeah.
And because like most white women look like her, but they're about 5'6",
and
right? And they're probably like dark haired, you know.
Right.
Like
Why do you think Colorado was so painful for me? Like, it was like you looking at these fucking. If you saw a 5 in Colorado, you're lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see snow bunnies everywhere.
Like,
share Rebecca Lobo real quick. Art.
Colorado got some fine women.
It was so bad. It was so bad. A 6 in Colorado was considered a goddess.
I believe it. That's Pearl.
And I'm gonna just tell
Rebecca Lobo. Okay, just different color hair. That's Pearl.
I'm gonna just
and Lobo's 6'4".
And I'm gonna
yeah.
And Charles fought to say something about looks. Don't know, nigga, challenge it. Yeah, she ugly, but
no, because I mean, look, I had a girl who looked like a dark, like close to Rebecca Lobo. She was 6'5", and she was very flirtatious. But look, guys don't go for girls that tall.
That
and I was
tall,
like,
unless
and that plain, Sarah plain and tall.
Sarah
plain and tall.
Any girl that's over 5'11" is a grown damn man, and she can get her own damn fucking door.
No, I mean, they are.
I had one with 5'11" and green eyes. Ooh, I loved her. Anyway,
yeah. That but 6. I had a girl. She was sweetest girl in the world. and she liked me because I was not intimidated by her height. And we had a
That's
great time for a summer.
That's
but-
because he didn't choke slam you.
Oh she was built like she was slim. She was very slim. She was just plain. That was the big thing. It was like she was not like
how tall are you?
5'10".
How tall was she?
It'll be
6'5".
Man, she took good care of you.
5'6", you mean?
Yeah.
She took good care of you.
Was she 5'6" or 6'5"?
No, she was 6'5". She was 6'5". I'm 5'10". We had a great summer. She was a nice girl, but she was like,
I bet
like Georgia Weezy.
She was Sarah, plain and tall.
I bet you had so much fun. Like, baby, can you get that for me? Sure.
Stretching out
You
the
like
long
Booger
legs.
from Revenge of the Nerds.
And stretching out them long legs. That's
nah, it's like you ever seen like
So you must have been like a black Danny DeVito, huh, Jules?
Nah, do you remember when Ripley was in the mech suit and she was wrestling the alien at the end of Aliens?
Yeah.
It was like you had to like kind of muscle up.
Yeah, that's true.
The tail was going everywhere and the legs were going everywhere.
Yeah, legs everywhere.
It was like, I mean, she was a girl, but she had long limbs.
Legs, yeah.
That's the only way you had to qualify that.
That's
She was a girl.
No, she was a very girly girl. She was a very girly girl.
Wrap around your back, they wrap around your back.
Yes.
Don't
You
piss her off.
wrestled.
Don't piss
I
her
wrestled for a number of years. So I could get out of it, but like, I mean, she would lock in.
Don't piss her off, man. Because she's gonna give you that Kevin Nash boot to the face, man.
Yeah. Especially when them long feet, them toes curl. Ooh.
Yeah. She could wear my shoes, man. She could wear a man's. She could wear
Hammer time. Oh yeah, them toes.
What was her shoe size?
She could wear my shoe size, which was 11 and a half.
Ooh,
man, she could probably wear those. She probably could do a signature with her feet.
That's funny. Issa Rae wears a size 12 men's shoe.
God damn.
Damn.
Push her down, she never falls.
And she showed me one time on the interview, right? She was wearing Converse, right? And she showed her Converse high tops, and people just look like, God damn.
You know it's bad.
That's all.
She wears.
She's not that tall, but she got big feet.
She wears a men's 12.
Yes.
She wears the same shoe size as I do.
Yes.
I can't sleep with her. Be like, you don't know whose shoe is it.
Eric Hormonger did never underestimate the power of Eric Hormonger.
I don't know. That's the only thing. That's the only
I can never underestimate the power of Eric Hormonger.
That's the only thing that fucks me up when I can arm wrestle your foot. Like,
that's probably what you will do. You probably will. You probably have.
Yeah, what's the tallest any of you dated besides Jules here?
That's the one thing that turns me off. Bitches with long fucking feet and toes. Good God. I'm like, bitch, are them figures? Like, God damn. Like, she looked like, you don't want a bitch who could do excellent with her toes. No, you don't want that. Look like Mr. Burns. Excellent. That's not your
Smithers. Who is that giant with the big feet?
You know,
that's
Homer Simpson, sir.
You know, you think she rubbing you with her hand on the
back? No, actually, I was thinking Mars. Okay.
Find out it's her foot. Like, I thought those were fingers.
Yeah, but she was tall, but she had really, really soft skin.
You ever had
green eyes like Vanessa Williams.
You ever had
girls
like, Issa Rae would be the type of chick. You know how you would say you would put a bag over a chick's face?
Mm-hmm.
You had to put a bag over her.
Yeah, but she has pretty skin though.
Yeah, but put the bag over her feet. I don't want to see the feet, man.
Bag over her feet. She got long feet.
See her feet, man. I'm like
Marcus and Boomerang. Like, oh my gosh, she got hammer toes. Oh, literal hammers.
You gotta wear his socks and everything.
Hammer toes. She got Beetlejuice. She got Beetlejuice fingers on her feet. Like motherfucker look like broomsticks.
Anytime you see those fingers, you probably start screaming, "Damn!
I wonder where she's gonna wind up because she's smart though. She took her stuff from YouTube to HBO.
Who's that?
But they did a good job using her in Across the Spider-Verse because I didn't even recognize they used her sparingly enough because I didn't recognize that was her.
Oh, when I first, because my daughter sounds just like her, So I recognized it as soon as she opened her mouth. I said, "Okay." I turned to my daughter. I said, "You know that they said that sounds like you." She said, "Yeah, people tell me that all the time."
What does she sound like?
My daughter, my daughter has the same kind of intonation and speech pattern that Issa Rae does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's like
they
middle
kind
to
of
upper middle class.
They kind of cross between Hood and Valley Girl.
Yeah. Like she could play just a little bit, but she's not gonna be watching the chick fight shows.
Yeah,
she's not gonna be like she might watch them a little bit. She might watch them with a critical eye.
It's kind of funny because like there's times when I hear people's accents and I'll be like, you don't hear them. And I get that a lot because most Baltimoreans don't even know I'm from Baltimore. And
unless you say you.
We can pick it up. Yeah, we can pick it up. Then.
Hey, Charles, is it
Fadley's?
Charles, is it Fadley's or G&M?
Fucking what?
For the crab cakes, Fadley's or
Neither.
Neither.
Oh my God.
He said neither.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Damn. And yes, I can say the word you, to, and do. And it's
we can still hear it. We can still hear it. We can still hear it.
Don't forget true.
BJS, I sent you a screenshot, man. There's 250-year-old hoes, man. They ain't let it go. I just emailed it to you.
Okay.
If you want crab cakes, go get an old grandma.
But you got the video, right?
Say that again, BJS.
You got the video, right?
It's something else in the shade room, man. I sent you the screenshot. I was on the social media.
Okay.
If you want crab cakes, go to an old black grandmother. I had some of, go to Moe's or go to an old black grandmother. Like I had Faley's, which was at Lexington Market, where I was a sergeant. But I had to resign. Y'all bitches ain't paying me enough. That's why I'm trying to go for this $110,000 lieutenant position. Fuck that.
I heard that.
I'm sorry. I'm bougie with my law enforcement. Sorry. I went to too many schools, have too much experience, and I want to wear the white shirt, leaning my foot on the chair, and be like, "Yeah, boy, you go out there and do that shit." But it's dangerous, boss. Here, take this shotgun rifle with you. You got it. I'm gonna lead from the front, from the rear. Then trust me, Faley's is cool, but
I try to tell people that want to go to the Chart House or not.
Yeah, you know what? The Whoredom is actually selling worldwide, man. So they're trying to sell it. People think I'm kidding. Okay,
you may want to share that with the rest of us.
Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, Rihanna,
Charles Faulkner.
They're opening
they're opening the portal. Right? I hope you get $1 billion.
I really
Sierra and Russell trying to follow in the footsteps. Trying to get that money.
You know what? I'm gonna tell every nigga, guess what? You need to sell dick. You know why?
They do.
Good dick.
I agree.
Come by.
Basically, good dick is much rarer than good pussy.
Yep.
Oh, good pussy. It really. Here's the point. But I had to give my philosophy, and this is. I got to give my doctorate in whoredom, man. Dr. Faulkner's in session. There is almost no such thing as good pussy, just horny niggas.
Yeah.
No.
Most women are.
No. There's such thing as good pussy.
I mean,
yeah, but most people don't get it or recognize
matter, and that's crazy pussy. But you really don't have truly crazy women, because when you deal with one crazy woman, everything else is like blah.
Now, basically, if you get really good pussy, that means that bitch is demon possessed. Okay.
Oh, so you're succubus.
Been there, done that.
I got a witness.
People be like,
not just Jehovah either.
Nope.
Yeah, we got so many witnesses. Them bitches are knocking on the front and back door.
And my mother asked me about my ex-fiance a couple days ago. So whatever happened to her?
Today
last I heard of her, she was in Orange County working for an IT firm. Did she ever get married? Nobody's gonna marry her except me.
What's happened?
But gosh, she was fine. Ooh.
It's funny.
I miss her.
What's funny about that? Like today was the first day my mom came to my house.
Really? Oh, you're talking about your new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
She loves it. She like, oh, the hardwood floors, the cabinets. You got an ice maker? There you bougie now. I like that.
Since when were you never bougie, sir?
I was born with a golden spoon.
Yeah, I know. You're born bougie, nigga. Even when you weren't, when you're broke, you're bougie.
Nigga, pussy, you tell the truth, man. It's funny because one of my female friends, the main one I'm talking to, she tried to go hard on me, and I just said you when I said some shit, and I kind of leaned into it, and she hung up and blocked me for like, and I said I blocked her phone. So when she called me, I knew it didn't go through, and then I called her and I said, "You still mad?" She's like, "No." Okay, let's continue our conversation. I don't give a shit. Like, people were like, "Yeah, you're so bougie. You would drink. The only type of liquor you would drink would have to be XO. Anything less would be civilized, motherfucker." And even my fucking malt liquor better be XO. The breast milk. The breast milk seems
I
today.
finally took the missus to work last week.
Oh, did you?
Man,
you got hated on, didn't you?
Because it's like majority sisters there.
Did you get hated on?
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Of course the older sisters, right?
Light skin broad.
And they were trying to tell her, well, your husband, man, he's a piece of work, blah blah blah. My wife didn't even understand.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said to her, I said, muletas negros, você sabe. The lady said, you saying something bad about me, huh? I said, don't worry about it. It ain't nothing bad. No, you said something bad. I said, no, we didn't.
That's because your wife's prettier than her, isn't she?
Yeah. And then the older lady, a lady that's older than her, she said, how come every time a man brings his woman around, she gotta say something negative about him? So she was complaining about the other sister. So every time a man brings his woman around, she always got to say something negative about.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To undermine that, man.
Like it's some kind of. I know she thought she was joking or whatever, but
yeah.
Look, I've been in those damn schools. See that damn administration building with them goddamn women in there and the damn female principal. Hell no, it's a goddamn pit of vipers.
I'm gonna tell you. I think Peanut got out of middle school, at least elementary school, because he had this Caribbean principal. She was a PhD, and I think she had this biggest crush on me. And she wasn't bad looking, nice body too. No, I didn't fuck you. I did not sleep with her. But my son, it's
nobody
funny.
was bumping Shabba Rank Sing-a-ling.
Like my son, I can tell he's my son because he's as oblivious to me as I was to girls at one point. He doesn't know what he got till one day he comes into realization of what he has, and then I might lose him. And the funniest part about it is that my son would get in a fight, and I would tell the young boys, like, look, did you learn your lesson? Did my son do something to you first? No. Why did you hit him? Well, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What did we learn? Shake hands. I don't want to hear shit about it. Well, Mr. Faulkner, we can suspend him. I'm not going to omit a young black man getting his education. He learned his lesson. He got his ass handed to him. Guess what? Shake hands. Get the fuck back to class. And then I noticed the principal will want me in her office for 30 extra minutes. Oh, you're so well with kids. I mean, they're kids. It's not too much to figure out. And it's funny because I had this one female, of course she's divorced, and she said, do you really need a good father to raise kids? And I asked her this question because I invited her over for drinks last weekend. I might do it this weekend too. Nice titties though, pretty face, but her sister's even better than her. She's in Miami. God damn Tish. She's 40. Tish is like fucking 41 and she aged backwards. She still looked the same way as she did when she was 28.
Good genes.
Bad. And she's light skinned. And I'm like, God damn, how did you do it? Light skinned people usually age like milk.
She hit the lottery.
I mean, you genetic bastard. And shit, that's a bad bitch. I mean, her sister's not too far off, but she could, if she took care of her body a little bit more, she'd be up there with her sister. They're both very facially, their facial structure is very beautiful. And I was like, look, you got to understand this. Stop saying there's not a lot of good fathers out there. Just say you have a lot of women who are bad pickers of men. Because a lot of you women have the tendency to get with a man and he's a good father, but you want to be able to tell the fucking side of your story instead of telling the entire truth where you incriminate yourself. And she was like, but no, you got to, like a lot of these guys. I said, look, you were married and your older two kids were taken care of by your husband, who you had your younger two kids. You got divorced and you're mad that your son, that he doesn't take your son, your middle child, under his wing anymore like he used to. He got two of his natural borns that he got to take care of. I said, this is the difference between fathers and mothers. And I'm not talking about the really, really good mothers. I'm talking about the average mother. You think Peanut will be able to drop out of high school? I don't give a fuck if I got to live in my car. Okay? You're not, no. I would live in the fucking park before you fucking quit school. And one time I damn near was in that position. So don't tell me something that I'm willing to do. And it goes, shout out to Dead Set again from the Black Pill. I got to get Dead Set on my shit. And we got to talk about the Black Pill, the Black Pill daddies. We don't give a fuck. There's no such thing as failure in a fucking father's eyes. You're not allowed to be stupid. You're not allowed to fail. And you damn sure not allowed to quit. You're going to give the best fucking effort and exhaust all points until exhaustion.
Yeah.
And that's what I told her. I said, that's the biggest difference between a father. Your mother will accept your mediocrity. Your father will only accept your excellence.
Your mother makes you feel better. Your father makes you better.
Yeah, and it's like this.
That was a great way to explain that, because I know exactly what you mean by that. Like I'll say, someone like Charles has probably done that 2-finger, the index and the middle finger point to the chest of like, listen, young man, you need to get this done, and then like kind of push that into their inside, like that you have to accomplish this because I expect this from you.
I don't care. You're gonna do this because you're not gonna be able to quit. I'm not gonna let you quit.
Ask the Padawan, right? For this special police class for 2 weeks. He was working overnight. The classes started at 8 o'clock and about 8, 9 in the morning. I told him, motherfucker, you come into this class with me. And even if he sleep, I'm looking at him, and he knew when I would just look at him, he would just automatically wake up. I said, see, motherfucker, look what happened now. You're 19. Well, he just turned 20 on June 2nd. Shout out to Leon. God bless you. Because him and Leon had the same birthday. I still love you, Leon. And look at how much he accomplished. You have your special police. The governor of Maryland had to okay your shit to be a special police. You have the same powers of arrest as any other jurisdiction in the fucking state of Maryland at 19. Now 20. You have your private eye, your security, your handgun permit, and your special police. How many motherfuckers at 19 can do that? My son is entering into the EMT program. And I try to tell my ex when she said, well, EMT is a certification, not a degree. If I tell, and this is the reason why it gets harder and harder to speak to women, what the fuck does prerequisite mean, fellas?
You need it before.
You need it before you actually come to the class. Yeah.
Let me explain the whole thing so you can get my stilo. Take it back to the 90s. If I say EMT is a prerequisite for paramedic, which is an associate's degree, what did I just say to you? Did I
just got
say
the
it's a fuck?
foundation.
If I well, she kept saying, but no, it's not a degree; it's a certification. I said, Jesus Christ, you just graduated with your bachelor's.
I said what I said.
And I told her, I said,
And she's just being condescending. She's just antagonizing, man. That's all
I
it is. Distance and
told her, I said,
irritation, like Chris Rock
it's
said.
not like I wasn't in the class. It's not like I didn't speak to the instructor about EMT and paramedic. It's not like I didn't speak to his fucking instructors to get the paramedic. Your prerequisite is EMT. Well, that's a certificate. I said, Jesus Almighty Christ. I said, if he gets his EMT in fucking high school, he can automatically go to paramedic because he already had the pre-fucking requisite. And I had to explain this shit 12 times till I said, you know what? The grass is blue, donkey. The grass is blue.
You know what? About that, I actually got in an argument with the judge over saying that I was training my son when he was 2. I'm dead serious.
No, because
Yep.
I know it's true.
They said it was like my ex's lawyer was saying you were training a 2-year-old as that was a bad thing. I was like, well, what else are you supposed to do with a 2-year-old? And then that's when they said that I had a old-fashioned way of raising children that is outdated because I said I was training myself.
Are you fucking serious?
That's the problem is that you were doing that. You were increasing competition to that lawyer's son. Like the way that father, like I mean, BJ said it earlier. Like men make men or make children become better. And if you are able to do that and not just be there to soothe them and like teach them how to pee sitting down or whatever, like you are increasing competition in the upper classes. And if you're a military person, that's the easiest way to get people from the middle to the upper classes. Military people just get that regimentation and that tick, 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 tick of time equals value. I'm sorry you weren't able to do that as well as you wanted to.
You gotta realize, man, a father's job is never thanked until he's dead. I'm gonna say for the niggas in the back. A father's never truly thanked until he's in the basket and that fucking casket. And it's funny. A lot of shit that I'm doing for my son, Deadset's doing for his son and his daughter, and BGS did for his children and whoever else on the goddamn panel in chat's a father. We're not going to get the recognition that we need. We're not going to get our flowers while we're above ground that we should.
Mm-hmm.
And see, this is the difference between fathers and mothers. Nigga, we okay with that.
Yeah. Yep. I'm okay with it.
We're okay with that. And it's like my son, he'll talk to my godson. My father's forcing me to take EMT. And he had to take him around the block. And I don't know if people know this, but I had a very heart-to-heart in Colorado when my son said, well, my daddy, I love my daddy, and I know he loves me, but he only do it because he has to.
Mm.
And he took him because, the Padawan father died while he was like 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's why That's why he clings to me and my son so tight. And he said he took him around the block. He said, did you see the struggle? Your father got you to a better house than you ever been. He showed him where I slept, what I slept on for a year when I lost my one house. And he said, look what you slept on. He said, your father's not a small man, and he slept on a cot. You slept in a bed.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He said, at one time, even at his lowest, when did you want anything? He said, I didn't. He said, how many times your dad went into his pocket when there was nothing and put it on you? All the time. He says, at what time in your life did your father ever give up on you? Never did. He took him around the block. He says, and he opened up a trash can. He said, what if this was all you had to eat? Notice I didn't coach him. He took him around. It was so bad that Padawan had to call me and he said, I don't know how to say you this. He took him up the block and said, you see that grass? What if that was your bed? He was like, yeah, I'm a little older than you, but you got to think of what your father been through before either of us were even born. He was like, you do know your father was fighting terrorists in a different country for 18 months, right? How long was he a cop?
Yeah.
And
He's not realized it till he has a son.
yeah,
Right.
and that's the point. I talked to him and I said, when we were going through bad times, Peanut, and he knew I was serious because I didn't even call him Peanut, I called him Charles. The Charles, let me ask you, when we went through our bad time, how many people said you could stay with me till you get back on your feet? They was like, nobody. I want you to remember that. And I had to tell them this. And it's very funny because I knew it was that time to be more serious with them. I said, you're gonna learn very soon about the real world, and it's my job to smarten you up about it. Nobody gives a fuck about you when you're down. Everybody wants to lick your dick when you're up.
Mm-hmm.
I said it just like that. I said, if you think somebody else is gonna worry about you in school, I'm managing you, a whole squad, and doing papers in Colorado at the same time. I got to the point where I laid out my captain when he terminated the Padawan because he wasn't a part of the clique. And this is the shit that gets me upset.
Just
And
a
I'm
minute,
like,
Charles. There is 72 watching. Y'all hit the Cash App and support the show for this knowledge. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this before I finish my story. Get off your asses, dig in your wallets, pay the man. Because guess what? Obviously, you ain't have shit else to do better than Saturday nights than this. So if you feel entertained, support black male media. And also for all you entrepreneur Negroes, if you need a website or some graphic designs, you got two motherfucking options. You got AB Media and you got Dead Set right here. So guess what? With Dead Set basically got a fucking law degree with the equivalency of it. If you want to learn some shit about child custody and law, talk to Dead. If you want to learn
Come to
about
death row.
come to death row.
Death Row, you ain't shit.
Come to death row. If you
Oh
tired
man,
of
you
your,
ain't shit,
if
Art.
you tired of
He
your
cheeky like that. What do you expect?
if you tired of your lawyer dancing in the videos, taking all your money,
All on the record.
On the record,
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah, that man put his feet all
If
over
you're
my
tired
damn
of your
couch.
lawyer going, take that, 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 take that.
Well, I'm
Come
gonna ask
see
you guys a good question. I didn't get to ask it last night for obvious reasons, but
Okay.
whether you've been a father, is a father, or
no point.
even have a mindset of being one, and you broke up with your ex, with your ex-wife, whatever. One, how old should your child be until you tell them the truth? And if so, would you tell them the truth about what happened between you and your ex?
Shit, tell him all that shit.
You tell them everything?
Oh yeah.
Your mom was a hoe? No, I'm joking.
You want what age? You said even though I was never married, you said what age, right?
Yeah, like what age would you start it off? Like, would they be like teenagers?
When they especially when you have boys, because I'm pretty sure because Dead Set I only have a son, but Dead Set and BGS will tell you raising girls and boys is slightly different. They'll buck at you in a different way. And when your son tries to stand up and say something, you be like, "Boy, sit down before I break your $5 ass and make some spare change out of you." Your girls, they try to get more mouthy, and you have to outmouth them. Well, you can't. Sit down. You want to hear the whole truth? You want to get the Hollywood true story.
Little girl, sit down.
And when they get to the point of understanding, because there are certain things that a child, depending on their level of intellect and comprehension, because all children are different, that's when you tell them, because there's going to come a point in time when a child's going to try to low blow you, especially what the other parent did. And that was the first time I really had to dig in my son's ass and it was no filter. There was no, because you're my son. No, nigga, you think you got bigger balls than me. I'm gonna show you what the real world's about. I didn't even show my son the entirety of the real world. What I said to him, and it really deals with when that child has a level of comprehension and intellect where, how can I say it, where they're gonna get it and it's gonna stick to them, and it's gonna stick to them because they're gonna be quiet, and the little neurons in their brain is gonna fire off like, I didn't know. And it happened to me about my father, for example, where my mother tried to plant some shit. You know how it is when you have a mother back in the 80s and 90s. And, well, my mom said, you never did this. And you know what my dad did? Threw me a stack of letters. Guess what them letters were? Receipts from child support. How the fuck can you deny that?
Damn.
Like, how many, like, he's like, wait a minute. He's like, wait a minute. How can you say you don't have money for this if I giving money not only out of my pocket, but also to the government? Ask your mother where the fucking money is. And that shut me the fuck up, because, like, I'm going to tell you now, and all the fathers on the panel and chat, you do not understand nor comprehend your father until what? You become one. I didn't truly understand my father except for 2 times in my life. I empathized, but I did not understand. When I came back home from war, and when I became a father, and I'm like, oh, this is what the fuck you mean. I'm sorry for taking up the shit, but somebody else want to talk?
No, this is important, especially since it's Father's Day.
And when people don't, and I'm gonna say this because I know I'm talking too damn much. It must be the liquor, because I've been fiending all day. What's very troubling about fathers is that chicks that I personally know, literally touching their titties will say shit about fathers, but yet you had multiple children by multiple fathers, but only one of them take care of their kids. Even when you were down, but there's no good fathers. It's so embedded and programmed into their psyche that they see the fucking evidence. I literally pulled up stats and emailed it to the bitch.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get that guy who's the guy who they want to fuck to manifest themselves into a father. Sometimes it'll happen.
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, Charles, take over. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool. Here's the problem with me. And who was just speaking?
That was AB. AB told you to take over for a minute.
Before that.
We're talking about Jules.
Jules.
Yeah.
And I just want to say this directly to Jules. See, here's the sin that I always had. I'm the guy they always want to fuck, but I'm not the guy they want to listen to because he's the guy that's always right.
Yep.
See, that's where the stipulation lies. You want me to fuck you and stay quiet, but you know that's not in my nature. See, I'm very convinced that black men are phobic of intelligent niggas.
No,
Black women are phobic of
black men or black women?
Black women.
Yeah.
Black.
I mean, I think it's true to some degree for both, but I get what you're trying to say. Please continue. I want to hear what your ultimate conclusion.
Women are phobic of men who are very capable men. Because what complaints do you have against a capable man?
None.
Remember,
unless you're incomplete yourself and trying to hide that. You try to hide it by blaming it all on him.
remember, a buddy of mine, he's been married for 15 years. His wife will try to low blow and insult him and say because he likes to drink and sometimes we drink, oh, you're a junkie, but she loves smoking weed.
Hypocrite.
You're a
Dun
hypocrite.
dun dun.
You're a hypocrite. And I said, you know what? Out of respect for you and your marriage, I'm gonna shut my fucking mouth. But she's a hypocrite. Anytime
You
he
gotta
vent,
nip that in the bud, homie.
I
So
said,
let's
No,
bring
I
it
mean
back,
him.
Charles. Let's bring it back a little bit, Charles. Because I know you can answer this very linear. So I'm just assuming that you already got the age already that you're going to talk to your son. Because there's some things that you just don't want to share with your child about what went on between you and the missus or the ex or what have you. But you know, would you would you go in deep with some of the things that you know that cause problems between you and the ex as far as telling your side of the story?
um, to be very honest, it's gonna be there's some conversations that are hard and ugly, but it needs to be.
Hmm.
And that's the difference between mommies and daddies is that
Hmm.
daddies are always gonna do the hard decisions that mommies can't make. See, mommy can
Charles,
go ahead.
were you guys married?
No.
Okay, okay.
And I tried to get her to live in two houses.
Yeah.
Tried twice.
Has she and then has she told your child what
Oh,
happened?
they always tell our children, man.
Oh
That's
yeah.
that's a no brainer.
See, that's the
They
problem.
fabricate, lie, all kinds of shit.
Say that
But go
again.
ahead.
Say that again, nigga. Don't say it again for the niggas in the who didn't hear you in the back.
They always fabricate. They're good screenwriters, man, when it comes to what went down and all kinds of stuff, just to make
So
sure that
I'll
they feel
say
a certain way about the dad.
because I'll
Because
say my mother did not tell me. She only told me that her and my father would not get back together, and she didn't tell me until I was 24 or 25 why they split apart. And my dad waited for her to tell me, and then he told me, and then their stories made, I'd say, like 98% of the chance, but they didn't. I just knew that, like, I had my mom over there, my dad over there, stepdad over here, stepmom over there, and I just never knew. I was just like, all right, I gotta go pack up a bag. I gotta go on this. I'm gonna get pancakes over here. I'm gonna get omelets over there. I don't know, like,
I'm gonna tell you what happened, especially
yeah.
being a child of the '80s and '90s. A lot of women play their children to the left.
Mhm.
You try to squeeze information through your child, which you should never.
Yep.
And God knows, I never ask. It's there's times that I think my son's a lot more red pill than I give him for because you should never get a call like this. It's New Year's Day. Just hit the 12 o'clock. It's about 10, 15 minutes past midnight into the new year. That
Hmm.
and I could hear, and I guess they were drinking, or at least one of them were drinking. And I could hear them yelling constantly at each other, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. This is her boyfriend, child's father. She has two other kids by another nigga who ain't hitting on shit. I don't try to low blow him and say he ain't hitting on shit. The reason why he ain't hitting on shit is because he lives with her. She, I never lived with her. The small time she lived with both of my houses, she lived with me. And I could hear them in the background because I could tell because of police experience and just being a Negro in America when two niggas are drunk and arguing. And my son's like, can you come over here and make them stop? I said, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Even if I came over there as a law enforcement officer, I have no rights to come in their house unless it's dangerous. But
Yep.
what I can do is take you out the house if you don't feel comfortable. And come God, high water, nothing in the cosmos or earth will keep me from taking you out that house if you don't feel comfortable or safe. Well, I don't want him to put his hands on my mom. I said, well, son, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I understand and I respect that, and that's admirable about you being a son. But don't you put yourself in a predicament where if he tries to hurt you, then I have to kill him. And he was like, you would do what? I would kill him. Because if he tries to do something to you, he would have to go into hiding, and then I would go back to what I did best in Iraq, is find people in holes. Now, I am willing to come get you right now. And then the day after, I called my son's mother and I said, we need to talk. And she was like, but I'm no. You don't understand. We need to talk and in person. And I don't mind saying my son's mother's name, Angie. I said, yo, Angie, I don't give a fuck what you do with your relationships. I'm above all that. But I do give a fuck about how my son feels about you and what he experiences with you. You need to tell homeboy and yourself, y'all need to have a talk, because this would happen. I heard everything that was said New Year's Day. Don't make your son feel awkward where he has to step in front and feels that he got to protect you. Because if he feels as though he got to protect you, then it's going to escalate into an act of war. Because my son's strong and he's fast and he can box and wrestle, but he's not a grown man. Don't put him into a role that he's not old enough to take yet. 2, you should already, I said, here's something, and I even told her this, because I'm always very nice and cordial to his little brothers. I never mistreat them. Matter of fact, whenever he has a birthday party, I'm the nigga picking them up. That's his brothers. And they're always nice to me. They were like, hi, Charles' dad. Hey, how you doing? Because for some reason, they're so young, they forget my name's Charles, too. I was like, hey, they got to be like what? Because she had them back to back. They either 5 and 6 or 6 and 7. I forget.
Oh, okay, so they're pretty little kids. Right?
She had them back to back. And it's funny because one day she was like, well, you only have one kid and I have 3. Whose fault is that? And I said it just dead set would have been like giving me a high five how cold I said it. I was determined with that one. And she looked at me and she was like, God damn, he's right. But back to the story. You should not expose your child to that type of shit where he's got to stand in front of you. I've been in that situation with my mother when she divorced my father. Because I can tell you, people be like, how do you think, what about your mother? If you saying women are bad pickers of men, how the fuck do you think I know?
Oh.
And women shut the fuck up as soon as I say it. And I said, how the fuck do you think I know? The best man my motherfucking father ever had, and this is why I love my grandfather, who's 91 right now, still athletic, still sharp as a tack. He even told her the best man you ever had was Charles. Y'all might have y'all little issues. Everybody does in a marriage or relationship, but that's the best man you ever had. No other. And see, I know this is AB show, but I'm gonna break down some real game to y'all. Every man and woman has a zenith, an apex, the height of what they can get. You know what fucks people up the most is when they realize the highest motherfucker they had, and then they lose them, and it's something that they did and could have prevented. Am I lying, fellas?
Nope.
Nope. Not at all.
Because I'm pretty sure,
who got away?
Art's ex-wife and Didzet's ex-wife at some point is gonna, if not now, think to themselves, that's the best man I ever had, and I fucked up. I should have been a lot nicer. I should have been a lot this. You know how many exes to this day said, you were my husband and I wasn't smart enough to know. I said, that's a conversation between you and God. And it's funny because our women, even though I don't find Pearly attractive, but if I got with a woman like Pearly, she'd be so fucking appreciative of me that everything else, her beauty would be tertiary compared to everything else she would do. But it's a goddamn shame we live in a culture where the women automatically think they're better than you until you leave or you split up, and then they wonder why their lives are a fucking train wreck. And I've seen it time and time again. You get with this nigga you thought was gonna be better, but what happened? Black women are the comic book Thanos of relationships. What I mean by that, for those of you who are not comic book savvy, Thanos has an innate ability, Infinity Gauntlet or anything. He has this psychological chip about him that even when he's winning, he will do something subconsciously to fuck it up. Does that sound like black women to you, fellas?
Yep.
And that's how I had to equate black women. I'm like, oh my God, you bitches don't understand when you have a good thing going. And it shocked me because it took years for me to cope with this shit. And that's why when I told a brother on BGS's panel, black pill is not a shield. Black pill is when you out there naked with fucking loincloth and just a little jagged fucking piece of obsidian rock, and you gotta kill a fucking wolf or lion. That's what black pill is. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Anybody who's truly black pill gets what the fuck I'm about to say. When you get to that point and you're like, how the fuck am I supposed to combat with this? And you just grab your nuts and you just keep going forward. I know that there's a high chance of me gonna die against this beast, but shit's gotta be done. And see, that's the point about being a father into a child's life. You gotta teach them that there's some shit that just has to be done. Regardless if you like it. There's times in a man's life where his back hurt, his feet swelling, he's got migraines that feel like Thor's hammer is doing a fucking drum solo. But it has to be fucking done. But nobody wants to talk about masculinity like that because we live in a time of comfort. See, women get their act right in two ways. And this is my sister, God bless her. She might have her shit with her like all of us do. But some of my greatest black pill moments came out of my sister's lips. And she said this shit, fellas, and I'll never forget it. And this was Thanksgiving when she said it. She says a woman will only tell the truth 2 times. Guess what those 2 times are, fellas?
When she's dying.
When she's dying.
And when she's had an orgasm.
Nope. She said, number 1, when she's too old to lie anymore.
Okay.
And number 2, when she's broken.
So the world has to break her instead of
she's broken.
Instead of her parents or her man.
She even said it. And I was like, I sat back. The puff I took on my cigar was so deep that half of it was gone. And I was sitting down like, yo, that's one of the top 5 realest fucking things I heard in my fucking life. And I never forgot it because it's so true. Because I had so many women crying and telling me the truth about their relationships or their marriages. And said, I fucked up. I broke up with this guy because he fucking had another piece of ass he was fucking. And realized I broke up my family over recreational pussy. Somebody else.
You know what I've done on that? You know what I've done about that? I once asked a question. What does this other chick look like? Because I like to always quote comics because Eddie Griffin once said this. He said, like, if you're ever going to cheat, fellas, don't fuck nothing uglier than the woman you got.
It doesn't really matter.
No, actually, it kind of does. Because think about it. Think about it. If you can get better than your lady, she's gonna act like she's mad, but she can't really get mad because she's like, wait a minute, I'm not the zenith of what he can get. I better start acting right.
Go ahead, Dead Set.
No,
But
that's not how it works in my experience. It's just the fact that it's another woman. Period. She don't really care what the woman looks like because according to her, she's already better than that woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she don't even really care about that because she's already joning on her. She was like, she's entered that other woman has entered her territory, so she don't care what she looks like.
Women. How can I say this? Women are not really mad because you fucked another woman.
Mm-hmm.
Women in their mind subconsciously think that resources are going to another source.
Yep. Your
Like
attention,
like
your time.
like Dead said. Somebody entered their territory. See, women are nesters. How fucking vicious would a mama chick be if another bird of prey or another animal tries to get into their nest? How vicious did that mama chick become?
Absolutely vicious.
One of the most vicious animals you'll ever see is a female bear with her cubs. See, a male bear, unless he's hungry, will leave you the fuck alone. A mama bear will maul you if you're in that. Think of a perimeter, a circle. You come within a certain circle, she's gonna come vicious, and that's
A
how
lioness is just as dangerous, or a tigress even, for that
and
matter.
that's what it is.
You're a threat to their cub.
Because in their mind, they think that other woman. And how can I say this in plainness? You're fucking up her kid's birthright. Do I have it pretty close, fellas?
Yeah, pretty much. You are a threat to her children's security as well as
That's
their
in the
own security.
Bible. Go ahead.
Yes, it is.
Women will fuck over another woman, especially if you have two women. They want their child to get the birthright or the lion.
Leah and Rachel, anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Leah and Rebecca?
See, people.
Jacob and Sue.
It was Leah and Rebecca.
Yep. You know
Thank
what?
you.
I want artists, art news style, and I want Dead Set on a panel, and I want to do a series of the Black Pill Bible, reading the Bible in a black pill lens, because people forget the Old Testament God was a harsh motherfucker.
Oh, he's a motherfucker.
The Book of Job, anybody?
But
Kill men, women, and children.
Oh
Leave
yeah,
no sight behind.
That purge Cain, he was wiping out entire lineages. Like, fuck you motherfuckers. Yeah.
Like God.
He punished people, and he punished people for not wiping out lineages too.
Yeah. You got to remember, people forget the story a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And this is why I always say, what's the first rule of protection?
Obedience.
Listen to obedience.
Thank you, fellas. I've told that to so many women. And of course, I only date black women, so I got to deal with the black woman syndrome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry for you, man.
I know. It's hard. As much as I wish.
My condolences.
I know. We're gonna do the funeral. But it's hard for me to get over that phenotype.
Where do I send the flowers?
Please, I need to go to Africa.
Okay, there's a cemetery. There's a couple cemeteries we can
the phenotype.
Make a few arrangements for.
I'm gonna have to go to Africa because the phenotype is very powerful for me. It's very hard to get over them features. I love full noses and I love full lips and I love chocolate ass skin. But the point that I'm making,
he thrives great in Zambia.
We saw the pictures, Charles. Go ahead.
Not all. But the point that I'm making is this. Every time I told that statement, to women, and I said the first rule of protection is obedience. Well, why are you saying it like that? And I said, let me ask you something. You know, I carry a gun, and I carry anywhere from 39 to 50 bullets. If I say get down or down, that's not a time to fucking argue with me. If I tell you we need to run to the car, here's the keys, get the fuck in the car, start the car up. I'm willing to put myself as a barrier for you to get to the car and at least fight off what the fuck I gotta fight off, or stall till you get the car ready so me to jump in. I'm ready to take my 280-pound ass, I'm probably lighter than that now, yay me, cutting weight, and jump in through that window or the back of that truck. That is not a time where you're arguing me and you want to be your fucking strong black woman. And I've been in the situation where that shit actually happened.
Mm.
Oh wow.
And I've ripped her a new ass once we went to safety. Don't you ever fucking do that again. And she was like, no. See, women don't understand. A man's first job is to protect her from herself.
Can you please repeat that for the guys in the back?
A man's job is to protect a woman from herself. Because if you don't have a man in the house, notice the child abuse goes down. Notice all the malfunctions to a child goes down.
There's that positive male presence in the house.
Exactly.
So let me get the flow here. So on this topic, has anybody got any word that you were the standard of relationships when they try to find your replacement?
Nigga, I always get that at some point. Nigga, always get
Speak
that.
on it. Speak on it. Let's hear it.
I know I've been talking too damn much, but y'all. I'm gonna say this. It became so apparent, and I you know me, I don't give a fuck about names. Some of them even like it when I mention their names, like my ex Tamika. Matter of
I
fact,
thought it was Boom Boom Belinda, but go ahead.
Boom Boom Melinda. Shout out to Good Times. But Tamika once said she invited me to this bar and she paid for the drinks. And it was this chick. And it was this chick on my right hand side. Obviously, she was attracted and kept talking to me. She waited till Tamika left and she started giving me rap. She claims that she's supposed to be married, but she giving me more rap than the fucking MC Light. And I mean, she gets mad because I put a standard. She's like, well, what do you mean about women? I said, first of all, this is how I think about women. I think women I think women ought to be protected. But women ought to give men something that should be respected and actually worthy of protection. What do you mean worthy of it? I said, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. And she tried to make this line. You give this nigga money? She was like, shorty, I've almost never gave this dude money. If I had to give him money, I give it to him automatically because he needs it, because he never asked for it. I said, this man pulled me out of dangerous situations here and there. She was like, he's the ultimate gentleman, but God knows it, he's not going to take your shit. I've never felt protected by this man, which I took as a very great compliment. And you know this bitch, and I use the term because it's the proper term. Got so voice. I said, why don't you do this for us? Why don't you go outside, go on the phone, call your husband, tell him to pick you up because obviously you're drunk, you're not thinking well. And oh yeah, by the way, tell your husband you're giving too much rap to random niggas you just met. And this is
Wait
the
a minute.
point.
Wait a minute, Charles. Don't talk about Crystal Carrison like that.
Well, you have to because you know she tried to put some white out on black men, and look what she came back to. Oh, who said that? And the reason
Wasn't
why,
that wasn't the disease?
and by the way, to answer Art's question even more in depth, she said I was even a better man than her ex-husband.
Yeah, that means black men just don't have standards.
You were so righteous.
So put my fucking fist in the air. And it will.
Oh, my head hurts.
So, and what makes it so, and this is why I know my brother dead set. I'm so fucking. I eat myself up why we haven't physically met in person or went to the cigar shop.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is what I'm gonna tell dead set. And I know dead set is very similar to me being black pill. It's gonna come a time when your ex looks at you and she's gonna give you the Ric Flair, you the man. And you're not looking for that validation because you already know it. You're just gonna laugh at her because you silly bitch, you didn't know that.
What took you so long?
And you're gonna walk off in the sunset like one of those old school '80s anime characters. You're not even looking, and you're just gonna end up. And what's colder is not saying "I told you so." No, you're gonna just walk around, laugh, and walk out of her face. And see,
Even
that's
better, just look at her, say nothing, just walk. Don't even react.
and that's the part where a lot of women have to tell the truth because they're broken. A lot of chicks come out there and think they could get better. See, men are very realistic because the world doesn't give us this fairy tale shit. We're the ones who got to be better than you in order to fuck. So what happens is we're okay. Think about it. Dead Set was in his late 40s with a woman who was how old when you married her?
Yeah, I was 41 and she was 23, 22.
So
player.
So here it is, and this is why. And this is very why. And this is very important. Why a lot of guys need to listen to the advice I give the 16 and 25-year-olds. Stop thinking like women. This is another reason why it's bad to be in a single mother home as a boy, because you think like a woman and say, "Oh, I got to use my good years to get with a chick." No, nigga, you're a man. You can be 100 years old making babies. Why not take it?
The only benefit about being young and getting with a chick is that you have a lot more energy, and you could be doing that.
Nigga, they got
or you could be doing that for yourself.
Nigga,
look at Bill Murray.
They got testosterone shots, nigga.
Yeah. Oh no, I know plenty of guys who are like 40 plus who have like good amount of energy. But I'm saying like there's a type of vitality that you have in that 20 to 40.
But here's the difference.
But you should be using that for yourself. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Use that vitality to build an empire. I should not be fighting wars at 40. I should be commanding troops to fight wars for me.
Exactly.
If that got called, if guys like me and Dead Set get called up, there ain't no fucking way we're gonna be on the front line because it'll be a waste of now. From the experience and years, you're gonna have to make us officers, nigga.
Commanding officers, that.
Exactly. Yeah. Because number one, them young men don't know a lick of shit. There's times when the Padawan tell me I've been through a lot, nigga. You just turned 20, nigga.
Oh, son, you keep living,
nigga. I had pisses longer than you've been alive. Okay, I got pairs of shoes that are older than him.
Yeah, anybody born after 2000, I'm like, oh, you still a baby.
I'm like, I was in the Army at 17. Do you know how many motherfuckers in Colorado weren't even born yet or were in diapers?
Plenty.
And that's the point where it gets to is that a lot of men need to take that energy and get a mentor and actually learn some shit. You want to be a great leader? Be teachable.
You gotta be a follower before you can be a leader.
Be teachable.
Because all leaders started out as followers, and they all learned from the best.
Yes.
You think at some point I'm not gonna have my son Be like, yeah, go. This is Uncle Dead set. He's gonna tell you. Talk to him. He's gonna teach you some shit that you may not listen to me, but he's gonna tell you some shit that's gonna be really, really black.
Yeah, that's like I guess that's just a favorite uncle, huh? Remember that conversation we had a while back, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that conversation we had to talk where like sometimes like sons and their fathers they have some kind of problems with miscommunication, so sometimes the kids got to talk to his favorite uncle and try to figure out what is his dad trying to tell him.
Exactly.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
And this
I
is
ain't gonna lie, I've been there with my father, and fortunately I had a bunch of uncles there to help me out, younger ones especially, like
and oh yeah,
how to communicate with.
and oh yeah, people, please donate to the channel. You're getting some good fucking conversation here, so at least donate. Get out your fucking pockets. And this is a question. This is a question I'm gonna ask Dead Set and Art. Who was that woman that came back to you and said, I should have married you or I should have kept you when I had the chance?
Which ones?
Any
Yeah,
of them.
woman or women?
Women, yeah. Because I can tell you that my ex-wives are bitter as hell. But the ones that I didn't choose, well, no, the ex-wives are bitter as hell. The ones I didn't choose, they always came back and they say, I wish, I'd have locked you down.
Yep. How many of those women have kids? Were married?
And what's the
other ones?
And what's the reasons why y'all split up?
Well, most of the time it's because I had other choices. I mean,
mine was immaturity. I couldn't take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Immaturity on whose end? Their end? All right.
I had a 2 or 3 strikes law. So you mess up so many times, you gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta remember he's from the nation. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
And go through that over and over. That's nonsense.
And didn't you say when you was ready to go, she started dressing sexy and stuff to try to keep you there?
Yeah, she changed her clothing and everything. I'm like, that's not what I want anyway. So you don't even know me.
That's a switch.
So
I got an art new style. Please go in depth with that, brother. What were you looking for? What did she try to entice you with?
No, what I was looking for, how she came in the beginning. What she probably forgot.
And how was that?
What did she present?
She's very, very mature, very well, well kept, modest, appearing modest, that kind of thing.
Right.
Stuff that MGTs want, but I think she kept assuming that I wanted all this, since I've been, the thing is that some people like to stereotype people in the fraternities.
Mm-hmm.
Like we all been to like strip clubs and we're always doing this. So she thinking that that's who I am. And I'm like, no. Shoot, if that's the case, then that would be Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He's in my fraternity, yeah. So that's not the case. So it was very immature.
You are a very reserved Q. I know you have your wild side, but it's funny because I noticed with Qs, I noticed they get very mature very fast because they see that side of women very early. And go ahead.
You just gotta enjoy. The whole thing is that you want to enjoy. I would say this for the bruhs. We call it the bruhs. And they accuse us of partying the hardest, and I don't mind that. But I can say this about the bruhs: we got good reason to because we work the hardest. Yeah. That's our claim to fame. So if you're gonna party, you gotta have good reason to.
Yeah. That's
you work hard. You played hard, huh? Okay.
That's what I instilled with my wrestlers for the last 20 years. Well, we want to have a party for this guy, and I'm like, nah, nigga. What's your grades look like? Do I have to come?
Yep.
Do I have to come get you to go to class? Yeah, y'all can have a cookout and party at the house. but you got to get you can't much is given, much is required.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing my parents always said. They were like, yo, and it was funny when my mom and dad went all out for my prom, and my grandparents and cousins were like, why are you doing all this? God blessed me with this kid. I never had to go to juvie for this nigga. I never had to go to, the only time this guy came home late is because he was at a wrestling tournament or practice.
Mm-hmm.
And you let them know in advance that you were running late, right?
Sometimes, and sometimes they already knew where I was. I wasn't this wild.
Exactly.
I had benevolent tyrants. How can I say it? There were times that my parents I would run, and I would run to get in shape, get your wind up for wrestling. For those of you who are from Baltimore, I lived on Eaga and Broadway, Eaga and McCullough, and I would run from Eaga Street to Dunbar Track. And
that's down the street from the gas station. No, I'm joking.
Well, you passed gas station. You passed several gas stations, but I would run from Eaga Street and Broadway roughly to downtown Baltimore and back.
Damn, that's a good run.
All right.
Or I would run from Eaga Street to Dunbar Track, do about a half around the track before they gated it up, and reasonably so because the track looks beautiful now. And I would run anywhere from 1.5 miles, 2 miles, and then run back. And people will be like, "Yo, you let him run down there? Like that boy ain't doing nothing wrong. He's thinking about." And think about it. When I went to Germany to wrestle, before I went there, my parents sat me down, and this is way after the divorce. And they asked me this one question: do you think you're good enough? And I was like, hell yeah. They were like, you better go kick some ass over there if we forwarded the trip. I brought back that bronze medal. They were like, that's how we do. And
could have been gold. I'm just saying, it could have been gold.
Almost. It was almost was gold because I was kicking. You know what? I made so many ancestors smile because I was knee deep in kicking white boys' ass.
Wait, who took the gold tonight?
The brown bomber.
Who took gold?
The brown bomber. And it was so funny because the mayor of Munich, he actually invited us to his house, to his the mayor's mansion or house, whatever you want to call it. And they had and that's how I knew at that moment I wasn't attracted to white girls. It was the white girls that thought themselves. And it was like, God, y'all don't have no mixed bitches? God damn.
And again, let's not forget, Charles, let's not forget who your first
you gotta go where Neymar is.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Hey, there's some black. Hey, we got some black chicks up here, mostly Gambian.
What's going on, Art?
What's up, man?
Good,
I can't go to sleep quite yet, so I gotta get into this conversation.
Yeah. And
I knew that question to bring some people up.
Yeah, you gotta bring some. Now, what you say, Dead Set?
No, I'm just dealing with this guy T-Bone in the chat.
T-Bone in the chat?
That sounds like somebody we know money to.
Yeah,
he'll be all right.
Charles, you didn't answer my question, by the way.
T-Bone, you can suck a T-Bone.
No, I'm about to go to bed anyway.
Yeah, I'm about to shut the stream down. I gotta go to bed myself.
And by the way, T-Bone, I just gotta say something to T-Bone. With a name like that, you sound like a nigga who sucked whale dicks. Fuck you.
Nah, I mean, from my experience, most chicks just didn't want to get down with the program.
Exactly.
And that's been my problem. It's like,
right.
I don't even ask for much. That's why I'm surprised. It's just like, all right, I'll just ask for you to, if something goes on, just tell me. And they don't want to tell me.
Right.
They rather hide the shit and hide the money.
Okay,
take up all that time too.
Hold on, wait a minute, just a minute. Okay, if you feel some kind of way, why are you here? We don't go over to your section trying to bother you. Why are you here? If you feel some kind of way, you're free to leave. Anyway,
Like here's my shit, because I'm gonna be up. I gotta teach firearms training at 12 ish. So if AB got to shut down, I'll open up a fucking panel my goddamn self, and I'll invite you on. See, this is what I fucking hate. And I mean, I go on other people's panels, share everybody's panel, donate when I have the money to donate.
right.
And there's many a times I'll promote people's shit over my goddamn self. Why are you here? Wasting your own fucking time when you could be productive doing whatever philosophy you're doing. See, if you really want to prove me wrong, show me your fucking greatness.
Oh, he talking about, it's my our listener art. I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining my situation. I'm not complaining. If the chick wants to not follow the rules of what I laid down, my standard as a fucking man in this fucking world that I laid down for my family that I want to lead, then she's got to go.
Nobody asked you anyway. Go ahead.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that if a woman's not following your standard, guess what? You got to go. My father taught me that shit.
I'm gonna explain this in a very simple format that every man on this panel and chat who's worth a damn will tell you. There's only two options in a relationship: either I lead or I leave. There ain't no fucking argument.
Exactly.
You want to be a fucking defiant woman? Be a defiant motherfucker by your goddamn self.
If y'all want defiant women, good luck. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna deal with a defiant woman. It is what it is. If she's talking about like, oh, men are the leaders, okay, I'm the leader. Stop being defiant. Cause that's the thing they like to say. Oh, men are the leaders. All right, well, I'm the leader. Stop being defiant. What do your job do to the people who are defiant? They fire them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure do.
That's exactly what people do. I am firing your ass because you want to do what you want to do instead of following my lead.
It's like I said to Tamika, that same night when she said something I didn't agree with. I allowed my husband to be the leader.
Are you a female?
Allowed. And I told her, I was like, I love you dearly, girl, but I got to check you on this shit. When you go to work, do you allow your fucking supervisor to be the supervisor? Well, no.
Exactly.
Or does he supervise with impunity? Big words, impunity. Because I don't like the fact that when women say you allow. See, no. You allow your children to stay in your house. You allow pets to live among you. No. Shout out to Angry Man because he had one of the realest shorts ever. When that black woman said, I was talking to an older woman who was in her 40s.
Right, that's better enough.
And
Get the fuck out of my chat room, nigga.
And she got the advice.
Get the fuck out of my chat room. We barely started talking about when we gonna ask that dumbass question. Get the fuck out of my chat room.
Hey, block his ass, AB.
Block him and tag him with harassment.
Hey, get the Kima de Tumbo.
Mm-hmm. Not in my house. Not in my house.
Hold on a second. I got that for you. To stand aside, I had to go get shotguns out. Please move away. You have no place in my house.
I thought that was AL for a minute.
I ain't heard AL in a minute. Is he all right?
He doing better.
He's okay.
He's doing better.
AL? What happened? What happened to AL?
No, I just ain't seen him in a while. That's all.
He doing well.
He's been getting busy last month or so, so he's been kind of occupied.
Probably back up in the trucking season because it's getting warmer.
We've been kind of I mean, we talked about it disappearing for a while. We thought some bug and something because
I gotta ask this.
Okay.
I gotta ask this because I know this happens to Art New Style a lot on his channel. Why is it when brothers have productive conversations, you always get these dumb asses to talk about it? Like when when Art Event Boy came on here and talked about his relationship, why do we always try to undermine and low blow a dude for what his standards are?
It's I think it's their form of therapy to disrupt things.
Nah, that's
It's
how
still that
they've
slavery.
been trained.
Ironically,
That
he
way.
said we're trauma bonding. I think he's trauma. I think he or
Nah,
she is trauma
that's how
bonding.
they train, man. That's the
Yeah.
granocracy at work. He's still part of the granocracy. Oh,
Yeah.
women aren't
It's
the
a
problem. It's like
trolling
what
camp.
Dr. Umar Johnson was saying in that damn
Oh gosh, yeah.
what it was it the wrap up crew? It's black man's fault. This that. I was like, nah. Black women are willing participants in this shit too. Stop that shit.
You know what?
They are accountable, but they
You
just
know
don't
what?
want to avoid accountability.
You know what? I'm gonna say this to the next motherfucker that says trauma bonding. So fucking what?
SBE is dead. Your leader can't even define what SBE is. So y'all need to shut the fuck up.
I'll say what it is like this difference. Men tend to confront one another with issues, and women tend to undermine one another with issues. So anyone who's saying you're saying, blaming, and explaining is like you're trying to undermine what the root problem is, as opposed to men try to confront each other and say, "This is the problem. You need to solve this." And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what you can do.
This is the
But
problem,
you need to
Jules.
figure it out.
The person who came up with this shit can't even explain it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's dead. It's dead. There's no need to talk about it. There's no need to talk
it's not
about
even
it.
that. But you got to no. It's not even that. You have to hammer it so home that it's dead that they can't even come back with that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, if you got to sell it, you have no case.
Yeah.
Well,
Most of the times
they already tried to. They didn't have a case then.
Because most of the times, it's not that. Is that most of the times they try to use it to undermine the overall effect and impact of what the manosphere is, right? They try to say that like men are just trying to shame, blame, and explain men and women, right? That's the basic case, and and that's what most people do to each other in order to enforce a certain type of morale, a certain type of effect, and how are you going to portray yourself and display yourself within your overall community?
Do me a favor.
They have a problem. They have a problem with the fact that people want to actually hold people to a standard.
Yeah.
And if you want to try and say that a standard should not exist, you have the problem.
But the thing about it is, and I'm really serious about this shit. If the leader who created this shit can't explain it, why the fuck are you following it? No, man.
Please,
the person who created the person who created this shit came on a panel and could not even explain this shit
after 4 hours.
4 hours.
That's all they got.
4 hours, and
That's
people are still following this shit. And your leader, who created this shit, couldn't even explain this shit on a panel for 4 fucking hours. Why the fuck are you following this shit?
Because they need something to talk about. That's
no.
Why. What else do they really have to talk about?
I'm gonna say this. Number one, AB, please highlight his last fucking comment.
Sure. Hold on just a minute.
Because I wanna dissect this shit like a middle school fucking science fair frog project. Do you guys ever talk about anything other than women? Do you ever discuss actual skills and resources? Okay.
Did we just do that earlier?
Okay. I just need this motivation. I need this motivation real quick. 1, 2, 3. Woo!
Woo! Yeah.
Because I need to go into you. I'm gonna do what God rest his soul and peace, power, and paradise, Mr. Brown, my wrestling coach, would say. Make that motherfucker, and he would never curse. But I'm gonna tell you what he meant in my ears. Make that motherfucker wish he never stepped on your mat.
I don't
even
attention.
And I'm gonna do this for you, not because, and y'all better donate because I'm about to go in. And if I gotta open up a panel to continue the Coliseum, I'll do it. Number one, nigga, where the fuck were you when myself and Cerulean and myself came out with the Gray Faulkner Initiative? but we talk nothing about fucking skills. Where the fuck were you when BGS started the Coliseum talking about skills and how men can fucking navigate through fucking this shit? Where the fuck were you when Art of Whitmore took the fucking Coliseum up when BGS stopped? Where the fuck were you on Thursdays, when Tuesdays and Fridays, when Art New Style has topics where we don't even speak about women?
Mm-hmm.
So get your ignorant fucking ass the fuck out of here and go take some adult classes, because obviously you're too stupid to even talk to grown fucking men, and take your boyish ass somewhere the fuck else.
Oh, the trolls that came in. But too bad. It's too bad. I'm about to go to bed, so it doesn't matter.
So if anybody wants me to come up there and start a new fucking panel it's going to be titled Coliseum Continue, give me a woo in the chat and I'll do it, because I want you dumb motherfuckers to come on the chat. Because guess what? I got enough clips in case you motherfuckers want to be some fucking incels and fucking come up on the panel. I will just put a fucking clip of Panthos smacking niggas with nunchucks.
Yeah, hold on, wait a minute, Charles. Lord Love Smith, why are you talking about yourself like that, man? You ain't talking about us. You're talking about yourself. You know that, right?
You do know none of us follow the philosophy of SBE, right?
I think he's making fun of them.
No, I
I'm
think
sorry.
That's how I'm taking it.
No,
okay.
He's making fun of them.
Okay.
Last time, and shout out to King.
My bad.
Shout out to King Quest OZ, because last time I checked, when I went through the police academy, I never knew where we had to police a nigga's freedom of speech. I never knew where men come together. This is the equivalent of a virtual cigar lounge or barbershop. Men can speak freely and openly about whatever fucking subject they please, because believe it or not, we had men who deleted themselves over putting a fucking stress of the fucking real world on themselves with no help. My mission, just like Art New Style, Dead Set, AB Media, Namer, is to keep men from fucking feeling there's no fucking person they could talk to and harm themselves or somebody else unjustifiably. Okay?
That's suicide will get you.
Maybe that's what the fuck you niggas need to hear.
Oh, okay. My bad, Lord Love Smith, but okay.
Maybe you niggas need to hear that. Because when we open up a panel, maybe we empathize with brothers because we are brothers. And we keep and guess what? I may get 20, even though I was at one time I was averaging 150 to 200 live streamers. Maybe just maybe, if I open up this panel and speak about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, some brother out there will not eat their own fucking weapon. Maybe they won't harm themselves. Maybe they won't do something that's catastrophic. But you fucking
detrimental to
idiots.
anybody else.
But you fucking
a lot of black men have nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go.
Man, I'll be the first to say it. Charles helped me out, man. That's how I met him.
A lot of black men feel trapped, and they didn't have nowhere else to go because the world in itself has told them that there ain't shit. So this space as the manosphere is the one place where black men can feel like they're being heard.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're being heard, I implore you to be informed.
Right.
There's one thing to being heard, but there's one thing to be informed. You need to be informed.
That's one of the few places you get a chance to like speak your voice, and other men who might feel the same way or be in the same position actually can resonate with you. Because a lot of these men are men who have accomplished something, and it's not like they've become Barack Obama, because look, there's not going to be another one of them. But they have accomplished something that they're proud of, and they can share it with other people who have accomplished something as well, and they can share notes. That's a great thing, because you can figure out where can you figure out your piece of real estate, and that's what you need. How can you figure out where you want to go? You could tick your way up that mountain. That's it. And any other person wants to shoot you down or tear you down, that's a person that you don't need to be around at all.
Maybe just maybe. maybe, just maybe, if I had the power and opportunity, if Charles Faulkner was president of the United States, you know what I would do? And I
National wrestling program, national weightlifting program, national health. There'd be like there'd be no
program.
You know what I would
potatoes
do?
would be banned.
I would actually institute a fucking league where you would get guys who got issues with each other, put on the gloves, put on the mouthpiece, the headgear, MMA 3 rounds, and you better shake hands.
Well, at least it's not going to be like the slap contest they had on
what? I would be the first president to have the leader of the Bloods and Crips at the White House sitting down with cigars and cognac and say, nigga, what's the real problem?
But I really wish.
You think they can handle cigars?
Speaking of StreamYards or even whatever social outlet, I really wish they gave us 2 extra. What do you call it? You know how you have people sitting and waiting in the back, whatever. I wish like if any opposing people on panels, you can put them both there where they can hear each other without being on the main panel. They can duke it out.
Yeah.
I really wish we could do that.
Hey,
you have like a different room.
AB did say.
Oh, sorry.
Work on that shit. You be rich. And I'm like this. I would
say it again, Charles. You said that said what?
I said AB did say work on that shit because y'all could be rich working on
Oh
that
yeah.
shit. And I would say this because there's many a times as a cop, I've sat between 2 fucking rival gang members and said, what's the fucking issue? Well, they did it. I said, you're fighting battles that you weren't even born when this shit started. Why? Well, didn't you niggas go play on the same football team in Little League?
And?
Well, yeah. So y'all can work together, right? You have a history of it. Well, yeah, and you know they dapped it up. See, not all heroes wear capes, but they sure as hell do God's work. And
10 toes down, motherfucker.
10 toes down. Sometimes you don't even have all 10 of your fucking fingers because you work so hard. Okay?
Or toes, for that matter. Shout out to Deion Sanders.
There's guys who are war vets, like myself and Namer. He might not have fighted. He might not have been a part of the American Army, but he's a veteran of war too. And Namer doesn't even talk about that shit much.
I know. We're not supposed to.
And I gave Namer his flowers. And how many times I gave Namer his flowers about that? Namer is one of the people who helped me get through my mental distress. I didn't know that I was under heavy depression. Okay? Namer was the one.
You helped me out when I had the anxiety attack.
You got to think about it. Yeah. You got to think. A lot of us went through shit on panels and we helped each other. That's what brotherhood is about. You know,
Charles, were you there when excuse me, Charles, but were you there when I opened up to BGS about my diagnosis and such?
There.
Yeah, I hate to break this.
I think.
I hate to break this up, but I really do need to get to bed, and I'm about to play my outro.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact.
Thanks.
Okay. Matter of fact, fellas. I'm gonna do you a favor because I got to teach a 19-year-old and I got to qualify him tomorrow. So I'll do y'all solid. I'll open up for about 2 hours on my channel. Matter of fact, give me 5 minutes so I can set this shit up, and I'll send you the link.
Do the link of your channel in the chat so people can come to it.
Here's the link of my channel. Excuse me. Hold on.
Yeah. Just for a future reference. Use your new @ symbol. YouTube.com/your @ symbol. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds right. Yeah. Oh yeah. The username.
That's what it's there for. It's very convenient.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all, this has been my episode of the Coliseum. Thank y'all for coming. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
AB, I need some more coding streams from you, man.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm about to post it. That's my.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.